Ninjago. If you were growing up during the 2010s like I was, a show you have no doubt seen at least once in some way, shape, or form is Ninjago. I used to love this crap when I was younger. They're ninjas, and they're Lego, and I can buy them at Toys R Us. The show, at least for me, is kind of that old relic of your childhood you think back to once in a while. It's not even the only show Lego has tried to make before and since. There was Galador, which was the strange live-action one back during the early 2000s. There was the surprisingly good-looking Bionicles show, Hero Factory, that didn't last too long. Mixels, which was a little animated Cartoon Network one that I thought was pretty cute growing up. And countless other shows created trying to strike the same light Ninjago had. Because did you know this childhood relic is still running? 18 seasons, multiple video games, a cinematic outing, and hundreds of Lego sets. And season 18 ended recently, at the time of writing. Who the hell is still watching this show? It's been running longer than its target demographic has been alive. Honestly, I'm kind of relieved writing the intro to this one because there's no sprawling story of a young, scrappy creative trying to make something they believed in. It's literally just Lego wanted a show for kids, ninjas appeal to children, make Lego ninjas. Considering how simple this is, I don't even see the point of us deliberating any further. I say we just start talking about it. But before we can talk about season 1, we need to talk about the pilot. And before we start talking about the pilot, I need to start talking about why my footage looks like dog shit. Like every 2 seconds it's cutting between shots. Yeah, I'm sorry, it just kind of has to be like this. If I hold on to any specific scene for too long, YouTube's gonna slam this video into oblivion. So most of the video you'll be seeing has a lot of quick cuts and sometimes probably away from whatever I'm actually talking about. And other times it'll look like this. That's me making a Lego. I would also like to give a massive trigger warning for the entirety of this video. Adult seriously critiquing children's media. And unlike most shows, it is a 2-part pilot that serves to introduce the audience to the world of Ninjago. And when I say introduce, I mean absolutely just lore dump about it. So there's this guy named Sensei Wu who's looking for 4 ninja to combat his evil brother, Lord Garmadon, who's looking for these 4 golden weapons that all have elemental properties that when combined open a portal to another dimension so he can free himself from the underworld which they were trapped in years ago after he became evil and tried to take the weapons for himself. So now Wu has got to get the 4 golden weapons back out of their hiding spots that he put them in before Lord Garmadon's evil army of skeletons all get to them and bring him back to him in the underworld. That's just the general overview. There's so many moving parts for a pilot. They only have like 40 minutes to do all this stuff, and I really feel like they should have chosen a simpler story to lead off this world with. But who exactly is doing all of this running around? Well, we have the already mentioned Sensei Wu for starters. He's an old master overseeing the ninja who I'll need to talk about more in a little bit, okay? Just give me a minute. But we have our 4 main characters, at least for now. Something I like that it does, that is admittedly incredibly generic, is have each element be an embodiment of the individual character's personality. Cole is really down to earth and the strongest of the group, so he gets the element of Earth. Jay is the most eccentric, so he gets electricity. Kai is a hothead who shoots first and asks questions later, so he gets fire. And Zane has autism, so he gets ice. Zane is my favorite. It's kind of hard to evaluate this pilot, and really a lot of this show going forward, because how should I really be looking at it? Should I be evaluating this as a piece of media, like I am as an adult, and acknowledge all of its flaws? Or should I be looking at this through the eyes of the intended audience of young children who love Lego? I'll mostly be going forward with the former, but I will keep the latter in mind throughout this entire retrospective. Or at least most of it. It'll make sense later. For being a show about Lego ninjas, and this being the introduction of that, I think it does just about everything it needs to. But really looking at this as a piece of media, it's pretty stretched thin in the pilot. Like over the course of 40 minutes, they introduce the backstory, form the team, train up to be actual ninjas, learn this thing called Spinjitzu, get the 4 weapons back, fight these skeleton guys a bunch, save Kai's sister, learn this thing called the Tornado of Creation, do the Tornado of Creation, train dragons, and fight Garmadon. I would have preferred if they just went with something a bit more simple to introduce everybody and then save the Garmadon stuff for the proper start of the season. And on top of how thin it's stretched, it's also incredibly scuffed. Like, a lot of things just happen and the show just kind of expects you to go along with it. Garmadon can project himself into the surface world through a shadow. Sure. These dragons can allow the ninja to go to and from the underworld, but so can this random car the skeletons drive. Why not? Wu sacrifices himself for absolutely no point. Whatever. And then there's just the funny stuff. Sensei Wu, played by Canadian voice actor Paul Dobson, has an old, wise sensei voice to him, kind of predictably. But for some reason, after Lord Garmadon unites the golden weapons and screws off to who knows where, his voice gets way more Chinese for some reason.
First, you must be able to see what others do not. Father would not want you to do this, brother.
I have no idea why he just starts doing a different, far more stereotypically Asian voice out of nowhere for only 2 lines of dialogue. It was really funny though, don't you worry. The pilot also starts a trend with this show, and that's bringing up something and just entirely forgetting about it next season. Sensei Wu says that Zane is the master of 6th sense. Okay. He's basically just able to sense emotions that were carried through an area in the pilot, and they will completely ditch this ability at the start of the first season. It has a lot of problems, but it's very clearly not supposed to be nitpicked like this. Not only is this a show for first graders, but it's also a proof of concept for first graders. And as it is just the idea of a better show, for right now, I'm going to be a lot more forgiving towards it. Overall, I think it's fine. It does what it needs to, but it's just kind of whatever on its own. But that's of course not why we're really here. Let's actually start talking about the show with Season 1, Rise of the Snakes. Season 1 picks up where the pilot left off, with Lord Garmadon who knows where and all of the ninja training to become better at ninja, with a few new arcs introduced with Season 1. For starters, since Lord Garmadon is out of the picture, we now get to deal with his son, Lloyd Garmadon. Funniest joke in the whole show, as well as new antagonists of the Serpentine. 5 different tribes of snake people that were sealed underground years ago by the people of Ninjago, consisting of the Hypnobrai, the Fangpire, Constricti, Venomari, and this one dude. Because this is a kids show, their names are pretty much just what they do. The Venomari have venom that makes people hallucinate, the Constricti can choke people with their tails, the Hypnobrai can hypnotize, and the Fangpire are French. And then there's the overarching mystery of the season. The ninja accidentally learn about a scroll Sensei Wu had purposely kept hidden from them, detailing some kind of green ninja. The ninja that is said to rise above all of the others and stop the Dark Lord. Said Dark Lord being guess who based on the available characters I've introduced. Those are pretty much the 3 main things they screw around with this season, and it works pretty well. Lloyd keeps going around freeing the Serpentine from their tombs like an asshole, and the ninja keeps screwing around doing nothing about it. Also, can we talk about the tombs themselves real quick? These things are disturbingly easy to open. For the first one, it's just a lever that needs to be moved like an inch. The second one is just a button, and they didn't even try for the third one. It's just a set of doors that are propped up by a piece of wood. I'm surprised they didn't escape accidentally at any point. Anyway, it isn't until the 4th episode of Lloyd trying to get a snake army that we're properly introduced to the main antagonist of the season, Pythor P. Chumsworth. Watching this show again after the last time I watched it being 7 or 8 has been an incredible experience because memories of a childhood crush on Pythor came rushing back to me watching this. I don't know, man, your guess is as good as mine. Unlike all of the other tribes, Pythor is the last remaining Serpentine of his, being the Anachondri. It's kind of funny how the darkest thing the show explores up to this point is him cannibalizing all the other members of his species. And due to him being the last one, he's the only one with the unique trait of turning invisible, and purple, and 4. Pythor's end goal is to get these 4 MacGuffins known as the Fang Blades and summon the Great Devourer, which will destroy all of Ninjago. All of the ninjas' end goal is to not that. He doesn't really have any express reason for wanting to destroy the world, and when he eventually does summon the Great Devourer, he immediately regrets it, so I'm not exactly sure what the master plan was. But as a kids show villain, I think he more than suffices. I love Pythor, he's so prim and proper with everything he does, while also being a bastard. The plot isn't really anything special, but it does what it needs to. And there were a lot of moments in here that made me laugh. And when I say laugh, I mean like kind of smile. I'm 19 years old and reviewing Ninjago. What do you think I mean when I say I laughed? The one big thing I thought was funny throughout the whole show though was all of the ninjas acting like fucking children all the time. They laugh at Zane for wearing the color pink. They hang up Lloyd by his collar and eat the candy he was trying to steal in front of him. Jay gets distracted while Kai gets ambushed because he keeps using an echo to talk to himself. Like, I understand they're supposed to be immature, but are they 6? Honestly, it was just funny. I don't really have much more to say about it. There were some more structured jokes I found rather humorous as well. When they're infiltrating this school Lloyd and Pythor took over, we get a bunch of different shots of all the different ninja trying to navigate the different traps they set up, while Jay just takes the fucking elevator and his POV is just standing there. And there's this running gag of this mailman constantly trying to deliver mail to their ever-complex bases. First is at the top of a mountain, then the middle of the desert, then just the sky. This does lead me into one of the biggest problems with the show, however. It isn't just Ninjago, it's Lego Ninjago. And watching, I am constantly reminded that this show primarily exists to sell toys. Genuinely, half of everything that happens feels like it was done out of motivation to sell another Lego set. And I mean, like, It was, yeah. This is basically a toy commercial. Oh, cool, they get dragons. That's 4 sets right there. The Fangpire can turn different vehicles into snakes. Well, that's 5 more sets right there. The ninja then lose their dragons and learn their weapons can turn into vehicles. Well, what are you waiting for? Make 4 more sets based off them. They lose the monastery where they used to live and now they have to move into a flying pirate ship instead. Make that shit a Lego set. The dragons then come back for the finale where they're all fused into one. It's relevant to the plot for more than 5 minutes. Make that fucking thing a Lego set right now. So much of the plot, it just feels like it was held back by the restriction of needing to sell toys. Like, you could not convince me if Ninjago was separated from Lego as a whole that they would have ever introduced the mechanic that the golden weapons can turn into cars and shit. And on that note, I kinda hate the golden weapons. Via the nature of wanting this to appeal to young kids, all of the violence is kept to slapstick at worst. Someone getting kicked in the jaw or hit with a big stick. And because of that, they never really get to use the golden weapons, like, ever. I mean, Jay does, but that's because his are nunchucks, which are basically just 2 sticks rubber banded together. Zane gets to use his shurikens of ice a decent amount, because most of it is just him freezing the ground. But Kai and Cole get absolutely shafted with these limitations. 2 moments during the second to last episode are very indicative of this. Kai is cornered by like 3 serpentine on the edge of this bus, and it's like, dude, you have a sword that melts people. What is wrong with you? Cole gets surrounded by a bunch of different snakes, and instead of just hitting them with the scythe, he slams it into the ground, turns it into a car inside of a bus, fires a missile at this guy, and then keeps moving forward. It really feels like the people making this show wanted to do so much more than what they were allowed to, but they couldn't just because it's a Lego show. So much of what they end up doing feels like it was chosen by higher-ups of the Lego Corporation. Like one of the biggest plot twists of the entire show. Throughout the entire run up until now, it had been hyping up Zane to be a pretty weird guy. In the second episode, he gets laughed at for wearing a pink apron and doesn't understand why it's funny. He follows this random bird because it does a funny little dance with him. He doesn't really understand senses of humor. I'm not going to say I think he was intended to be an autism representation. Considering what I'm about to say, that would sound incredibly insensitive, but just letting everybody know, I'm thinking it. In episode 7, after all of this build-up, it's revealed he's a robot! I hate this. For starters, there was absolutely nothing leading into this. Throughout the entire show up until now, he's seen eating just fine. When one of the snakes is choking him, he struggles to breathe. In the pilot, he is shown to have air coming out of his mouth when Sensei Wu surprises him underwater. How the hell does any of that work? They don't bother explaining any of that, mind you. There's a bunch of other things too that I don't think work particularly well either. Like how exactly wouldn't he know he's made of metal? Or like how after it's revealed, he starts talking with a bunch more numbers and statistics even though nothing really happened to spark that. But I think a lot of the elements that make this reveal kind of dumb are pretty ignorable under the gaze of this being what it is. Conceptually, I think it's pretty lame, but ignorable. But narratively, it kind of ruins what they were setting up for his character that wasn't the robot stuff. Since the second episode of the season, they were setting him up to be different from all of the other ninja. Not bad different, just weird different. He was a weird guy who behaved like none of the others, but that wasn't a bad thing. The climax of the second episode was learning to accept Zane for who he was. They were pretty concretely showing that the others were in the wrong for bullying Zane. So I don't know why you would now then go and reveal he's a robot. Doing so completely forgoes the entire arc they were just having with this character. They weren't justified with treating him differently, no, but they're right when they say he is different. By taking his character in this direction, they are objectively making him different from everybody else. It's stupid, I hate this. I don't know for sure, but I am certain all of this was because Lego told them to do it. What's cooler than a Lego ninja? A Lego robot ninja! And to end off my complaints with some more minor stuff, we have 2 more things this show introduces and immediately abandons next season. Sensei Wu has this smoke that either lets him see into the future or things that are currently happening in Ninjago, which he could have foresawn it getting fucking annihilated from existence. And the Tornado of Creation move they used to fight off a bunch of skeletons in the pilot and assemble this car in the finale will also never return. Mark that as number 3 on your stamp cards. These complaints I know have seemed pretty overbearing so far, but I'm honestly willing to ignore like most of them. Like I know these problems only exist because of what the show is, and if I wanted a show that didn't have these issues, then I should probably watch a different show. The target audience would never think about this stuff. They would just go, holy shit, Zane is awesome. And yeah, they were right. When I was younger, I thought this was badass. If I'm looking at this cynically, yeah, I don't like this. I think it's a bad writing decision. But examining it as a kid's show, it's whatever. I know I've mostly been complaining so far, but I did like this season. Not for any of the stuff I've already talked about, but for the characters I have yet to mention. I've already brought up too early to the party to be a Tumblr sexy man Pythor, but there's also Nia. Here's something I think season 1 of Ninjago tackles really well. Sexism. I'm not joking. Halfway into the season, this samurai character gets introduced and starts upstaging the ninja. So for a little bit, there's this mystery going on of who's this mystery man in the mech. Until it's revealed it wasn't a man, it was Nia the whole time. Throughout the episodes where it's building up to the mystery of who is the rascal in the robot, they always make sure to use the he pronoun when referring to it. I like this reveal because it works off the ninja's unintentional sexism. And after everybody figures it out, Wu even apologizes for not considering that she could have been the green ninja all along. And when she's presented with the option of learning as such with the golden weapons reacting to her, she chooses not to. She doesn't want to be a ninja like all of the others, she wants to do her own thing, and I love that. It makes her a really cool character. More level-headed than her brother, but still just as fiery about everything. That's pretty much all we get of her the whole season, but I still think it works. And also, when I say good portrayal of sexism, I mean for like a 5-year-old. I mean, they literally just do the Samus Aran thing of, look, somebody being badass in a robot suit, but what? They're a girl? I would say she's my favorite character if this guy was not here. I think Lord Garmadon might actually be one of the most interesting antagonists ever in a kids show. When he and Wu were younger, the still small baby version of the Great Devourer was the thing that turned him evil, I guess. At first, I thought this was pretty stupid, but they cooked with this one. Wu travels to this dimension Garmadon fled to using this drink called Traveler's Tea. Wait, if that's all he needed, couldn't he have just gotten Sabokai to get some tea for him instead of gathering the golden weapons? Also, by the way, this place he's in is called the Realm of Madness. It's not named for, like, ever. Of course, Garmadon tries to kill him, but after he learns Lloyd is in danger, he drops the feud to help him. You see, Garmadon doesn't want to be evil. He's just compelled to be. He literally can't help himself from being a ne'er-do-well. Like when both of them find an exit to the spooky, scary dimension, Garmadon pushes Wu off the cliff into the exit. But the next time we see the both of them, they're acting like nothing happened. Or later, when he's working with the ninja to stop Pythor, he starts stealing a bunch of their information off their computer. He clearly doesn't want to do bad things, but because of the curse he underwent, he literally can't stop doing them. It's such an interesting concept for an antagonist, especially coupled with how they handled Lloyd. Turns out, surprise surprise, he's the Green Ninja, the one who is destined to defeat the Dark Lord. The moment when they realize Lloyd's destiny chosen by fate is to kill his own father is honestly really well done. Lloyd is stuck in this position from being the chosen one and destined to stop the big bad. And Garmadon is stuck in this position due to his uncontrollable nature to do evil. Honestly though, most of season 1 he does more good than harm by not only saving everyone with his skeleton army after Pythor traps all of them, but also using the golden weapons to later kill the Great Devourer. I love both Lloyd and Garmadon. They work so well at disrupting the classic trope of the good-natured son needing to stop the bad-natured father. Neither of them want to be in this position, and it works so good. And on that note, I like the finale decently. I wish the Great Devourer was shown destroying more stuff because he's just kind of here, destroys their boat ship, making them homeless again. Like, kind of rampages through the city, gets wrapped around a building, explodes. I'm shocked nobody even died during this. This should have been Ninjago's 9/11. Okay, that's selling it a little short. It also kills Sensei Wu for like 20 minutes. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Sensei Wu, please stop trying to aura farm. His little mystical smoke visions show him that after a certain point in the near future, he's going to die. Instead of vocalizing any of this to literally anybody who could have possibly prevented his death, he just talks cryptically for no reason about how they're gonna have to go on without him someday. And later, it even feels like he's just jeopardizing the mission as a whole. He says it's his destiny to stop Pythor or some hubbubaloo, and then cuts the train cars connecting everybody from the both of them. You know, they probably could have done a fantastic job of kicking that guy's ass. What is wrong with you? And then he gets himself killed. Awesome. The narrative feels like it very harshly forces a heroic sacrifice out of him because I don't understand why in any other context he would act like this. Is he just dumb as bricks? Lego bricks. I like the first season of Ninjago. Yeah, it's got its problems, like the stuff with Zane and Wu, but I'm willing to let the positives outweigh the negatives. I feel like this is probably the best they could have possibly done with a show like this, based on the position it's stuck in. Having to appease toy manufacturing while also trying to tell a compelling narrative couldn't have been easy. But out of all of the shows that come into existence simply to sell you on something, I would say this is probably one of the better ones I've seen. Keeping the perspective in mind that this is not only for little children, but little children buying Lego, I'm willing to just waive most of my complaints. I liked Nia as the Samurai X persona. Pythor was a fun antagonist. Garmadon and Lloyd are great. A lot of the jokes are pretty funny. Jay is my goat. Overall, it's pretty okay. But can it hold up leading into their next season? Ninjago Season 2 picks up right where the last one left off, with the ninja training Lloyd to become a Spinjitzu master, as well as Garmadon being the central antagonist this time. The Serpentine do still play a part minus Pythor, but kind of in that C-3PO R2-D2 kind of way. They're really only here to get the ball rolling for most plot points. Like, they're still antagonists and want to take over Ninjago, but the leader of their little group accidentally seals them back underground at one point and they're never heard of again for the rest of the season onward. It's really focused around Garmadon and Lloyd now. Since Garmadon still has the 4 golden weapons after the ninja gave them to him to destroy the Devourer, he takes the 4 of them to the place of their birth and creates one mega weapon out of them. But to his dismay, can only create things and not destroy. So a good half of the season until Garmadon loses his toy follows the structure of the ninja are training Lloyd. Garmadon doesn't want Lloyd coming to his full potential, so they never have to battle at all. Garmadon uses his mega weapon to create some kind of spooky scary to just generally fuck with the ninja. Repeat. The plot really doesn't move forward too much until the end of episode 5, but what they do with the structure they set up I think is strong enough to justify it. Like, since the ninja lost the Destiny's Bounty during the battle with the Great Devourer, they need to find a new place to train Lloyd. And this introduces the GOAT, the best character, the only one who will ever matter, Grand Sensei Dareth. It's this fucking guy who has this Elvis voice and keeps wanting to join them as the brown ninja. I love him with all of my heart. He's so pathetic. That's one thing this season does undeniably better than the first. It is significantly funnier. Okay, so they have this one episode where Garmadon is the founder of a land development company who is going to buy the dojo and demolish it so Lloyd can't train. So all of the ninja compete in this giant wacky racers homage in order to win 50k to pay the rent and save the dojo. This concept is completely stupid and they were definitely aware of this. The Serpentine joined the race at one point accidentally while trying to avoid the cops. And not only do they end up joining the race, but the cops end up joining as well. And then after the ninja win, Garmadon complains how their car wasn't even street legal.
What? It's catchy.
Now, while this is overall funnier than Season 1, it does have some jokes in here which feel super damn forced. That's right, baby, reference humor. Right after Garmadon forges the funny wand, it cuts to Sensei Wu meditating, in which he then quotes Obi-Wan's "I feel a great disturbance in the Force" line. And later, Cole not only does the Michael Jackson moonwalk, but throws in a hee-hee to boot. Let me tell you, chat, these gut-busting lines had me giggling. Thankfully, these are just the worst examples, and largely, it's still pretty funny. Congratulations, my slight smirk and exhale from the nose has transitioned into a smile and a On top of the brown ninja, Season 2 also introduces another new pivotal main character, Misako Garmadon, also known as Lloyd's mom. She was in love with Garmadon and gave birth to Lloyd before he was fully evil. Still pretty out of it, but not fully there yet. The reason she hasn't been in Lloyd's life is because she's been studying a way to stop the prophesized final battle between good and evil. You see, long before time had a name, the first Spinjitzu master created Ninjago. He did this during the battle with this dude known as the Overlord. He was losing pretty bad, so instead of finishing the fight right then, he split Ninjago in two, separating the dark from the light. Garmadon eventually discovers Evil Island, but that's for later. And the final new character introduced is an old character. While they're sailing to Evil Island, they find Zane's creator milling about here. Apparently, he didn't die, which his death was a detail I mentioned. Sabukai, that skeleton guy from the pilot, resurrected him so he could build weapons for them. And when he refused, they just threw him on this island in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Another thing this season does better, right here. I still don't like what the reveal of Zane being a robot did to Season 1, but I actually think what they do with it going forward is pretty good. I like how no one ever treats him differently, for starters. I mean, I get most people don't even know because he blends right in, but even among the people who do know, they rarely even acknowledge he's not human. They do make their quips every once in a while, like Cole calling him a tin can, but for the large part, he's no different than everybody else mentally, and I like that. And physically, the gags they're able to get out of this are pretty good. Like, they have this cutaway bit where all the ninja are trapped in this one room, and he activates battering ram mode. Why does he have that?
That is so gross.
Zane never stopped being my favorite, by the way. I just didn't like this plot point. And while we're on this topic, let's get the things I don't like about this season's plot out of the way. Starting with the events of episode 6. That's right, guys, it's every kid's show's favorite, the time travel episode. So Garmadon goes back in time with the use of his big toy to try and stop the ninja from ever grouping together in the first place. And the 4 OGs need to go in and stop him. Before I start whining, I will give them this. I like how instead of the main characters incidentally causing every main event that happens like most time travel travel episodes in comedies. They just completely fuck up everything the entire way through. None of these guys are qualified to do any of this shit, I love it. But since this is a time travel episode, this of course sparks the question of how does any of this make any sense? Okay, so the episode before this, Garmadon uses his cool stick to make this dinosaur come back to life and hunt the ninja. And while doing this, he also accidentally turns all of them into children. So they get this special potion thing that turns everybody back to their normal ages, as well as making Lloyd like 20. Honestly, I think this episode is just here to get around the green ninja being like 5 years old. The reason I bring up all of this now is because the time travel system they set up makes no goddamn sense. While they're back in the pilot, the modern day ninja use the pilot versions of the golden weapons to send the mega weapon flying off into space. And after they do this, they return to the future, with the events of that day post the creation of the time vortex never transpiring. So because they destroyed the creator of the time portal, it says none of it ever happened. But when they return to the future, Lloyd has no recollection of any mega weapon, but he's still an adult as he's saying this. So what caused him to turn into an adult then? If he has no knowledge of a mega weapon, that means it must have been created now, which means the mega weapon could have also created this dinosaur that was hunting them down, which means there would have been nothing that could have made Lloyd old. So why the fuck is he old? Did it just wipe his memory of the mega weapon? If that's the case, what else doesn't he remember? Does he know why a month ago he was 9 and now he's growing pubes? What about the other characters? We see during the scenes when they're destroying the mega weapon that Nia starts fading away into nothing, but when they go back, she's fine. So do their actions during the past matter or not? We see them doing everything in their power to make sure every event still happens the way it's supposed to, but at the end of the episode, they just go fuck it and destroy literally everything. Genuinely the worst episode of the whole series. They never explain any of this. And there's something else I'm not too huge on, and that's Misako. So during season 1, where Lloyd was until he's involved in the plot, was Darkly's school for bad boys. A place specifically devised to make your young children evil. Well, it's said in this season that's where Misako left Lloyd to be looked after while she studied the final battle and the prophecy. Why? A lot of my complaints with this show haven't really been taking into consideration the scope of what this was supposed to be. It was for little Lego-liking losers like me. But I genuinely don't understand why this is what they decided to go with. So she doesn't want Lloyd, who she knew was the Green Ninja, by the way, and his father to do the battle. Then why would you have him raised in a building that makes you evil? Why not just give him to Sensei Wu? You guys clearly know one another because you keep eye-fucking each other the whole season. Genuinely, you could have just said Garmadon seized custody of Lloyd after becoming fully evil, and then sent him to Darkly's before he attempted to steal the golden weapon so somebody would be there to turn him evil just in case he failed. Would have made perfect sense! And my final thing is the finale itself. So that Overlord guy is on the evil island Garmadon finds and is trying to weaponize him to make the balance between good and evil skewed enough to where he can return to their dimension. And when he finally achieves this, he takes over Garmadon's body and runs amok with it. I get why they did this, but I frankly would have preferred if it was just kept to Lloyd and Garmadon exclusively. The Overlord is just your run-of-the-mill evil spooky guy, who doesn't have nearly the amount of nuance Garmadon had to his character. If I haven't said this enough, this is a kid's show and they probably didn't want to make the plot too crazy and deep, but I feel like the finale not only could have played out exactly the same if it was Garmadon regularly instead of him being possessed, but I honestly think it could have gone in a way better direction. So harnessing his plot armor, Lloyd turns into the Golden Ninja for the final showdown, finally becoming the Spinjitzu master. And after defeating the Overlord, Garmadon is rid of the evil in his body, finally returning him to normal. Just let me go off here for a second. I think this finale could have been so damn good if it was just approached differently. With all of the different character stuff this season, it's actually an overarching theme that can be gleaned I really feel they should have taken better advantage of. Zane's father is worried he would be viewed as a monster not only for his creations, but also orphaning Zane. Misako feels guilt over abandoning Lloyd at such a young age to focus on her research. Lloyd is still trying to make amends with his villainous actions of season 1, and Garmadon doesn't want to be evil, but he just can't help himself. There's a definite theme going on here about somebody trying to make up for unchangeable actions they've done in the past. Of course, a lot of these were unwillingly done, like I don't think Zane's creator wanted to up and die, but still, there's the guilt of doing something you can't undo. And I think having Garmadon remain fully conscious during the finale would have done wonders at capping off that theme. He's somebody who wants to be good, but has this insatiable urge to do harm. And Garmadon sees the only way for him to make up for his absence as a father and husband is to make all of them like he is. Unstoppably evil. That way, they could be reunited as a family again. With all of this set up in mind, I think the finale could have been way cooler if it was Lloyd instead trying to convince him that he can be a good person and make up for everything he's done. Because real talk, the Overlord's just kinda lame. I feel like for the most part, it's just mature enough to handle a topic like this. Keeping in mind, at the same time this was airing on Cartoon Network back in 2012, we were also getting shows shows like Adventure Time, Regular Show, and the frickin' Clone Wars. But thankfully, these strange writing decisions are really my only problems here. Widely looking at this season for what it is, I'm able to ignore those parts I don't like, especially considering how everything aside from what I've mentioned is pretty far above most of Season 1's output. Like, they improved how much of the show just felt like it was trying to sell you something. It still has its moments, such as when they're trying to get into the Temple of Light on Evil Island, and Zane's creator, as well as Nia, makes this giant drill car for them to use.
$19.99.
And when it breaks down, they switch into this mech for them to keep climbing with.
$9.99.
Or during the finale, when Lloyd gets this giant golden robot for him to use, which he loses immediately.
$69.99.
It's still there if you're looking for it, but it feels a lot more diegetically integrated into the episodes themselves instead of ultimately deciding what happens in the plot. Like logos on the side of a NASCAR driver's helmet instead of a YouTuber killing the pace of an entire video to give a sponsored segment. Do you really think I'm big enough to make this silence have the comedic payoff you're expecting? But while I don't make money from sponsors, if you like what you've seen so far, you can support me on Ko-Fi. Videos like this that take months to make and I know will have absolutely no algorithmic payoff because I'm talking about fucking Ninjago, are only possible because of the rare viewers like you. Like you, comma, parentheses, hopefully. Another thing that has seen an improvement is the characters themselves, such as Sensei Wu, who no longer keeps trying to throw himself off of cliffs for no reason. This time he did it to save somebody else. So he did it for a reason this time. As I said at the end of Season 1, he no longer has the cush that lets you see the future. So he's a lot more on the ninjas level this time. Still a mentor figure, but he doesn't have to babysit them as much. Like when all of them get stuck on Evil Island when the Overlord goes to Ninjago and they ask him how they're gonna get off, and he just goes, I don't know man, that's a toughie. I also enjoyed the showings from the main ninja as well. Since there's no longer a competition between who's the green ninja, they aren't acting as competitively as they used to. They even have this really great moment where all of them are helping Lloyd climb this tower together since he got injured in his last battle. And all of them systematically either sacrifice themselves or get murked helping him up. It's a really great showing at how much they've grown as a team. Other characters I think are better are the enemy faction this time around. And when I say I like the bad guys more here, I mean that in the context of how they're able to be used. So the leftover venom from the Great Devourer revives these stone army guys left over from the battle with the Overlord between the first Spinjitzu master way back when. Okay. Yeah, why not? That can work, I guess, who cares? They're pretty mindless and just serve unquestionably under Garmadon. Like, conceptually, the Serpentine are way cooler, no questions asked. The Stone Army are just a bunch of mindless soldiers, they don't really have any personality or gimmicks to them. But how the show is allowed to use them, I think the Stone Army gets the edge, unfortunately. Since they're made of stone and pretty much indestructible, that means the ninja can actually use their weapons against them. And since the show establishes they're pretty much invincible, it makes a lot of sense whenever the ninja tuck tail and run away from them. If they were actually able to use their swords and shit against the Serpentine, I would have preferred them, but if we're stuck with this limitation, then I'll take this any day. While I do have my complaints with Season 2, they're mostly self-contained to it. Everything the two seasons have in common, I think, is done much better here. But we can't forget the big thing both of them have in common. That's right, it's time to go back on the list of things that get brought up and then immediately forgotten the next season. For starters, we have these cool new elemental swords they get. They are all very glowy and associated with each of them, and they will never be seen again. Up next is the Ultra Dragon. Liked you when you were around, but you were a little too strong, so say goodbye forever. Thirdly is everybody's favorite footnote of an antagonist, the Stone Army. You were pretty cool for the time you were here, but pretty sauceless compared to other antagonists next. And finally, Zane's dad, Dr. Julian. He dives off screen between seasons. Like, for real, they spend an entire episode reintroducing this character to the plot, having him assist them with defeating the Overlord, have him crash the Destiny's bounty, making them homeless again, and he's dead off screen. Just like that. Well, this was done for a very specific reason. This was actually supposed to be the final season of Ninjago. Even all of the sets denote as much, saying the final battle on all of them. Yeah, 16 seasons left, buddy. Fuck it, probably 17 at the time you're watching this. Yeah, they were going to end it as well as the toy line here, but it got so popular they just couldn't help their bottom line. They had to continue it. But that beckons the question, if it was supposed to end with Season 2, then what is Season 3 going to look like? Well, there's only one way to answer that. Well, that answers that. Oh my God, this season is beyond mid. So this season takes place years after the finale of the last one. After the destruction of Ninjago City with the help of a man known as Cyrus Borg, they rebuild and push Ninjago into a technological golden age. Flying cars, flying streetlights, robotic prosthetics for disabled people. And because of all of this, as well as the Serpentine sealed back underground, the age of the ninja has kind of come and gone. All of them now work as teachers in wherever the hell they are. It isn't until a field trip to New Ninjago City that the plot really kicks off. You see, the Cyrus Borg Tower was built on top of where the Garmatron Tower was. And because of this, they accidentally bring the Overlord back as a computer virus. somehow. And Borg gifts the ninja new techno blades so they can fight back. These give the Lego company new playsets to sell, I mean the ninja cool new vehicles again. Honestly, these ones don't get in the way nearly as much as the other ones, and honestly, I think they're pretty cool. I like how Cole's and Jay's just kind of latch together. I don't really have much to say about these, I just think they're neat. The Overlord trying to come back to Ninjago, this time stuck as a computer virus instead of just an orb floating around, is pretty much the whole plot. And it's not just the Overlord as a returning antagonist. Hailing from season 1, Pythor is back as well. Thank God there was nothing I could jack off to last season. Apparently he survived getting eaten by the Great Devourer, but not in one piece. According to these instructions, he got out in about 3. The digestive fluids bleached his skin, so now he's been whitewashed. Honestly, I prefer his old design, but the new one isn't bad. He's working with the Overlord for what else but destroying the ninja. I'm not a huge fan of this season, but it's nice to see Baby Girl back. But since I've already announced I don't like this season very much, I'll start with the positives this time. Like my 2 favorite characters of the whole thing. Always bet on Garmadon and Lloyd, baby! Evel Knievel's whole scheme is to get the Golden Ninja's golden power to become a real boy once again. So while the original 4 ninja try to find a way to stop him, Lloyd and Garmadon get as far away as possible. I love the new Garmadon. Now known as Sensei Garmadon, he trains young warriors in a fighting style that doesn't actually require fighting. Ever since his return to goodness, he's vowed himself to pacifism, teaching the art of the silent fist. Avoiding your opponent as they attack you, letting them tire themselves out. Having this clean-cut Garmadon contrasting the inexperienced, impulsive Lloyd is great. Their whole journey together is trying to teach the Golden Ninja how to fight and traverse without his golden powers. If he relies on his, frankly, overpowered abilities too much, then he'll never learn how to properly take care of himself. Honestly, Sensei Garmadon is probably my favorite character of this whole season. Not like it was much competition, though. Cyrus Borg I think is pretty cool, even if I don't really have any strong feelings on him. Most of the season is just him going back and forth between being normal, brainwashed. That's really all of his contribution. Honestly, I think season 3 has the problem of just having too many characters, which is probably why they removed Dr. Julian from the whole equation, but even still, there's just too much going on. Now, there are pretty simple fixes to this. Maybe have 1 or 2 of them disappear for a few episodes to go work on something so the show could more easily be focused on plot-relevant characters, and they sort of do this. Sensei Wu in episode 1 helps the ninja escape the city with their new techno blades, and in doing so, sacrifices himself for like the 4th time. And then a few episodes later, he shows back up roboticized. From then on until nearly the finale, he's just the generic bad guy leader. But it's a good way they found of getting a character they didn't want to focus on out of the plot without making him dead or have just fucked off for no reason. But then there's the characters who we are stuck with, and they clearly had no idea what to do with them. I'm talking about my ex-favorite character, Nia. God, the fall off is historic. So remember how in season 1 she was kind of that don't need no man kind of girl? She was strong, cool, capable. Her whole arc was subverting the viewer's expectations based on the ninja's accidental sexism. Well, do you want to know her plot for season 3? Because I haven't said it yet, she's been dating Jay, which wasn't really relevant to this discussion as of yet. I mean, the relationship makes sense considering both of them are into robotics and showing off. But in the first episode of this thing, she finds this perfect match toy that apparently 100% finds who you're supposed to be with. And for her, it says she's supposed to be with Cole, which starts this absolutely dreadful love triangle that comes out of nowhere and is so damn forced. Suddenly, because this machine told her to, she starts acting all nervous around Cole, like she's trying to start a relationship. Nia, you have had no interest in him before this point. What are you doing? And when Cole and Jay learn this, they start competing for her? Cole, you had no interest in her before this point. What are you doing? They keep this shit going throughout the entire season. It's actually dreadful. It comes out of nowhere. Jay is the only character who had any interest towards her. This sucks. Honestly, I think what would have been better is when Cole and Jay learned about it, Cole didn't give a fuck because he wasn't interested in her that way, which would then lead Jay into a jealous spiral thinking he's still trying to win her over when clearly he doesn't care. Even then, I don't think I would have liked this because this is such a generic plot for a female character. Oh, I have to choose between 2 boys who are both in love with me. One I've been with for years and the other who's interested in me now. What do I do? You don't pass the Bechdel test, that's for sure. She only says this next season, but her only argument for choosing between Jay and Cole is because Jay is funny and Cole is serious. Which, like, fucking how? Does she even know these characters? I would argue if anybody's the serious one, it's Zane. And even saying Zane is the serious one is a stretch. Jay is very egotistical, he takes extreme pride within the things he creates, and gets very offended by any attacks against him. Like when the other ninja were making fun of him for being raised in a junkyard. Yeah, he is kind of funny, but I wouldn't consider that to be his most notable character trait. As an audience, he is more often than not the comedic relief, but that's not to say he is inherently funny. And Cole is barely the serious one. He comes off more as a jock to me, at least. Yeah, he can be serious from time to time, like when he's resolving his parental issues with his father back in season 1, but he's not overall a super serious guy. He gets into food fights with everybody else. He spends an extra amount of time showing off against the Stone Army. Nia, what do you know about these people? And forgetting the boys fighting with each other, Nia, you're a bitch for this. You really let a machine you didn't even intend on activating influence who your partner should be? That's fucked up! An absolute waste of an arc, completely drags down 2 separate characters I liked. I only say Jay's exempt from this because this kind of childish behavior is pretty on par for him. Even if I do think his blame on Cole is pretty misplaced. Hell, he should be mad at Nia out of anybody. She fucking started this, all of you suck! And for the only ninja I have yet to mention yet is Kai. And in this season, he just kind of confuses me. Most of it, he's barely the center of attention. But during episode 6, it's almost entirely about him for some reason. And like, why is he an asshole the whole time? At the start of this episode, he's flirting with this one woman, showing off his firepower, which, yeah, pretty expected for him. But when he learns Pythor and this evil robot army are transporting something important into the middle of nowhere, instead of going, Pythor and the Ninjoids, this can't be good, I gotta go stop them right away, he has this douchebag persona the entire episode that just really throws off the whole thing. It's not like entirely out of character for him, but it's just like just enough out of character that makes me kind of scratch my head about it. But since I've already talked about everybody else, you've probably been able to suss out who the focus for this season is. I mean, it's got a technology theme. It's kind of obvious it's gonna be Zane. Zane is our main character for the season. And you know what, LEGO Ninjago? You get one. I really like Zane here. They are now fully dedicating to the robot thing. And with how they pull it off, I'm pretty willing to ignore most of the season 1 stuff with him. They don't flatly say this, but the way I read a lot of what's going on with him is that Zane's story here is about what he is. Off rip, when they get to Borg Tower in episode 1, he's already getting called an outdated model by Borg's assistant robot Pixel. And the question throughout the show gets asked repeatedly of who he is. At first, he doesn't know how to answer when Pixel asks him what Zane stands for. He takes it poetically and says he stands for peace and freedom, instead of the literal answer of her assuming it was an acronym. And when she then asks what powers him, he can't answer. Later, it's discovered he actually has an infinite energy battery in his chest, letting him go without needing to charge. But of course, that's the literal answer. Later in the finale, after the Overlord gets stomped on enough times to let us move to World 2, the other 3 ninja come to the resolution that the name Zane doesn't stand for anything, and that he defined what it was, and physically was powered by some dope battery, but mentally was powered by his family. This whole self-discovery arc for Zane contrasts very well with other robot character Pixel. She's a robot who has hair for some reason. Why does a robot need hair? Zane has hair because he's blending in. Why does she have hair? At the start, she acts like a very generic automaton, asking, for lack of a better word, very robotic questions. But after she gets zapped to consciousness by my favorite Minecraft YouTuber, she gets some actual meat on her character bones. Unlike Zane, she was created for a very specific purpose: assisting Cyrus Borg. But after she's granted independent thought, she starts to find her own worth, partially through Zane. They both were created in very different circumstances, one with extremely specific purpose and the other without. I mean, literally, the entire reason for the Ice Ice Baby's creation was just do good and shit. I don't know, even if it's in its own shitty Ninjago way of handling it, I like her character arc of independence. Not entirely a fan of how it's handled, but conceptually it's nice. I wish she wasn't immediately framed as the love interest for Zane. I think it would have been far nicer if their connection together was less out of one being boy and the other being girl, but instead both of them being robots. They are just extremely forcing these romantic plot lines this season, and none of them are with Pythor. What gives? I think full dedication this season to the robotic theme and less of the romance theme would have paid off extremely well for the finale. As it's been stated, no mortal can handle the strength of all 4 golden weapons. That's why they gave Garmadon all 4 of them to destroy the Devourer, and it's how they were able to make the mega weapon shoot into space. Well, at the very end of the season, the Overlord gets his hands on that mega weapon, as well as the 4 golden weapons that were kapluied into orbit during the time travel episode of season 2. And since Garmadon is mortal again, there's only one person remaining on the team who isn't mortal. It kinda comes out of nowhere and doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but the way they defeat the Overlord is Zane grabbing onto its golden chariot crafted out of the mega weapon and all 4 of the golden weapons, and sapping the crap out of it with his ice abilities, trapping all of New Ninjago City in a super crazy powerful blizzard, taking out the Overlord and himself with it. Now, this is a kids show, so they obviously tease him coming back to life at the very end, end, but I still think it works, especially considering Pixel's the only one who knows he's still technically alive, so everybody else just kinda has to deal with his death now. Honestly, despite my praise, I don't think they handle this arc super well. The season is only 8 episodes, and you can really feel how the whole thing wasn't supposed to continue. That's 5 episodes shorter than the last 2, by the way. For Zane specifically, though, I think he got just about the best treatment they could have given him based on the circumstance. But wait a second, how did they get their hands on the golden weapons? Weren't they supposed to be shot into space? Yeah, this leads into my biggest complaint with the whole of Rebooted. None of it makes any fucking sense! So those Technoblades are said to be the only thing that can defeat the Overlord, right? Well, episode 5 onward, they're just kind of completely out of the plot. Never shown or mentioned again. Cool. Weren't they supposed to be important? Furthermore, all of the time travel malarkey that happened last season gets brought back into the plot and makes even less sense. How did Pythor and the Overlord even know where to look for the golden weapons? Based on how Lloyd can't remember the mega weapon, it's pretty clearly shown that the only people who remember the events of the time travel stuff were the people who went through the portal, which is supported by Garmadon remembering everything. But if that's the case, how did the bad guys even learn of their existence? It's in fucking space and only 5 people know of this. It's possible they discovered it while they were mining Sensei Wu's memories, but he didn't know either. They better stop mentioning this time travel episode before I lose my shit. And then there's the other stuff they don't even try to make sense out of. Yeah, of course when the ninja go to space, Kai can still use his elemental powers just fine, sure. Yeah, of course in the middle of the big fucking city specifically dedicated to technology, there's an ancient-ass temple that only exists to counter the golden weapon's elemental properties that has never been mentioned before. Obviously! It's a no-brainer that the wheelchair-bound Cyrus Borg was able to escape his own giant tower that had been turned against him by not only an entire army of robots, but the greatest threat Ninjago has ever seen, and also Pythor. And what I think is the most egregious one. When they're re-entering the atmosphere after being in space and achieving nothing, their little ramshackle rocket starts breaking apart, and Lloyd says, "Let's activate our elemental shields." What the fuck are the elemental shields? That's not a transition into a different topic, that's just something that never existed until this very moment. And the best part, it's never seen after this moment. They never do the elemental shield thing again. This purely exists to aid them in that exact moment and nothing else. Like 90% of the things that get introduced only show up to specifically help the main characters at whatever point in the plot they're along. If they showed that temple in the first episode, maybe Sensei Garmadon meditating there unfavorably reminiscing about his evil past, then this would be fine. But they only ever bring up stuff like this when it can specifically benefit them at that exact moment. It's like how they keep removing stuff from the show with no explanation just so they can balance the ninja. Speaking of. Okay, everybody, welcome back to random stuff they retcon from here on. And luckily this time, nothing too big is lost. For starters, all of the ninjas being teachers is never continued. Makes sense considering the ninja are needed again, clearly. And the whole future theme for Ninjago City is completely ditched. They just go back to calling it Ninjago City and it returns to how it was in Season 2. I don't get why everybody unanimously decided technology should regress after this, but whatever. And fortunately, this time around, that's the whole list. Only really one if you want to not count the ninja ditching their teaching job. Hopefully that is a sign for things to come. But before we get there, let's finish this discussion. Season 3 sucks. I liked the parts with Sensei Garmadon, Zane. I should have put a comma there, that's the end of the list. You can truly feel that the show is not supposed to go on from the end of Season 2. And even if we pretend the Golden Ninja defeating the Overlord wasn't supposed to be the finale, there's so much they could have done better with working with what they had. Just cut Nia, Jay, and Cole out and you would have already gone up to at least on par with Season 1. And that's Season 3. My goat is washed. But we can only hope things will pick up from here with Season 4. Season 4 begins with a time skip just like the last one, but this time a lot more recently after the finale. All of the ninja except for Lloyd have given up ninjaing since the death of Zane. That is until they learn from these thugs in Chen's noodle shop that Zane is still alive on a random remote island. This being Master Chen's island. The same guy who owns that noodle shop. Chen is hosting this tournament of elements as he's calling it, inviting a dozen other people who also have elemental abilities. And they really stretch what they mean when they say elemental this season. I mean, that's not exactly a new thing, like the Green Ninja's power wasn't just green, but now we have the element of steel, and sound, and speed, and gravity. That's just Great Tiger. There's no getting around that. That's just fucking Great Tiger from Punch-Out. They're not interested in the tournament, however. They're only really here to see if they can find Zane, of which is tied up in the basement with Pixel the next cell over. I guess Chen must have kidnapped the two of them? I wonder if that'll get answered in a spin-off game released for the 3DS in 2015 that's technically not canon. Why did I phrase my question like that? I don't know the answer. The flow for most of the season is all of the ninja participating in the games while in the background trying to find where Zane is. It's time to stop beating around the bush though. I think season 4 is definitively the best the show has ever been. Up until now. It just has everything I wanted out of the previous seasons. For starters, the core characters are done a lot better here than they were anywhere else. For starters, Jay and Cole. Part of the reason the team broke up was because of their bickering over Nia. Yes, the storyline is still going, but I believe the way they handle their relationship is a lot better this time. Jay's entire reason for splitting up was because he would have to work with Cole, while part of Cole's was that he was too tired of the constant fighting. So he took to becoming a lumberjack and Jay left to becoming a game show host. Since Nia or any of the others don't join them on their initial shipping out, well except Garmadon, it's left to just the two of them to deal with each other. I think their feud works a lot better now that Nia isn't here to be fought over. Now the dynamic is less of a love triangle, more of an old hatchet that needs to be buried. And the way the show makes the two of them make up I thought was pretty good. They're forced to fight against each other in the tournament and only one of them is allowed to win. I'm a big fan of this fight by the way. It is a pretty foreseen conclusion of them reconciling their differences, but unlike most kids shows, they aren't allowed to just move forward together. This is a tournament, only one of them is allowed to progress. I just found it really cool that they didn't make any exceptions for the power of friendship and that one of them was forced to win. On that note, I really like Cole's side of the plot this season. He loses on purpose so Jay can continue through the tournament, and he stays separated for pretty much the rest of the season. They meet back up in the end, but his side plot is solely disconnected. It's awesome. The ninja aren't allowed to go rescue him, they aren't allowed to know what happened to him. I love how much they're dedicating to this tournament gimmick for the season. You see, what isn't disclosed before coming to the island is what happens when someone loses. The actual reason Master Chen is doing all of this is so he can steal everybody's elemental abilities. And after all of them have been taken, he can cast this transformation spell, transforming all of his cult followers into Anacondri. So whenever anybody loses, they're sapped of their powers and are forced to work in the noodle-making mines. Wasn't really expecting the show's antagonist progression to be Professor Evil and his big tank of darkness into a doomsday cult that has slave labor, but I'm here for it. While the three remaining ninja of Kai, Jay, and Lloyd try to win the tournament, Cole is working in the noodle-making mines trying to recruit a rebellion with the other losers. Having a Cole-exclusive side plot I think works really well. I kind of hate to say this because I do like Cole, but he honestly isn't really a character that caters himself super well to having a story of his own. I mean, all of the other ninjas have character flaws they could potentially work with. Kai with his pride, Jay with his ego and being a womanizer, Zane being a robot and kind of an outcast, Lloyd is the chosen one who has immense power but isn't fully disciplined in using it yet, while Cole is just kind of a general all-around nice guy. I mean, he could be a bit of a jock and a foodie, but that's about it. He doesn't have a lot of real character flaws disregarding last season, so actually giving him something to do that's largely his own thing is something I really appreciate this season for doing, and it fits a lot more than some of the others. Who's better to rouse a rebellion than the most palatable and agreeable ninja of the group? This season is just so good at putting the ninja in scenarios they typically aren't in, like Cole being by himself or Kai actually being my favorite character this time. What? The reason Kai split up from the team was not only due to Zane's death like everybody else, but also that he couldn't contain the fire inside him. He needed to fight something. He couldn't deal with the peace that had been restored to Ninjago. So he put on an alter ego and gets into underground fighting rings. Honestly, this was an amazing direction to take his character. He always had been the most quick-tempered of the group, constantly starting fights, letting his pride get the better of him, quite literally thinking he's hot shit at all times. So it makes sense Zane's death would affect him the most. If he wasn't blowing smoke up his own ass the whole time, maybe things would have ended differently. All of this led him down a life of pointlessly trying to recapture what he lost. So it makes perfect sense when the concept comes up of entering a tournament that could potentially help them find Zane, he jumps on it immediately. Now, his story this season is mostly another love plot, but I think it works this time. That's not to say how good it is, I'm just saying it functions. Skylar here has the unique trait of being able to copy abilities from other elemental masters, so by the end she can pretty much use all of them. And because she's literally the only female character on the island, of course he starts simping after her. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, she's one of 3, the other 2 are evil, whoops. Okay, real quick, this show very strangely tackles all of its female characters. Literally every time there's been a girl character so far, they've either been evil or a love interest for one of the men. Like, yeah, you can make the argument it's an old show, but Tournament of Elements is only a decade old. It kind of feels strange how literally every female character so far just exists to be the ire of the the men. We also saw that one shitpost. Isn't Cole supposed to be alive but gay? Trust me, I'll get more into that female character thing in a little bit. I just really like how agitated Kai is this whole season. Like, this big metal man named Karloff starts picking on Skylar before he meets her, and he immediately starts a fight with him. Or later in the season when, surprise surprise, the female character who was the first archetype is now the second. Turns out she's Chen's daughter, who has been double-crossing them the whole time. After this reveal, he nearly gets fucking Anakin'd. Like, he leads Lloyd into a trap, almost takes the elemental staff for himself. He has so much angst this time around, and considering what happened to him last season, I think he's earned it. So much less laid back and assholish, he's now just Mark from Invincible, and I frankly love it. Now, Lloyd and Garmadon are about the same as they always were. Not a lot to be discussed there, but we do get some more lore about the world of Ninjago dumped by none other than the lore dumper's brother. Apparently, Garmadon used to be Chen's apprentice, back during this thing called the Serpentine War. Before Garmadon was fully evil, he fought alongside Wu against the Serpentine. Turns out they were going to have a peace agreement until Chen, playing both sides, convinced the two factions that the other was going to double-cross them. Chen was pulling war games type shit, man, that's crazy. And not only that, after the Elemental Masters defeated the Serpentine, they gave the Anakanji generals the fucking Nuremberg trials treatment, and jettisoned them all to Hell Dimension. I like this backstory because it's the first thing in the whole show that not only feels like it was satisfyingly set up, but has a payoff that's not entirely in your face. During Season 3, the rocket that used to go to space so they can get the golden weapons is called Project Arcturus, named after a Serpentine general. And during the flashbacks, we get to see that General Arcturus. It isn't anything major, but it displays the show's growing commitment to having a consistent storyline. Throughout the whole season, really only one thing feels like it comes out of nowhere. And even when it does, at least it makes sense. I'll get to that one thing later, but to add on to what I was just saying, between the end of Season 4 and into the beginning of Season 5, everything is kept the same. That's right, this is the first season to not ditch a bunch of shit randomly. It really feels like they're finally setting up a world I can get invested in. While I'm writing, I keep forgetting what I'm talking about is LEGO goddamn Ninjago. For this season specifically, it no longer felt like I was having to go on its level and see through the eyes of a child. It just felt like a show I could regularly enjoy. Sure, still for children, but just enough substance to keep me invested. Like what I feel is the best storyline of the whole season, Zane's. So the finale of Season 3 sets up him rebuilding his body and coming back to life. I suppose he must have made a copy of himself at an earlier point on. And pretty much immediately after his reconstruction, Pixel and him were kidnapped and brought to the island. Pixel's mostly intact, mentally, but Zane is completely different. Not only does he look significantly more metal now, but this isn't the same Zane we've known. Sure, it's the same personality, mannerisms, voice, it even has the last Zane's memories, but those aren't the memories he's lived. For all intents and purposes, this is a new character that is called Zane, has Zane's memories and personality, but completely removed from the last one. He now has to go about living his life trying to figure out who he is while having the memories of a dead version of himself. I kid you not when I say this is literally the exact plotline Church has in Red vs. Blue. They fucking Epsiloned him, holy shit. And not just that, Pixel got sent to the scooping room. This is the closest this show has ever gotten to body horror yet. Pixel has been talking to him in the next room over the whole time, but after he discovers what his body can do and escapes from his chains, he finds her completely demolished. She can still talk through this laptop, but they busted her up good. Anyway, for the rest of the season, Pixel is Cortana, awesome. And to answer that thing I said comes out of nowhere from earlier, the culmination of Zane's arc is facing his fears of not knowing who or what he is. And he gets a cool dragon out of it to boot. All of the characters are allowed to summon elemental dragons by overcoming their fears. Kinda like a reimagining of the True Potential thing from Season 1. I now realize I didn't mention the True Potential thing from Season 1. I would say this is stupid and comes out of nowhere and only exists as a plot convenience, if the Green Ninja wasn't already creating elemental dragons since like Season 2. Another thing I should add is, wait, just hold on a second actually. What is the Green Ninja's power? Throughout the season, we get to see the elements of speed, mind, nature, steel, shapeshifting, but what the fuck is the Green Ninja's power? Like, every character throughout the entire show feels so allergic to saying what it is. And it's not really shown exactly what it is either. It just seems to be some kind of green energy growing around him. Everybody else gets concrete and pretty obvious abilities, but what the hell is green supposed to be? That's something I've pushed off addressing for long enough. All of the other characters, like the different ones that are excluded. Wu and Misako are pretty much entirely uninvolved. Nia and the goat sensei Dareth show up though. When they left Ninjago, they were told to tell nobody about the tournament, so they kinda just up and left in the middle of the night, leaving everybody except Garmadon entirely in the dark to where they disappeared to. I like the side plot that everyone else has going on of trying to figure out what happened to the ninja. Giving them a mystery to chew on that we already know the answer to as an audience, I think was just about the best way they could have integrated them into the plot. And even when two of them do get to the island, despite not being elemental masters themselves, they still get a sizable role in the plot. Dareth is just there to be quirky and funny, but Nia ends up stealing the spell that snakifies everybody, leading the challenge of that episode to be everybody getting Fortnited to find her. It would have been so easy for Tournament of Elements to just completely ditch every non-elemental master of the show. But no, they still get some decent screen time. It's very commendable. Granted, they definitely do this for Wu and Misako, but honestly, leaving the two of them out of the plot and giving Sensei Garmadon some time to shine as a teacher, I think was for the better. And the characters that make up everybody else are shockingly well done also. There's like 20 of these elemental guys, and while not all of them get the same spotlight as others, I'm shocked any of them got one personally. I was really expecting all of them to just be used as plot devices and none of them get any more than bare bones personalities. But no, some of them really get their time to shine. It's great. Karloff is, I'm pretty sure, supposed to be a Russian space race scientist. I mean, he's Russian, he's an engineer, and he built a big rocket. Just kind of filling in the blanks here. He's a lot more intelligent than the typical meathead archetype he falls into would lead you to believe. Nero has telekinesis and assists the ninja at several points. Like, I was really expecting everyone but the ninja themselves to be super antagonistic, but leave it to the Tournament of Elements to rock my expectations once again. Some of them are blanket antagonists like the Master of Shadows, but others are a lot more agreeable. Yeah, a few of them barely get any time in the spotlight like the Nature and Gravity guy, but even the ones that don't get focus I feel give just enough to latch onto. And despite what my dick is telling me in regards to Pythor, I would say Chen is the best antagonist we've gotten so far. He's funny, silly, threatening when he needs to be, really everything you would want out of a kids show bad guy. Even actual motivations that aren't just let's take over Ninjago because I'm fucking bored. Having served among several elemental masters, and even his own daughter being one, feels insignificant in the face of them because he doesn't have any powers of his own. So he wants to take everybody's elemental powers for himself, transform himself and everybody who follows him into Anachondri, and take revenge on everybody for making him feel this way. As I'm typing this, I'm realizing this is literally just Syndrome's motivations from The Incredibles, but fuck it, it's more motivation than the Overlord had, so I'm taking it. His plan of taking over Ninjago nearly works too. I would argue he got farther than anybody else did at least. Instead of gunning for Ninjago City and taking over for like a day like the Overlord has twice, he spreads out his troops to all of the smaller surrounding villages, taking them first, throwing out diversion trucks that aren't carrying anything. Of course, in the end, the ninja are still able to win though, but the finale feels very narratively satisfying. Remember those Anachondri generals that got banished? Well, they cracked the curse realm back open, letting their spirits be freed. And seeing the mockery Chen had made of their species immediately banishes them to hell in their place. It isn't priceless though. The only way you can unbanish the banished is by the banisher banishing themselves to the banished realm as well. So yeah, Garmadon's gone again, rip. He'll be back though, you just know it. It's Garmadon, they're not gonna keep him dead for long. Probably. Overall, Season 4 is great. I love the characters, the setting with the Tournament of Elements was fun, the story was genuinely good, all around just a super fun time. And all of this isn't even mentioning the humor. That's right, it's finally upgraded to an actual laugh out of me.
Presenting Miss Kabuki. Yeah.
How did you manage to change my clothes?
I'm able to enjoy the Tournament of Elements not just through the lens of a child, but as an adult as well. I would say for at least me personally, the show is finally starting to get some meat on its bones. So let's see if they can continue this hot streak with Season 5. Season 5. The fuck is my title card? You see, we're not ready to talk about Season 5 yet. We need to talk about the Ninjago video games. Now, Ninjago has received a lot of these, and a good majority of them are exactly what you would expect out of a Ninjago video game made in 2013. A lot of them are just released on phones following the plot of specific seasons released around the time, like in LEGO Ninjago Rise of the Snakes on iOS following the first season, the final battle on the same platform following the second. Due to most of them being released on iOS and kind of hard to play today, I've opted to skip going over most of them since they not only don't really give us anything interesting to go over, but they'd be a pain in the ass too. But there are the rare games now and again that are released on actual consoles bearing the Ninjago license, and one of those happens to have been released in 2015, and takes place between Season 4 and 5. Now this wasn't the only 3DS Ninjago game, there's also one based on Season 3, and if you're wondering why I didn't talk about that,
just happened? What techno weapon? This hack blade, my copter's hover system, troll
This is dog shit. Alright, fine, I'll talk about Ninjago Ninjroids, but I'm only giving this like a minute. Okay, so I'm like 90% sure this is my emulator, but for some reason all the cutscenes that are imported from the show directly sound like this.
Get to the enemy as fast as you can, as fast as you. We need this golden need the go.
What about
ninja?
guys? You
Must wait the people tech.
Honestly, it made it better. LEGO Ninjago Ninjroids is a top-down platforming game. Yes, my favorite. It's more about the combat, admittedly, than it is the platforming, but there are platforming elements, and it's stupid and hard to see where you're going. Nothing's shaded, everything looks like it was loaded into Blender and just left untouched. The combat is completely pointless, it's literally just hitting one button over and over until you get your special charged, using your special, and then going back to hitting the same button over and over. The puzzles are worthless because the game tells you how to solve them before you even attempt to figure it out. The writing isn't entertaining, and they couldn't even get the original voice actors. Look, I could keep going, but do you earnestly care about the quality of a game that looks like this? I played it for 40 minutes and I stopped, so we're moving on. I'm making a rule right now going forward. Since this show has a lot of supplementary material, we're gonna be skipping everything that isn't lore important. Which, if you think that's going to be cutting out a lot, don't worry, it's not enough. But you see, the other game, The Shadow of Ronin, is special because it has a unique plot and it's canon. You see, this Ronin guy saps the memory from all of the ninja, reverting them to how they were in the pilot. He did this using the newly introduced Obsidian Blade. It can remove people's memories or control them altogether. Really, this whole plot just exists to give the player a really cool tour through the world of Ninjago up to this point. And the reason I say it's not fully canon is because of this. Some events actually transfer over, like Ronin is a character in Season 5 and everybody recognizes him, but others are really just here for fan service. Like, you get to fly around Ninjago and Ultra, do the Tornado of Creation to craft a bunch of wacky things, fight the Serpentine again, stomp around New Ninjago City as Samurai X, go through a bunch of different areas throughout each different season. Honestly, I appreciate them not trying to make this make sense. There's no stupid thing like, say, a wormhole getting opened up through time that only 5 different characters are supposed to remember. Yes, I'm still upset. Everything's just kind of here and nobody mentions it at all. None of this really felt like it was them trying to make a cohesive story in the world of Ninjago. It was more like Traveler's Tale, just taking a bunch of different random already existing elements and seeing what would make the coolest game out of it, and I gotta hand it to them. It does make a pretty cool game. Look, if you've played one LEGO game, you've played all of them, and this one is no different from all the others. You have a bunch of different characters you can swap between, you go through levels solving puzzles, finding secrets, doing small segments of combat. Occasionally there's different gameplay styles to mix things up. It's no different from any other Traveler's Tale LEGO game, which thankfully doesn't mean bad. I mean, compared to the last 3DS Ninjago game, this is a fucking masterpiece. Combat is a bit more varied due to Spinjitzu being able to be used on a whim. Your elemental abilities can also be used to spice up your movement. The puzzles you have to solve by using 2 ninja at once I thought were really fun. The variety of different characters was nice, keeping the gameplay fresh. It's far from mind-blowing or really anything worth your time, but I could see a Ninjago fan really getting something out of this. Like, I especially liked Ronin as a character. He's that fun smuggler archetype that gets used in a lot of shows and movies. He's more prominent later, but pretty much everything he does here doesn't really matter to the story. They just kind of expect you to know who this guy is going forward. Other than that though, there's not really too much to write home about going on in this. Except for these cutscenes though, like holy shit. Why does the animation look so good in these? I would play one for you, but the audio was screwed up again, so I'll pass. But this is like better animation than the source material it's based on. It's really low quality because this game ran on a clam, but still, if these were in higher res, this would be awesome. Overall though, this is really nothing special. If you're huge on Ninjago and you have like 5 hours to kill, then I guess give it a go. But you could probably get a comparable, if not a better experience from other LEGO games. But now that that's out of the way, I say we move along to... Oh, okay, so first you don't do it, now you cut me off. Okay, asshole. Season 3 had the theme of robots, Season 4 had elements, and Season 5 is ghosts, ghouls, spirits, and such forth. Happy Halloween, everybody! I'm writing this on Halloween if that's any consolation. After Garmadon had the fun gang open the portal to hell, something slipped through while it was open. Moro here will be our antagonist for the evening. It is also Sensei Wu's first apprentice. He's not my favorite antagonist, but I will give him this. He has the best backstory out of any of them. When he was training under Master Wu, he discovered he was the elemental master of wind. And because of this, Wu proposed to him that he could potentially be the Green Ninja, if fate determined it so. And when he inevitably didn't have any reaction to the golden weapons, instead of working with the hand he was dealt, he grew bitter, seeing that if he just got stronger, he could become the Green Ninja one day after all. So he set out alone to find the tomb of the first Spinjitzu master and prove he's worthy. He then died alone in a cave, limp foul. His ghost has now returned to flesh from the cursed realm to finish what he started. It's nothing spectacular, and it certainly isn't the first time a plot like this has been done, but compared to the other antagonists where the entire goal is being evil and killing everyone for no reason, I like it. He has a good backstory, solid motivation for his nefarious acts, and isn't completely out of nowhere for the most part. I mean, I think it's pretty fucking stupid Sensei Wu never mentioned a lick of this Moro guy, or the fact that there are two other elements they have yet to deal with, being air and water. But whatever, I'm used to it by now. Due to his jealousy over not being the Green Ninja, Lloyd gets possessed by him during the first episode of the season, and isn't unpossessed until the two-parter finale. So for pretty much the whole shebang, he's excluded. It also means all the ninja lose their elemental abilities again. There's a good explanation for this, but honestly, with how frequently this happens, I feel like they could have just said they lost it in a dream or something. Out of all of the different themes that the seasons have, I think this one is my favorite. Not only does it make choosing the background music for this segment of the video really damn easy, but it also has my favorite outfits the ninjas have had up until now. I haven't really remarked upon it because it wasn't really anything of note, but the ninja have been getting new outfits every season. There's been some good ones, some bad ones, but these ones are definitely my favorite. And while I'm talking about it, these are probably my favorite weapons they've had so far. These little ghost-busting boomerangs they have finally look like weapons a ninja would carry, as well as just looking cool regularly. And hey, the ghosts are also antagonists that can freely mutilate while keeping the age rating, awesome. On the note of the ninja though, this season seems very confused with who of them is the main character of it. Now, an individual season doesn't have to be about any specific character. Season 1, for example, had different episodes focusing on each individual character. They went to go reconcile with Cole's dad, Nia and Jay had a date at Mega Monster Music Park, Kai had this whole thing with him saving Lloyd and coming to terms with him not being the main character, and of course Zane figuring out he's a robot. There are a lot of team seasons, as they get called in the community, but some individual ones single out a specific character for a large part of the season. Season 3 was Zane, Season 2 was Lloyd, Season 4 was another team season with a slight focus being on Kai. The one after this one is focused on Jay, but I'm not really sure who is supposed to be the focus this time. The plot this time around is that Moro is after Garmadon's staff, the same one Sensei Wu has been carrying around since the beginning. If rolled, it's revealed to have a map inscrolled on it. Said map leading to the tomb of the first Spinjitzu master, and each step on that map being a different challenge that needs to be overcome or relic that needs to be found. Like this scroll of air jitsu or the sort of fucking cheating. Moro wants to get there first in order to prove himself and open a portal to the cursed dimension, and the ninja want to not do that, and during the events of all of this, it really shifts quite a few times on which ninja is the main focus. So in the first episode before Lloyd gets taken, Kai has this bit of dialogue with him saying that even though his father is gone, he'll always be there to protect him. Which of course, after Lloyd gets possessed, he starts doing everything in his power to fulfill that role. After Moro attacks at the end of episode 1 into the beginning of episode 2, Kai tries to stay behind to save Lloyd from this pilfering poltergeist. Later when they're fighting for the fuck off blade, the one who actually gets the chance to fight Moro hand to hand is Kai yet again. His relationship to Lloyd and Moro for that extent make him the perfect candidate to be the focus this time around. Both Moro and Kai had huge expectations for what they would become and dreamed of being the Green Ninja. Granted, the other three ninja did as well, but he was really pushing for it, even going to the extent of nearly letting Lloyd die in a volcano trying to achieve that. But saw at the last minute for himself that fate hadn't chosen him, and realized that he didn't need to be the Green Ninja, that he was satisfied with just being the best him he could, which would be a great juxtaposition for Moro. Trying to be something he wasn't drove him to his end. The two of them had very similar upbringings, but Kai was able to reject the path Moro went down. Kai being a big focus this season I think would have worked really well. But then there's also Nia who gets a focus here. While everybody else goes ghost catching, Nia stays behind with Wu and Misako. That's because she's training to become the Water Ninja. Their father was the master of fire and their mother was the master of water. And it turns out she has suppressed elemental abilities of her own. The reason this is of any importance is because ghosts die in water, or at least get sent back to the cursed dimension. It kind of sounds stupid, but honestly the way they explain it I can't even be mad about. Ghosts can pass through solitary objects, but water is always moving and thus physically stops them. It's dumb as shit, but I like it so I don't care. Since her elemental ability is a direct counter to these blasted phantasms, making her the main character would have also been a good choice. And not just because she's circumstantially the ninja of water now. Her biggest weakness, as they discuss, is that she gives up too easily. At several points rejecting her own abilities and choosing to go back to Samurai X, instead of like actually trying, which is in direct contrast contrast to, guess who? Moro's downfall was the inability to give up. So having the girl who apparently gives up too easily be the foil of the guy who refused to give up ever would have been pretty cool in my mind. And on top of those two guys, there's also Lloyd. Throughout the entire season, he's fighting Moro within his own body, trying to gain back control. And in the finale, status of main character gets fully switched to him. I would have liked if the focus stayed with one of the characters this season had been building upon instead, but considering how these two relate to each other, I think it works just enough. Lloyd was the one chosen by destiny, while Moro wasn't. Kind of like a sins of the father approach to this rivalry, but in this instance, his father is the concept of fate. He's pissed off that Lloyd got basically for free what he had always dreamed to become, while Lloyd is here just entirely circumstantially. He doesn't want to be part of this bullshit, and he's still like mentally around 14. Probably. But then, fuck, what about Cole? Cole gets the most drastic changes this season out of any of them. So the ninja are after this scroll of air jitsu. Basically, it's just Spinjitzu, but vertical. The reason they need it is because this season needed its own gimmick to stand out. It's a part of the riddle they find on the tomb. After Moro gets it first, they have to find another way of learning up jitsu. So they conveniently find the temple of the dude who invented it to begin with. But the old master is long dead and it's full of spooky ghosts. Now, Cole for most of the series has been kind of filling the anchor role of the group. He's kind of just the dude that holds everybody together. He sacrificed himself to keep Jay in the tournament. He took a leadership position after everybody else had failed. And I think what they did with him this season was a great way of just completely shattering his mindset. If they don't get out of the temple before daybreak, they'll be turned into ghosts. And as they're running out of the temple with seconds to spare, he accidentally drops the scroll. Unwilling to let them go on without it, he separates himself from the group to quickly turn around and grab it. And in doing so, he gets the scroll, as well as turning himself into a ghost. The show would usually have something here like, oh, because he loves the team so much, he returns to mortal form. No! He's stuck like this until future notice. All of the other ghosts in the finale die, but he's just kind of left there. I think this is a really good direction to take his character. He's been so focused on holding everybody together and quite literally being their rock. But now he's left without even a body to do that with. When Kai is falling off a building later in the finale, he can't grab him to prevent it. It's the complete opposite direction of where his character was in, and I think that works great at just shattering him. It makes me kind of wonder why they did this now, though, because he isn't really the focus and they barely have time to mess around with this, but whatever, it's still cool. I mean, the very next episode, he kind of comes to grips with being a ghost, and throughout the whole season, he's having lines of, oh yeah, I'm a ghost, why don't I do blank? But with such a drastic character change, I think I would have preferred this to be a Cole season if they wanted to do something like this. Because how it is, it kind of just feels like Cole, Kai, Nia, and Lloyd all have to compete for the spot of main character here. You could say this is a team season, but notice how I didn't say anything about Jay or Zane? I would have just liked them to have gone with one of them and stuck with it personally. Or at least if you were going to do it like this, make Moro more sympathetic to the audience. All of these character similarities I've been pointing out aren't really addressed in the show. The similarity with both Kai and him doing whatever it takes to be the Green Ninja isn't addressed. The similarity between him refusing to give up and Nia always giving up isn't addressed. The similarity between Cole and him both being ghosts isn't addressed. Really, only the Lloyd one is, and I feel that's only done because it's super obvious. It honestly feels a little identically confused the way it is. But the fact I'm dissecting the themes so hard should probably speak to the quality of the season regardless of what I've been saying. But, on the topic of the characters, we don't actually have that many new ones to go over here. There's the bad guys that aren't Moro that are just generically antagonistic, nothing really going on with them. Ronan is here, but as I've said previously, he's not really a new character. I do love him a lot here though. His relationship with Nia and learning to care about others than himself was really cool. Literally just Han Solo, but I digress. I think my favorite parts of the season are less about the characters themselves and more about how it improves upon the world of Ninjago. For starters, the animation is a major step up. All of the action sequences feel so much more investing to watch. The height of the action is no longer the most pathetic train heist I've ever seen, and is now the bounty crashing into the mountainside as they have to fight this literal windbag. The action sequences of animation feel a lot more grand and intricate this time. Like this shot of the Destiny's bounty getting dragged back down by Moro and his wind abilities. It just looks cool, I can't even lie. And of course there's the finale with this fucking thing. The preeminent, as this thing is called, is the Cursed Realm. Or more accurately, its insides are. Now I'm already a fan of how it looks being this giant ball with an anus face, but the second half of the episode is so absurd. All of the ghosts it summons in rip apart the city and use its buildings to give it legs and arms. The spectacle they're able to create with all of the the ghosts manning the arms and legs with big poles lifting them up and down just looks badass. Honestly, my favorite final boss they've had to deal with. This monstrosity just creates such a better imposing force than anything they've faced so far. And on top of that, I really like this season's world building. In addition to the Cursed Realm, there are 16 other realms orbiting Ninjago. Keep in mind Ninjago itself is a realm, so I think it's like 17 total. But the show keeps calling it the 16 realms regardless. The only one that really gets any exploration after they're introduced is the Cloud Kingdom. But I like this concept that they're cooking up. Having a bunch of different realms gives them the ability to really go out there with what environments they'll be going through. They even established this new realm crystal, so who knows what they're gonna do with that. Probably a lot. Doesn't mean this isn't without the regular level of Ninjago jank. So in order to get to the Cloud Kingdom, you have to go on top of this huge-ass mountain with winds that will knock you clean off, undoubtedly leading to your death. Then when you're up there, you have to find a way of getting enough elevation to go through this giant cloud vortex, which then leads you to the Cloud Kingdom. If you want to go to the Cursed Realm, you have to do this crazy-ass incantation that sacrifices yourself to open a gateway. All of that is necessary in order to get to just one of these other realms. But if you remember, there's also the underworld that exists in Ninjago from the pilot, which is one of these realms. And how you get in there is either going really, really fast, or just going through this cave. How did Garmadon even get trapped down there in the first place if it's this easy to get in and out? And not only that, how they beat the big baddie in the finale is Nia unlocking her full potential and causing this giant water vortex. The same water vortex that Cole stands right fucking next to. Quick reminder that ghosts can't get wet or else they die. This time for real, since dunking this thing in the ocean causes the entirety of the Cursed Realm to be destroyed. Moro wasn't the greatest antagonist out there, but I liked his defeat a lot. Wu outstretching his hand to grab him, and him refusing to grab hold, saying you can only save those who want to be saved. Also, I'm pretty sure this marks the first antagonist that was properly killed. None of the ghosts can come back anymore. The cursed dimension is gone. I guess that means Chen and Garmadon are also dead, but like for real this time. While I do think this is a very good death scene for our first character to actually die on screen, I think it could have been even better if they portrayed him more sympathetically like I was saying earlier. I mean, as it is, I really like the scene, but it kind of feels like it comes out of nowhere. If one or two of the ninja had a chance to actually talk with him in an earlier scene, showing that he could be redeemed, I think this would have been great. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just good. I know I'm kind of doing the thing right now a lot of reviewers do, where they come up with their own idea for how something could have gone that they believe is better than the source material, and then chastise the source material based off their own ideas. Well, I don't really have a defense for that. On top of that world building thing from earlier, just to bitch one final time before I wrap up my thoughts, Cyrus comes back from season 3 to help the ninja by giving them a bunch of new playsets. But my question is, what happened to all of the elemental masters? I think the Master of Mind could have probably helped with your possessed friend, or maybe the Master of Speed could do something or other. Being able to call them up at a moment's notice, I admit would have been very overpowered, but they established they could just call them whenever, so I don't see why they just— Actually, I just remember what show this was, never mind. Overall, I really liked Possessed. I think it was a little worse than Tournament of Elements, but still very good. It's got good animation, world building, and not to mention the music. It's pretty iconic, so I haven't really brought it up. But the Weekend Whip, which is the intro theme, has been getting new remixes every season since season 2. I can't play any of it, but so far I think season 3 had the worst intro theme, kind of on par with the rest of the season there. And this one I feel definitely had the best. It's such a banger. Overall, I feel like I do prefer season 4 more though. This season had great environments, aesthetics, animations, spectacles, music. But season 4 had better characters and story, so I think it wins overall. Let it be known though, it's extremely close. But if my childhood memory of this show serves me correctly, then I think season 6 is going to knock both of them out of the park anyways. So let's see how much better it can get with season 6. That's not even what What do you mean there's a play that's canon? Yes, that title card is right, everybody. I've already expressed that at this point in our timeline, Ninjago was pretty dang popular, but it got so popular that they did a play in Dubai, and it's canon. So right before the Cursed Dimension sunk into the ocean, Klaus managed to slip out, is now doing some evil schemes.
Also, I didn't bring it up in season 4, but Klaus is like this magician guy that Chen had. It wasn't relevant then, so I just kind of ignored him, but he's part of the plot now. There's like this dragon and shit, and none of this ever gets brought up ever again. It's just relevant that Klaus is here because that actually does lead into the next season. Instead of talking about the plot of the goddamn Ninjago play, let's talk about the play itself. Jesus Christ, this is horrifying. So instead of having people in ninja outfits that resemble the ones from the show, or people in big blocky Lego suits, they chose to do this instead. People in all black morph suits puppeteering the ninja like freaky shadow creatures. This looks terrifying. Who thought this is the way they should do it? I mean, it's impressive, but like, why? Alright, you're not here for the dang play. Let's move on to Skybound already.
So which season was dedicated to a specific character or was just about the team itself has kind of been debatable up until this point, but this is the definitive J season. The commercials single him out, he's on the boxes for all the toys. It even gets to be his turn to have his eyes open up in the intro. And not just the J season, also partially the Nia season. A lot of Ninjago fans consider this to be one of the best seasons out of all of them, and I'm inclined to agree. But before I start glazing the hell out of it, I instead want to talk about something that's been nagging at me for a while that really reached a boiling point here. I think I hate this show's handling of Nia as a character. So just a quick recap. In season 1 and 2, there really isn't a lot of depth to her. I more like what she stood for back then. All the ninjas assume Samurai X is a man and even refer to this mysterious stranger with male pronouns. Then later, surprise, it's Nia! It's pretty shallow, but considering the age demographic, pushing the message that, hey, girls can be cool too, I thought was good enough, frankly. For what they were doing with the character, it felt like it was good enough at doing what they wanted to do. Then season 3 completely threw all of that away! And if I'm going to be honest, I don't think they ever recovered from it. Now she's just something to be fought over by two of the men. No longer that cool badass, I don't need no man samurai pilot from before. Now just something to be won. She wasn't in most of season 4, so it's excused. But season 5 does try to acknowledge this. She never really wanted to become the water ninja in the first place. She was perfectly fine with being Samurai X. Of course, the plot kind of needed her to get water powers, but they pretty much forced her to be something she didn't even want to be. And season 6 is where all of this comes to a tipping point. How she factors in this time is that the main antagonist's dead wife looks shockingly like her, and he seeks to marry her to gain ultimate power. I'll get into more whatever the hell that means in a second, but the show is really setting up for a good story with her this time. We have several different instances in the past of her getting objectified by several different men. Throughout the entire season, she's being excluded from the boy ninjas because of this, and now the main antagonist wants to marry her just because she looks like somebody he used to love. Literally only being chosen for her looks. This is the perfect setup to tell a story about the blatant sexism she has God, I just realized what a fucking review. This is a perfect setup to tell a story about the blatant sexism she has and continues to face. And they kind of just don't. Every time they have a chance to bring up that it's been a different man doing this stuff to her, they just don't. When she's talking about the events of season 3 and Wu training her to be the ninja of water, instead of saying every decision has been made by a man, they instead say every decision has been made by someone else. When they're making a boat to get off of the third island you guys have been trapped on, really think you'd pack a raft at this point? She asks why most sea vessels get named after women and given female pronouns, which leads the two men she's with to make a joke about women. In the first 5 minutes of the season, Dareth is being blatantly sexist towards her, saying that she should be teaching the different girls how to do makeup instead of doing a promotional video with the rest of the ninja. Jay is trying to rekindle the love they once had while she's trying to impress upon him that they're just friends. They even make sure to give her a conversation with Misako early on in the season that isn't about any of the other characters, so you know what? It passes the Bechdel test now! They are doing everything to build up for her having a story about the unfair treatment she has received from the men in her life, and they do this weird-ass half-step around it. They just blatantly refuse to say that it's been men treating her like this. I realize that this is Ninjago we're talking about here, right? I've laughed way too many times recording this part of the script. The Lego show about ninjas and shit. But if you can't tackle a story like this because it's a Lego show, then don't do a story like this! If you want to tell a story about feminism, then do it. You can't have this weird middle ground the show instead tries to do where they absolutely refuse to mention the progressive themes of her in any meaningful way that isn't an offhanded joke. I'm not saying I want Ninjago to necessarily do or do not do a plot about misogyny, but if you're going to do it, it needs to be done right. You can't tell a plot about feminism and keep the show fun and silly enough to appeal to Lego corporate. You either need to dedicate to one or the other extreme. Half-stepping like this just looks embarrassing, like it's trying to feign progressiveness while not having the balls to dedicate. I would honestly prefer if the show just stopped trying altogether with her, instead of going halfway with it and giving up. And I just want to quickly specify, in case it wasn't clear, I'm in favor of them telling a story like this about Nia. I just hate how they did it. The rest of the season's fucking peak. As stated in the boring analog horror play, right as the curse dimension was going under, Klaus managed to escape at the last second. And found in the wreckage of Ronin's shop is an old genie lamp, containing our antagonist for the week, being Nadakan. And he has got to be the best antagonist the show has ever seen. I know I said that about Master Chen as well, but trust me, he's way better, like seriously. His introduction is crazy, man. Typical genie rules apply of 3 wishes, but more of a monkey's paw twist to them. Klaus Klaus starts by wishing for his Book of Spells back, which he gives to him, but he asks specifically for his Book of Spells back, which if you recall when I didn't say it was burned at the end of Season 4, so it immediately turns to ash. He then asks to be mortal again, which he gets, but making an entirely new body is apparently incredibly painful. So as he's writhing there on the floor, he then wishes for all of it to go away, which prompts Nanakon to fucking off him, trapping him in the very same lamp. Metal as hell, my man. His little quirk is that he can grant wishes for others, but can't for himself. So pretty much for every interaction between him and any other character is them granting wishes and them constantly backfiring. Like when Jay wishes to be rich and he kills his parents. Not only is he the best antagonist yet, but he also commands the best villain faction I think we've ever seen. Last season we had ghosts, and now we have pirates, baby. Specifically sky pirates. Again! I love all of these guys' character designs and gimmicks. Clancy is this pathetic-ass serpentine outcast, Doubloon was a two-faced thief who tried to steal from Nanakon, and as punishment is now literally two-faced. And my personal favorite, Flintlock, mostly because of his voice acting being shockingly good.
Where to, Captain? The Straits of Tropicana? The Isles of Sun Seaso? Or perhaps we'll drink from coconuts in the Cove of Crystal Waters.
All of them have such cool designs and quirks that can be latched onto. I don't even think I remembered the names of the ghost lackeys, but I can sure as hell tell you about Dogshank. And Nanakon himself is so imposing. The way he speaks and all of his mannerisms make it so damn cool to see him interact with everybody. And more so, motivations that don't involve killing everybody for no reason. Turns out, all of the realms have some kind of connection between each other. And the sister dimension to the cursed realm, fucking Ninjago, is collapsing because it was destroyed. And Nanakon, being the son of the king, is pretty upset that the ninja accidentally committed genocide on a race of people they didn't even know existed. I prefer the personal motivations that Moro possessed, but this is still really good. And now with this Sword of Souls given to him by his father, his goal is to remake Ninjago in his image. My fix was not broken, I guess. His motive or his end goal aren't what I like about him though. How he interacts with the ninja has got to be some of the best writing the show has had yet. His soul sword needs souls to power it up. The more power the sword has, the more power he has, and the more power he has, the more chunks he can steal out of Ninjago to build his new land in the sky. Unlike Tournament of Elements where Cole was taken out of the main competition, but we still got to follow his side plot of breaking out of the noodle making factory. After one of the ninja gets put into the soul sword, they're gone until the finale. Since all of the wishes work with a monkey's paw angle, as I've said, and the only way he can get them into the sword is by them wishing for it, every sequence with him and the ninja is him trying to goat them into basically wishing they were dead kicks ass. Kai is really only the first victim for demonstration purposes. After Nanakon teleports him away from the action, his first wish is to go back to Ninjago City, which he does teleport him back to Ninjago City, but 40 years in the past. His next wish is to go forward in time back to when the girls were crazy for him, leading him into an alternate dimension where the girls are actually insane. And as they're dragging him away, he wishes for it to all go away, trapping him in the sword. This happens in like episode 2 as well. For the most part, he's out of the season entirely. My favorite out of all of them has got to be Zane's. After he appears and Zane is isolated from the rest of the group, you figure he wouldn't even bother making any wishes. Being the most intellectual out of the group, he would instead choose to just keep his mouth shut. But instead, he tries to outwish him against Pixel's recommendation. The framing of this scene is incredible as well. In the first episode, Zane and Jay are going 100-0 at chess. Over the course of Zane making his wishes, him and Nanakon are also playing chess. Now, Zane is a computer that is not only good at chess, but should also be good at outlogicking a genie. Before they begin playing, Pixel warns him one last time that this is a bad idea. Dismissing her, he begins his first wish, that all of his words will be interpreted clearly and that he will not find any loopholes within his wishes. As the dialogue progresses, we get to see how they're performing at chess. They are about evenly matched at this point. His second wish is that any harm that befalls him will be done unto Nanakon tenfold. And after this wish, the tides of the game start to change a little bit. Nanakon has taken more pieces and reminds him of what his second wish just was. No harm can befall Zane. But that doesn't say anything about Pixel. He then kills Pixel right in front of him right as he gets into checkmate. Zane might be a robot, but he still has human emotions. And in his panic, he wishes for it to all go away as the scene ends before we can see his fate. It's honestly my favorite scene of the whole show so far. I'm aware that the motif of two characters playing chess while having an argument as one of them wins the argument they physically win the game isn't exactly the most original thing in the world, but having a scene like that out of Ninjago was not only really unexpected, but really damn cool. But you and I know this season ain't about Zane or Kai. It's about our GOAT Jay. This is the season where he gets to really shine and be an absolute asshole to everyone. Back in season 5, when they were in this maze that was leading to the tomb of the first Spinjitzu master looking for the realm crystal, he saw a glimpse into his future, a future of him and Nia being together. But Nia has no interest in being a couple again, so most of the season consists of him trying to force a relationship that is destined to not work out. And with how that relates to Nanakon, I think that actually kinda works. Yes, I still don't like how they approach Nia's story individually, but how both the antagonist and the main character relates to her, I think is really well done. If a genie prince gets married on genie ground, then they shall be granted infinite wishes. And since Nia kind of sort of looks like this guy's dead wife, he chooses her to be his bride, willing or not. Which relates perfectly to Jay trying to court her as well. I love the relation that these two have with each other. Nia doesn't want to be in a relationship anymore, and anybody who actually cared about her would see that that's the end of it. They love her enough to respect her wishes. But Jay isn't like that. He feels he still needs to win her over somehow, which leads to Jay making some wishes of his own. He thinks it's some kind of problem out of his control that Nia has with him, so he wishes that he was never born in a junkyard. So yeah, his legal parents from here on out are now his adopted parents, and his legal parents die on the spot. He then accidentally wastes his second wish, causing Nanakon to scuttle away before he's able to make a third. From this point onward, trying to woo Nia, he starts using tips from this book about how to get chicks his birth father had. But the problem wasn't that he couldn't talk to women or where he was raised. It's just that he was an asshole, man. He didn't tell the group about his wishes with Nanakon because he was scared Nia would get mad at him. He refuses to respect her wishes and keeps pushing. He's just a dick. And he's perfect for the story they're trying to tell here. He doesn't get to be a jerk and get off scot-free. While they're sailing to another island for another MacGuffin, they use him as a lightning rod during the storm. They send him in to go get this venom that would kill someone in one drop, or for their purposes, heavily injure a genie. After he gets the venom, he's captured by the pirates and he's basically tortured until they can save him. He gets put through the ringer this season, but honestly, he kinda deserves it, especially considering because of his actions, they are very rarely winning for this entire season. After this stage rescue mission for Jay, Lloyd and Cole get soul sucked and it's just down to Nia and Jay for the rest of this. I think this is the most beaten to the ground the good guys are for the whole show's run so far. Like, before they at least had small victories, convincing everybody to team up against Chen during the roller skate episode, getting to the Cloud Kingdom first. But there is like one moment where they get an upper hand here, and that's it. Honestly, this is the perfect thing to do with Jay's character. On his own, he is by far the most useless and pathetic out of all of them. So isolating him by himself to figure out how to save Ninjago on his own is really cool to see. Forcing him to be the heroic guy who has to save everybody narratively works shockingly well. Like, after pretty much everybody has been captured by Nanakon and they're preparing Nia for this forced wedding, the team he assembles to go save them is so botched. A botched team, you say? Why doesn't he just call the Elemental Masters? Is he stupid? That's something I really have to commend about this plot, and that's how many moving elements there are to it. Back in season 2, when Garmadon was fucking around with his big stick, one of the things he made on accident was bringing a bunch of regular pirates back from the dead. Said pirates having a backstory with our new Sky Pirates. Klaus, near the end of season 4, got sent to the Cursed Realm. We then see him in season 5 for about 3 seconds as he's using a nail file to get out of the cell he's trapped in. And he's now back in the living realm causing mayhem. And such mayhem is being caused by something he found in the wreckage of Ronan's old shop, which was destroyed last season. It uses the context of nearly every season up until now to set up its tie-ins, and I think it's really commendable. They even go out of their way to directly address one of the world-building complaints I had with last season. When Jay goes inside the Sword of Souls near the finale to drag everybody back out of it, you can see all of the other elemental masters in the background floating around in its aether, giving reason this time why they were all being stupid and not just calling the Justice League. Who the hell are you having actual continuity, Ninjago? Because of this, the team he assembles is full of random-ass scrimblies, such as Captain Soto from this random pirate episode of season 2. I mean, he's fought with them in the past, so it makes sense. Skylar from season 4, who is honestly the most competent pick out of everybody. Ronan, the guy who has routinely betrayed them whenever it's beneficial to him specifically. And Dareth. I love this fucking guy. Having an asshole main protagonist who you're voting against most of the show takes a lot of effort to work well, but I think they did a really damn good job at making it work well. I think the only parts of the season I don't like is the beginning and the end of it. So to start, the start. It has this whole 3-episode arc about the ninjas getting hunted down by the police because Narukon impersonated them to do a bunch of crimes. Even a full episode spent in jail busting Captain Soto out. I feel like this was kind of necessary so they could allow Narukon to get some momentum, like getting his crew back, modifying his power ship to be able to fly, getting the Sword of Souls. I feel like most of this though could have been condensed down into like 2 episodes at most. Because after Narukon starts attacking the police, they immediately go back to helping the ninja, so it just kind of feels like a waste of an arc. It could have been handled better, but I honestly don't really mind it that much. And then there's the finale. It has the obvious Ninjagoisms, like they show off just hitting someone with the sword is enough to trap them inside of it. If that's the case, why did Narukon have to trick all of them into killing themselves? And it puts a lot of emphasis on the fact that Jay is the only one with a wish left out of the whole party. But he just brought like 4 people up here who haven't used their wishes yet. Why not just bring Skylar with you and have her throw some wishes at the guy? You can't honestly convince me neither Ronan or Dareth wouldn't try wishing for like $1 million. These complaints don't really matter overall since the children watching this would never ask them to begin with, so they don't really matter. But I do take issue with the big finale. This is it. He's betrayed half of his crew, only leaving Dogshank and Flintlock alive. Flintlock has the venom that would slow him down for long enough to seal him inside his own sword. The ninjas need to hold him down long enough in order to get the shot off. But they're dropping like flies out there, and after all of them get turned to gold, excluding Jay because he's the main character, him and brainwashed Nia start celebrating out in the open. Flintlock takes the shots, hits him square in the chest. Narukon starts losing his power, and all of the things around them supported by genie magic start falling. The island starts falling, the ninja turn back from being golden statues. It seems like they had finally done it. But Nia turns around, she's also been hit by the venom. And now Jay is stuck at a crossroads. Does he wish her back to life, or does he wish Narukon mortal? If he uses his last wish on making Narukon a regular guy, then he can't do any more wish shit. But that would mean he loses Nia and vice versa for making the opposite wish to save her. Instead, in his grief, he wishes nobody ever found that lamp in the first place. And the events of this entire season are undone. That doesn't make any sense. If nobody found the lamp in the first place, doesn't that mean Narukon would have been trapped in it to begin with? Whatever, him and Nia kiss, happy days, roll credits. The only thing I can really think of to justify this is that Narukon was in immense fucking pain and he couldn't trust his words. While I do wish they didn't become a couple in the end, as it would have been better for her character, I'm satisfied with this ending. The only people who remember this ever happened, by the way, are Nia and Jay. I mean, the person who made the wish and the wish receiver, so it makes sense, I guess. And that's the end of Skybound. Overall, this is the peak of the show. I know I went pretty hard off of Nia's character this time around, but to be fair, that's a problem with the show itself and not just this season. I just singled it out for provoking my feelings towards it. And to single it out for provoking my feelings towards it would be unfair. Yes, it contributes to the problem, but it's not the only one having the problem. Still though, as an overall complaint, she should be handled better going forward. But specific to this season, I would say they did just about everything unrelated to her perfectly. I was invested in the plot the whole way through. The antagonist was done beautifully, focusing on Jay as the main character was a perfect idea. The music and animation are still great. What more can I really say? This is some of the best the show has ever done. But for the show going forward, I have no idea how it'll be from here on out. My brief recollection of watching this show when I was younger ends here. So let's see if things got better or worse with... Haha, I knew it was coming this time! Okay, so first off, we have quite possibly the funniest piece of canon material released for this show. The Dark Island Trilogy, as it's referred to by fans. The fans call it this because that is its name. Follows the ninja heading back to the Dark Island from Season 2 after the events of Season 6. Since Klaus was now unsuccessful with finding the lamp, he instead voyaged to the Dark Island to do some evil shit there instead. Even summoning the same pirate crew Narukon had. The reason I say that this is the funniest is because how LEGO handled releasing these books. Now, I haven't really brought this up because it hasn't been super relevant as of yet, but for most of my watch through, I've been helpfully guided along by my friend and fellow YouTuber, The Ghost with the Most. He has like a Lovecraftian level of knowledge about this series. He was the one who forced me to watch that damn play, and when it came time to read these stupid books, he warned me ahead of time that apparently the distribution on these were terrible. The reason I'm telling you this is because I don't have a source to prove that, but I'm inclined to believe him, not only because of his knowledge, but from what I can find. For starters, these things go for like $200 a piece on eBay, Jesus. And second, because of their release dates. The first book was released on August 8th, the second book was released on August 9th, and the third on August 10th. Why, when releasing your graphic novel trilogy, would you release them sequentially like this? If you go to the store to buy one of these on August 8th, you're then gonna have to come back the next 2 days. If they were released like a week apart for each of them, then sure, why not? But just 1 day apart is so ass backwards. So for my coverage of these, I'll be using the dub dub of these books done by the TTV channel. That's not me paraphrasing their name, that's just what it is. The reason I'm doing it like this is because only the first one was on the Internet Archive and I couldn't be bothered to look any further. If you're interested in these books in any way, I'd recommend listening through, they do a really good job. Anyway, the book, right. Back in season 2, there was this random dark goop that would turn whoever touched it evil, including Nia and the rest of Ninjago. Well, Klaus tries to use it to infect the Temple of Light with darkness, just getting all of his evil slop and goo everywhere. The ninja wash up here after trying to investigate the disappearance of Misako and Ronin, and overall it's a pretty straightforward Ninjago story. They bust up the pirates, they fight with Klaus, he gets sent to the underworld, all is well. It's honestly not that relevant overall and could be easily skipped, but I thought it was pretty enjoyable honestly. It's not mind-blowing by any means, but it's still pretty solid. But the main story isn't what interests me about this. The focus it gives to Wu this time around is really interesting. Throughout the run of the trilogy, the island is routinely corrupting the different ninja with evil thoughts, and we get to see this no better orchestrated than with Wu's journal. As the days go by on Evil Island, he writes more and more in his notebook, and the writings are genuinely really good. We get to see him struggle with trying to combat the island's pull of bad feelings, struggle with himself internally about if choosing the team he did was right or not, even giving little insights about what he thinks about each team member. Honestly, this is worth reading for his journal notes alone. I wouldn't say $600 worth, but downloading from the Internet Archive, maybe. Just gonna go off the cuff for a second. This is a good time to note that this video took so long that between me reading and writing all of this, LEGO themselves announced that they're gonna be re-releasing the whole trilogy in one book, so all my jokes about this being ass expensive kind of go out the window with that. The trilogy isn't mind-blowing or anything, but me likey. Alright, but over to the actual meat of the inter-season chicanery. The Day of the Departed. So this would be Ninjago's first and last TV special, releasing on Halloween of 2016. So Cole's been having some problems controlling his new ghostly form, and continuing to be a part of the team of ninja, occasionally fading away and losing control of the material. For instance, his cool car in the intro. They're all driving towards this museum to go celebrate the Day of the Departed, ushering in celebration in this new hall of villainy, having statues of fallen villains of Ninjago past. Cole keeps getting pissed off that people keep accidentally ignoring him due to his corporeal nature, which winds up in him stealing this weapon known as the Yang Blade to go fucking kill Master Yang. He was the guy who created Air Jitsu from back in season 5, by the way. Like seriously, he was about to go throw hands. Master Yang will be the villain of this special, and his whole goal is to return back to being mortal. The Yang Blade can grant immortality as well as a bunch of other magical bullshit. To distract the other ninja, he brings all of the series' old antagonists back from the Departed Realm. Okay, this is the first time it's being mentioned, so I'm going to explain it now. The Departed Realm is basically the actual afterlife of Ninjago. The Cursed Realm was just here for the cursed folk. If you actually died, you go there. And everybody's back to life, like the Ninjroid General, Sabukai, the Stone Army. I have several questions. Okay, how did these guys get released exactly? Yang talks so much shit after Cole breaks this random pot in his temple on accident. But like, why is this pot important at all? How did breaking it result in the spirits escaping from a different dimension? Couldn't Yang have just broken the pot himself? So the Ninjroids can actually die then. They have souls. Does this mean Zane can die and become a ghost? Wouldn't that mean the original Zane is still a ghost out there somewhere? How does mass producing these things even work then? Secondly, the Stone Army are also ghosts? Were their souls just trapped underground all that time and are only released by the Serpentine? These guys have souls and can be controlled by a helmet? How does all of them getting destroyed after the Overlord's defeat make sense then? And why aren't they green like everybody else? If we're supposed to take them as being mannequins as fact, then why does Chen's chair have all of the wacky gadgets? Or why can the Ninjroid mannequins fly? Why does Samukai, who I just realized his name's spelled with an M and not a B, have his skeleton army back? Weren't they supposed to be trapped in the underworld? That was like the whole reason they've been gone. All of this is contextualized through this yin-yang solar eclipse going on. And you can't honestly lead me to believe that he was able to go to the underworld, break the passage open, and then go fuck with Jay all in one night. How come the Ninjroids, the Anacondri worshippers, and the Stone Army men look normal, but the leaders of their group are fucking green? And while I'm thinking about it, couldn't he just blast everybody with water again? I know he's high on his chair and everything, but just make it rain or some shit. It can't be that hard. And Pythor, just go home. I don't even know why he bothered to show up for this. I mean, he's slightly stronger than your average guy, but he's picking on Ninjago's equivalent of a demigod. I mean, he was a pretty excellent leader and was successful with pretty much all of his plans. Why did he even bother trying to fight the most powerful being in all of Ninjago hand to hand. Bro thinks he's part of the team. It's a cool special in concept, but none of this shit makes sense. I will say though, there were moments I like. Everybody going home to mourn the fallen, Zane's dad, Lloyd's dad, Woo's dad. There's a lot of dead fathers in this show, and especially how they use Moro in this special. They prop him up just going after Woo for revenge, but he actually doesn't follow that route at all. He keeps his character development from the finale of Possessed and warns the ninja about what's going on with Cole. He's like the one villain that's not Garmadon to get any form of redemption arc. It's awesome. Also, can I just say it's amazing continuity having Yang's Island being permanently floating in the sky now? During the wedding with Nia and Natakan, Clancy says that the temple shall remain there for all eternity, and after they reset the events of the season, in the final shots you can see it floating there. Natakan granting it to remain for all of eternity remain consistent. That's awesome. Anyways, as the two of them are fighting and Yang is trying to ascend back to mortality, Cole hits them with a "you can make it different, you can make it right," and Yang stays behind to fulfill the curse of the temple because apparently one ghost needs to remain inside. Shut up, don't ask about it. While Cole gets his humanity back, but now with a cool scar. Ooh. It's a pretty cute special all in all. If I'm going to be real, it just does feel like a big excuse to make Cole mortal again. Like they couldn't think of any way to work it into an actual arc, so they just kind of did it. Not only that, I've kind of accepted at this point the show will never have any consistent lore, and wanting it to is asking it to be something it isn't. But with this special and 3 books wrapped up, we can move on to Season 7, Hands of Time. Please don't be a time travel season, please don't be a time travel season, please don't be a time travel season, please don't be a Can I mark time travel season down as iffy? Before I start talking about Ninjago, Hands of Time, I would like to give some background on the behind the scenes of this season. This is important, just bear with me. So season 6, as well as the Dark Island trilogy, were intended to be the last mainline Ninjago things until the Lego Ninjago movie, like the theatrical one. Well, due to some delays, they were running a little behind schedule and didn't want to have a huge gap of no new Ninjago content. So they quickly cobbled together a 7th season of Ninjago to fill the gap. Dave the Departed was also created to fill that gap, but bringing this info up then made the video flow worse, so I didn't. But who exactly is this they? So pretty much all of Ninjago up to this point has been written by the Hageman brothers, Kevin and Dan Hageman respectively. They were busy with assisting the creation of the theatrical adaptation. They were also working on this show called Troll Hunters? What kind of backwards ass side project name is that? And Guillermo del Toro worked on this. Okay, I'll shut up, never mind. So while they were doing that, they got a new writer, David Shane, the same guy who wrote Day of the Departed. Oh no. Now our good friend old Mr. Shane here, I wouldn't consider to be a bad writer, just somebody who is unexperienced with the world of Ninjago. And because of that, as well as this season being devised incredibly quickly to fill a release gap, oh my god, this is the worst season of the show so far. This is like Ninjago's Virtual Boy. So the plot this time around is that another damn person from Master Wu's past has come back to kill him. During season 4, they talk about how during the Serpentine Wars, a bunch of elemental masters united their powers against them. Well, 2 of them that were not mentioned for some reason were the elemental masters of time. I don't understand how a concept could be an element, but we also have the master of gravity, so I'll shut up. These 2 go by the names of Crux and Acronix and called themselves the Hands of Time. After the Serpentine Wars, they believed they were the ones who should rule Ninjago in this new era of peace. And since they had control over the flow of time, they were rightfully overpowered as hell. So everybody united, and with the help of Kai and Nia's parents, who are blacksmiths, forged elemental absorbing weapons. Sucking them up forged the new Time Blades, this season's gimmick weapon. After these were created, they were deemed too dangerous for anybody to hold on to them, and such were banished into a wormhole that was created on the spot, with Crux and Acronix following them through. The brothers were lost in time until 40 years later, they return. Well, at least one of them was lost in time. The other has been under their noses, plotting revenge, working as a museum curator. This is fine, I guess. Except this makes no sense, what? So this guy jumped forward in time by 40 years, right? So that means the Serpentine Wars happened a little over 40 years ago? Which makes no fucking sense for anything else that's been established. In season 1, the Serpentine are considered to be creatures of mythology. The main enemies of a war that happened 40 years ago are considered to be myth now? There are still people alive in this universe who fought in those wars. If you got drafted to fight a bunch of snakes, you're probably around like 60 now. Imagine if in real life, fucking Ronald Reagan was considered to be myth nowadays. What about Sensei Wu? I always figured he was cartoonishly old and was just able to maintain that age due to being the son of the first Spinjitzu master. He's shown to be clean-shaven and spry in these flashbacks, and in somehow 40 years he cracks when he walks. They said back in the pilot that long before time had a name, the first Spinjitzu master created Ninjago. But how long ago is that if the Serpentine Wars were only 40? Did time not have a name like, what, a century ago? This timeline makes most sense. Anyway, the clock Crux are now back in the forefront of villainy, trying to take over Ninjago because they believe they are the most powerful. I'm so happy we're back to this generic-ass plot. Garmadon would be blushing. That's literally the whole motive. They think they're the most powerful and should rule over Ninjago, and they're getting revenge on all the currently alive elemental masters. No seeking justice for their destroyed realm, no spirit of an old student come back for revenge. We're back to the classic, we're so powerful we should win. Like, at least Chen was entertaining. I just feel nothing for these two. Neither of them have real personalities or anything of note. They have this one running gag where the younger one is absolutely obsessed with modern technology while the old one rejects it entirely. This is the one bit they ever do with them. Their whole ploy is to get all of the time blades back that were randomly dropped into Ninjago, and make a time machine to go back in time and redo the events of their original fight. Not only could they not get interesting motives, they also couldn't get interesting baddies to command. The Vermilion Warriors are actually a really neat villain team in concept. Birthed from the eggs of the Great Devourer, these pint-sized serpentine can all slither into sets of armor, forming a humanoid body to fight with. That's so cool, they're like the hunters from Halo. Even knocking them down, they'll just slither back into the armor and get back up. But unfortunately, the ways they're used are so uninteresting. They function like a hive mind, right? That's how they're able to form the figure that they take and everything. Well, that hive mind is controlled by these three generals right here. We have two cartoon stupid ones and the girl one. Okay, for starters, how are they talking exactly? How are the snakes forming vocal cords in there? Secondly, the two bumbling idiot ones are extremely unfunny. It's a trope that the show is not unfamiliar with, and in this context, I think it's by far the worst it's been. Thirdly, everyone treats the red one like it's a girl, but how can you really determine the sex of like 50 snakes all conjoining into one amalgam of a person? And fourthly, why did you give its armor boobs? The other two just get big plates of steel. Crux and Acronics, you had to have made these armor before the snakes went into it to assemble human form. You gave the armor breasts before the snake went in there. Freaky ass villains. There's also the ninja's reaction to the Vermilion Warriors that I hate. So after they get knocked down, the snakes scatter everywhere and then reform after a few moments. Now, after they figure this out, Jay and Nia combine their lightning and water powers to make a big pool of electricity, not letting them regroup, which is really cool, I like that. But for so many of the fights afterward, they just let them reform and get outnumbered. It would have been really cool to see them use their elemental abilities in unique ways to prevent that from happening. Maybe Kai superheats the armor, or Cole chucks all of it too far away for them to be able to make anything, or Zane just freezes all of them after they scatter. None of these strategies are employed like ever. Most of the time, they'll just knock them down, they'll get back up, they talk about how they're being outnumbered, and then they lose. Well, shit, man, you deserve it. Honestly, it's not just the villains I'm not vibing with this season. I would say Hands of Time represents everything I haven't been liking about Ninjago so far. Like the new Nia stuff. Yes, this season is a dual focus between her and her brother as they find clues relating to the disappearance of their parents that happened oh so long ago. Now, Kai is actually pretty good, and I'll get to him in a minute, but they fucked up my sandwich 4 times, bro. During the first episode, as they're setting up their new base in Yang's temple. Yang's temple is now their base, forgot to say that, whoops. They're unpacking her Samurai X stuff, and she laments about how she wishes she could go back to being the samurai. Now, judging by what Jay has been told from the last season about all of her decisions being decided by someone else, what do you think he would say here? That she's the water ninja now and she needs to get over it? Oh boy, he does! Jay, go fuck yourself, I'm so serious. Genuine question real quick, why does she have to be a ninja? She clearly wants to be Samurai X, just let her be Samurai X. Somebody else takes over the persona of Ghost in the Machine this season, and she eventually has the resolve of letting them, but for most of the season, it feels like everybody's just forcing her to be the ninja of water now. Everybody except Jay and Nia forgot the events of season 6, so them treating her like this is fine, considering they hadn't had the development to not do that. But you both had a heart-to-heart together at the lighthouse, what is wrong with you? On that note, I feel like most of the characters feel incredibly out of well, character. Jay isn't necessarily being an asshole, but more like going out of his way to jeopardize plans on purpose. When they're wearing the armor of this season's enemy faction sneaking by, he looks directly at them and talks, instantly giving away their cover. When he splits off from the rest of the group to go to the junkyard, he straight up doesn't tell them. I'm aware a giant cell tower went down before this scene happens, but I've seen how they've used those communicators. You could not tell me they work off of cell service. He is actively jeopardizing the mission at almost every turn. In episode 1, Wu gets hit by the time blade that makes time go forward, and in reaction to that, he is rapidly aging and nearly dies of old age by the end, leading Lloyd to be the new head of the group. Now, we all know about Lloyd's upbringing. You're nearly 2 hours into a Ninjago retrospective, I think you're aware. Consistently getting humbled by his servant Serpentine, having to overcome and fight his own father, becoming disciplined and not using his powers for everything, he's the perfect pick for a level-headed leader. Of course, as soon as he gets this position, he starts being a cocky piece of shit about it. So much of the writing this season, you can definitely definitely tell it's a new person taking the reins here. Whenever anyone referred to Sensei Wu, they always just called him Sensei or Wu, but for some reason, nearly every time he gets referred to here by the ninja, it's always as Master. This obviously isn't like a super big deal, but it just feels really strange having everybody refer to him like that out of the blue. There's a lot of other strange lines like that, but the others are either not that notable or I've already pushed to the recesses of my mind. But one that sticks out to me especially is when they're all looking at this mural in the museum about the Hands of Time. They start having explained to them by Pixel everything that happened, and Cole has what might genuinely be the best line in the whole franchise. He says, and I quote, "During the Serpentine War, but Ninjago was at peace." During the war, they were at peace. During war, they were at peace. Jesus Christ, this is one episode where all it consists of is just them fighting the Vermilion Warriors on the floating island. This goes on for 22 minutes. So much of this season just feels like damn filler. I mean, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's filler. Sure, other seasons had episodes where nothing really happened. Just off the dome, there's that one episode of Skybound where we follow Jay in captivity. There's this one episode in Tournament of Elements where it's a big roller skating challenge and only one person ever gets eliminated. Most of Rebooted. There's been the episodes with not a huge amount going on, but they're usually sandwiched between much larger episodes. Like, I'm gonna sum up the entirety of, I don't know, episode 5 real quick based on all of the relevant things happening. They go to Mega Monster Amusement Park and lose to the Vermilion Warriors. Jay goes to the scrapyard and loses to the Vermilion Warriors. They go after the next Time Blade and don't get it. Jay comes in and saves the day and gets the Time Blade. They leave. I'm not being unfair here. That's just a summary of what happens. This isn't the Hands of Time. It's a waste of it. I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to say for most of my complaints here. I'm pretty sure most of what I'm saying could just be summed up by saying it's boring. Now, despite my feelings overall, there are some things about this season I really do enjoy. I would say for most of the season, the animation can be described as very wonky. To reiterate, this season was very rushed. Like, look at this shot of Cole trying to use his elemental powers and just fucking flying around. But this opening fight of Wu versus Acronix was a very good spectacle. He has the Time Blade that lets him go forward in time during this episode, which doesn't seem that useful in a fight on the outset, but they use it in very creative ways. He uses it in small doses, only jumping seconds forward in time in order to reposition himself. So getting back up instantly after being knocked down, teleporting behind him. It's very well done in this opening. And the arena of the burnt down monastery was a great set piece for this fight as well. Not only that, but Pixel has the first interesting thing to happen to her since season 4. Zane has to go through a full reboot after getting punched really hard for some reason, and after he's back online, Pixel stops responding to him in his head. Shortly after, some new mysterious guy has taken over the moniker of Samurai X. Somebody who can change their voice, and master different fighting styles, and can recite binary code with Zane, and also appears right after Pixel disappears from— It's Pixel, it's obviously Pixel, they don't say it this season, but they're going to. Honestly, I like this direction for her character. Not only giving her body back, but also being this mysterious masked man running amok like the original Samurai X. And this fight she has with Nia about being the new samurai was also really well done, I feel. She wants autonomy again, and being Samurai X is how she's going to get it. During this fight with her, she keeps switching voices trying to mask who she actually is, until she eventually starts using Nia's own voice to talk to her and pleading to let her keep it. It's really well done, and this is a far better direction for her than basically being Zane's Google Lens AI co-pilot. And for my favorite parts, there's the one ninja I haven't talked about this season, being Kai. As I've discussed, they're tracking down their lost parents this season, as well as trying to stop the bad guys. Eventually, Kai discovers that his father's blacksmithing symbol is on all of the Vermilion Warrior helmets. And it isn't until long he discovers his mom and dad alive and well in the heart of the Time Twins base. Kai assumes that his dad is a traitor due to him helping Team Evil and immediately goes for the throat. The scene of him attacking his dad as he wears his ninja garb so he can't be recognized is such a cool shot. He even almost ices the motherfucker until his mom and Nia break it up. These two are Ray and Maya. And if I'm going to be honest, I have really nothing to say about them. They kind of disappear, like, for a long while after this season anyways, so I'm perfectly content with them just being plot devices for now. Their existence gives us a lot more scenes with Kai in it though, so yay! And this one is probably the most minor of my positives because it really doesn't contribute to anything majorly, but like this intro. I like this intro. Not a huge fan of this remix of the Weekend Whip, but having everybody be frozen in time during a fight scene and panning to each of them to show their names, I think is really creative given the theme of time manipulation. Anyway, that's the end of my compliments. Sorry, but how are two blacksmiths involved in this exactly? Well, it's because they were needed to make this big-ass time machine to take them back to that original battle. God, this finale is a mess. So for starters, they're playing with time travel again, whoop-de-doo. Secondly, only Master Wu, God, they have me doing it now, Kai and Nia go back in time, so every other character just kind of sits around and does jack shit during the entire last episode. Like, I get it's their focus season, but the other ninja have always contributed during the finale before, helping Lloyd get to the top of the Garmatron, giving Zane a way up to the Golden Master, distracting Natakan so Flintlock could make the shot and Jay get his last wish in. Just omitting them entirely feels cheap. You know what, screw the numbers, I'm just going down the list now. So the only way they've been controlling the Vermilion Warriors is with the generals. They all walk through a hive mind, they're the only ones who can communicate with them. But while they're fighting all of the Elemental Masters in the past, for some reason Crux and Necronix just kill all of them for no reason? Like, I know it's traditional bad guy thing to portray the other bad guy, but they were still entirely loyal to you. What did you gain by doing this? And then after they do that, they're still perfectly able to control all of the snakes without them. What was even the point of having them at all then? And after they come up with the idea of instead going to the far future to take over Ninjago after all of the Elemental Masters are dead, there is no time paradox to speak of, despite literally changing everything in the past. As they're flying away, Wu tells them to go visit this one tea lady and to go drink Obscura tea, a type of tea that makes people forget things, I'm guessing. But like, why would any of them listen to that? A random old dude on a dragon just flew into the sky vortex telling you to go drink something, and I'm made to believe every single one of them listened? And the worst part is that the security system takes control of Squidward's house and begins attacking the city, leading the mayor to give Squidward community service for the damage he caused, even though SpongeBob and Patrick were in his house the whole fucking time! I don't like this season. It's a right and proper mess. The dialogue is so out of place, the story is barely interesting and barely made any sense. The animation is extremely wacky looking. These villains aren't interesting, their motives are boring at best. This blows! It almost feels like a parody of itself, because it's like a roller coaster ride of everything I don't like about the show. Sensei Wu even sacrifices himself for no reason at the end, just like the good old days. He stays on board the time machine to deal with Crux and Necronix, but I really feel like you could have done a better job of dealing with them if the two ninja you just threw out of the thing. This season even brings back things disappearing after the end of the season with no explanation. But actually, this time, there's more of a meta reason to why this happens outside of we don't want the ninja to be too overpowered. And that reason, I would rather discuss at the start of our next season instead of the end of this one. It'll make more sense later. You see, like season 3, all of this kind of sucks for a reason. That's right, ladies, and actually, no, this one's just for the girlies. So when a show runs for as long as a show like Ninjago does, different parts of the series tend to get broken into different eras, as they're called. Like The Office, you have the Michael Scott era and the rest of it era. For Ninjago, there's the classic era with the pilot through season 2, then the revival era with season 3 through season 7. Going forward, there's the Oni trilogy with season 8 through 10, and a whole bunch of stuff we're not even close to talking about yet. When distinctions are made like this between seasons, there's usually a good reason for it, usually representing some kind of change the show has had. Like Red vs. Blue, another show with like 18 seasons, has a very similar breakup to Ninjago. Exclusively for the stuff we've covered, there's the distinction between 2 and 3 because the show was supposed to end with season 2. It then got revived and ran forever. And the reason there's a cut between 7 and 8 is because of the Lego Ninjago movie. You see, Lego was pretty high off their own supply at this point when it came to its Lego media. The obviously successful Lego Ninjago TV show, their never-ending line of Lego video games, and the newly successful Lego movie. And because of its success, we would get the Lego Batman movie and the Lego Ninjago movie, both releasing in 2017. Alright, enough build-up, let's actually talk about it. Actually, I'm not done with the build-up, sorry. There is 2 ways I'm going to be reviewing the Lego Ninjago movie here today, both as an adaptation and as a standalone film in a vacuum. And I'll be starting with the former. Okay, keep in mind, this plot is entirely disconnected from the main Ninjago continuity. None of this is canon. Lloyd is just an average high school student living with his mom in downtown Ninjago. But get this, he's actually a ninja and his dad is the Lord of Evil? Say what? None of the events that happen in the story are even close to anything that happens in the actual show. They are all undercover superheroes going to high school like everybody else their age. There's hyper-realistic items like this laser pointer and just this whole ass cat, and it works with real-life Lego physics, so characters can just lose limbs randomly and be fine. It's definitely a different take on Ninjago as we know it, so as an adaptation, this is horrible. I swear, the only thing faithful to the source material are the names the characters have. Garmadon is barely himself. He now takes on more of the stereotypical role of the absent father this time, as well as just being evil. Lloyd is is a lot angrier overall. Zane is far more traditional robot, barely even resembling Zane. Kai is now a jock for some reason. Cole is now just a mellow, down-to-earth vinyl collector. Jay is a lot more pathetic than heroic pathetic. And he has an actual character this time instead of just being the girl one. This is nothing like the show. Pretty much everybody is entirely different characters with how they're portrayed. Jay is now missing a lot of his unfounded confidence and pride. I think I can chalk this one up to the change in voice actor though. Kumail Nanjiani is a good actor, and an even better actor for the nerd stereotype they're going for with Jay in this movie, but he's definitely the wrong actor for Jay as a character. I largely prefer Michael Adamthwaite for the character that Jay is. Zane in the movie is so far removed from Zane in the show, you would almost consider them two different characters. All of his movements are purposefully robotic. He says things only a stereotypical robot would say, like when he's training with all the others, he just says the word exertion. Part of Zane's whole character was subverting the emotionless robot trope, and now he is that. And of course, Garmadon. In the show, even when he was evil, Lloyd was the only thing that mattered to him. And him in the movie doesn't even talk to his son anymore. He barely even knows who he is. This isn't Garmadon. And Misako isn't even in the film. Instead, she's replaced by this random ass ginger named Coco. Everything, and I mean everything about Ninjago as we know it, is completely foregone in the theatrical version. This might genuinely be one of the worst adaptations I've ever seen. Unfortunately, I don't care because this movie has a standalone rules, actually. If you want the most enjoyment out of this movie as a Ninjago fan, take everything you know about the show and put it on the sideline. None of it is important for any of this. And doing that, I was able to really enjoy the film. This goes for pretty much every LEGO movie that's been released, but this animation is top-notch. Every movement and character looks like they're made of actual LEGO. Like, you can see the dirt accumulated on Sensei Wu. It's so cool. This isn't exclusive to this LEGO movie, so I'm not going to doodle on it too much, but just know it looks fantastic. And on that note, this writing is amazing. Seriously, I was smiling the whole way through. It's just funny. I don't know what else I can say. Garmadon being this absolute train wreck of a father is hilarious to me. Like this one line, I'm pretty sure that's been reposted everywhere.
You ruined my life.
How could I ruin your life? I wasn't even there.
He's definitely the best part of this film. Every single joke they make with him lands. Since Lloyd is the focus, not a ton of the other ninja really get time to shine. Jay and Zane are pretty much designated to comedic relief, but I think Nia, Kai, and Cole all together have a collective like 30 lines. Fortunately, the jokes they make with them, I feel make up for it. Like there's so many background gags where Zane is just doing something stupid. Like all of them are walking over and Zane is looking directly at the camera and fucking sliding. And of course, there is Master Wu. He's so far removed from how he acts in the show to where he almost comes off as a parody to how the show version of Wu is. Like he always talks incredibly cryptically. He says the only reason he would die is to teach them another lesson, which is something that happens frequently in the show. He's going around telling all of the characters about how they have true potential and how they can all get great elemental abilities. And when he gets around to Lloyd, he just says green. They play the shot of him saying it like 3 times. And even the jokes unrelated to the ninja I thought were funny. Like during the early parts of the film, they have a bunch of reporters tracking Garmadon's every move. And one of them is Michael Strahan playing himself, Michael Strahan. Look at this fucking minifigure they gave him, dude. Like there's this one joke where Lloyd fires a bunch of rockets at Garmadon from this dragon robot he has. And they play the Wilhelm scream like 7 times. You are banned from sound design for 1 year. On top of the jokes, which are my favorite part, I moderately enjoyed the story as well. A huge part of the motivation for Lloyd is that everybody in school bullies him religiously for being the son of the Dark Lord. And honestly, that's a really unique angle I'm sad the Ninjago show didn't tackle more. I mean, yes, everybody makes fun of Lloyd when he's a child and actively doing nefarious things, but never later in life when he's already proven himself like the movie Lloyd has. I mean, I guess we are just made to go off and assume everybody in Ninjago has the emotional intelligence to comprehend that just because his dad is evil doesn't mean he is. But come on, Sins of the Father doesn't have its own TV trope page for nothing. And I like their reconciliation at the end where he starts talking to this cat that's been rampaging the city, but in the end it's actually clear he's talking to his dad. I mean, it's not the most innovative plot in the world, there's no doubt dozens of other stories just like it, but I think it works well enough. One thing I do wish carried over from the show though was some of the music. Yeah, it's a kid's film, most of it's licensed. I mean, the Weekend Whip basically gets what is an Easter egg with it being Lloyd's ringtone, but I would have liked to have more of that. I largely liked the LEGO Ninjago movie, but I do have some actual complaints about it that aren't just it's not like the show. I briefly mentioned it, but I really don't like how sidelined all of the other ninja except Lloyd are. Like, I genuinely think Cole could have been removed from the film entirely and nothing would have changed. Like, I seriously don't think he contributes anywhere. And they all have this huge emotional moment later on where they're learning to use their powers, but all of them have just been spectating Lloyd's epic adventure. I don't think any of them really went through enough to earn this. I mean, they do get some screen time after Garmadon and Lloyd get captured by a bunch of Garmadon's previous soldiers that have turned against him, but that's literally it. Overall, I enjoyed the LEGO Ninjago movie. At no point did I feel like I wasn't enjoying myself. But if I'm going to be honest, its biggest problem is that it really just isn't a Ninjago movie. I mean, it shares the same name, has a bunch of the characters, but in no way I could consider this to be a LEGO Ninjago movie. They don't even do Spinjitzu! I guess if the movie is bad or not depends on how you look at films. Is it a good film because I enjoyed it regardless of its unfaithfulness? Or is it a bad film because of its unfaithfulness? Damn, someone should make a video about that. Honestly, that's up for you to decide, but personally, I liked it a whole lot. I would say it's higher than a lot of the show's lowest, but probably lower than a lot of the show's highs. Like, if I were ranking everything I've talked about so far, it would probably be firmly slightly above the middle. But enough of this non-canon movie mumbo-jumbo. It's time to talk about how it ruined everything! So remember earlier when I was talking about why certain shows get these era distinctions? Well, the reason for this separation was not just because of the film, but also because of how it affected the show. Enough of running my mouth, it's time to talk about Season 8, Sons of Garmadon. Okay, so right off the bat, you're gonna notice pretty much everything's changed. For starters, everybody now looks completely different. They explained this away with time travel shenanigans, but it's pretty clear they just wanted them to look the same as their movie counterparts for marketing reasons. I mean, it makes sense, I'm not gonna bitch too hard about it. In fact, I actually like a lot of their new designs. I think Nia looks great. Cole looks about the same, if not better. Lloyd's looking good. Misako has absolutely no change because she wasn't in the film. I'm pretty indifferent on Kai. I think the bandage is pretty try-hard, but I can be convinced he put it there himself to try and look tough. Not a fan of Zane or Jay's new look, though. I don't like how Zane's hair no longer goes down the side of his head, making him look very top-heavy. And Jay doesn't look nearly annoying enough now. Jay and Kai's hair looks too similar now for my liking. Overall, though, I think these changes were for the better. On top of that, Lloyd now has a new voice actor. Yeah, this entire time, Lloyd has been getting Timmy Turnered with having a female voice actress. Now, don't get me wrong. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. I really like Jillian Michaels' Lloyd voice with how almost nasally it sounded. I mean, getting down to brass tacks, he was basically a prepubescent child in an adult's body, so the voice kind of made sense. But to reflect the character aging, we now have Sam Vincent. If I'm gonna be honest, this is probably one of the more graceful voice actor changes I've seen in a show. They explained the shifting voice by saying it's been a year since the events of Season 7, and his voice finally got deeper due to puberty. That actually makes a lot of sense in context of the show, good job. Something else changed between seasons is the tone of the show. We aren't at like Adventure Time to Fiona and Cake levels of tone shift here, but things are noticeably more serious this time around, which is also why certain things are removed between seasons again. It wasn't just the ninja are too powerful this time around. Both Air Jitsu and the elemental dragons they've been routinely summoning are gone in the pursuit of making things a bit more grounded. And honestly, I'm okay with that. And not only were these redesigns and tone shift a result of the movie, but also the shift in the story. Crooks and Acronics are gone forever, thank God. And due to his antagonist role in the movie, he gets a focus here too. That's right, Garmadon is back! I'll get more into the semantics about that in a second, however. A show going through this many drastic changes in between seasons could honestly mark the downfall for many, but for some god-gifted reason, this is actually the best season of the show thus far, and overall, might just be my favorite season of the whole show. Holy shit, where do I begin? The beginning, probably. It's now been 1 year since the events of Season 7, as I've said previously, and the disappearance of Sensei Wu. Unlike the time skip of yesteryear, the team is still together this time. Still broken off and doing their own things, but together. This is until Lloyd interrupts a robbery happening at the Borg Tower. These bandits, who are all color-coded like the main characters, have stolen this curio called the Oni mask. Or at least one of them. You see, 3 of these little things exist, and if all of them are reunited, they can open up a portal to the departed realm. This biker gang, known as the Sons of Garmadon, plan on opening up the gateway so they can revive the good old Codger. I don't know why they're bothering to go through all this effort when breaking a random pot can do the same thing, but whatever, I love this show's lore. It's now up to the ninja to grab and protect these masks before the SOG can grab them and revive dear old dad. It's a pretty simple plot, but I think it works really well. Much like a lot of the other seasons, the focus isn't really on the main quest, but instead heavily focused on the characters. After the biking bandits get away with the Mask of Vengeance in the opening, the ninja are set to protect the royal family, who are the holders of the Mask of Deception. You know, the Ninjago royal family, the thing that's always been here and wasn't entirely made up on the spot. A lot of this season is focused around Lloyd and his relationship with the princess, Harumi. I feel like this season purposely lures you into a full sense of security with this plot setup, because shit gets wild real fast. Between episode 1 and like half of episode 2, we get to know about this Harumi lady, we get to see her relationship with Lloyd grow, the mean old king and queen want to keep everything to themselves, so she sneaks out in the middle of the night to give food to the less fortunate. Isn't she just darling? But then the mean old guy who's set to watch after her shows up and takes her away because fuck the poor people. It's a very played archetype. The kind-natured princess with her disapproving parents falling in love with the blonde-haired rebellious rogue. This is until the end of the second episode where the Sons of Garmadon wage their attack on the palace by placing bombs in the catacombs underneath. After they get set off, storming in head-on, stealing the Mask of Deception, almost getting the princess and everyone killed, deadass the opener of the season is literally everybody blowing up. For any other show, this isn't too crazy, but we're talking about Lego Ninjago here. It is a pretty big take-up on its tone, and honestly, I think it's warranted. Not only because the story they tell with this more mature theme is really good, but also keeping in mind the audience that would be watching at this point. If you had started watching Ninjago when you were 11 at its premiere, you could now vote. At this point, it had been 7 years since the premiere of the franchise. If I'm going to be honest, I think this uptake in maturity was more than earned. So yeah, offer parents. Since they get the second mask in episode 2, the majority of the season is spent on the hunt for the Mask of Hatred. It's kind of insane how flipped on its head the show has become since season 7. If it was an encompassment of everything I hated about the show, then season 8 is everything I love about it. For starters, I think these visuals look great. I know I already complimented them a bunch earlier, but these new models and this tweaked lighting looks super good. It makes everything happening look 10 times better. Like the Destiny's Bounty crashing into the jungle and Nia forcing the rain around them to the underside of it, causing it to drift upwards instead of just crashing. This fight scene between Mr. E and Zane in the desert where he gets his shit kicked in so badly he nearly dies for real. I don't think the action sequences have looked this good since season 5. And this season isn't just good looking. I think the biggest testament to this season being everything I love is Pixel. It only took them 7 years, but we finally get a story with a female character that isn't fucked up entirely. They don't focus on her too much, but the little bit of a spotlight Pixel does get here is really well done. Falling in line with the more mature storyline, Pixel gets something very similar to what happened to Zane, but I would argue even more depressing for her. From her very inception, she was made to be a servant for Borg. Then she started finally getting the autonomy that she craved in season 3, only for it to be immediately stripped away from her in season 4, and then onward basically the AI assistant for everybody else when they needed it. She was more like a tool than anything else. This technically started at the midway point of season 7, but she's now getting that autonomy back. There's this one moment with her and Zane I adore here. After she reveals to everybody that she's been Samurai X the whole time, she asks Zane if she's more useful to them in the computer, showing that she still hasn't healed after everything that's happened with her. And Zane tells her that it doesn't matter where she's most useful, that she gets to decide where and what she is. It isn't given the biggest focus here, but I thought it was really sweet. And unlike season 6, they don't betray this either. When they go to fight the big bad that always seems to happen, she leads the charge with the main 4 ninja. I'm really starting to like Pixel now that she's actually becoming her own character. That's not to say I didn't like her before, it's just that she didn't get any screen time. Other characters who have seen improvements is the bad guy faction. I mean, not that it could get any worse than Titty Snake, but these bad guys are really good. I don't think anything's gonna be topping the crew of the Misfortunes Keep, but these guys are really close. I thought Kilo, the big man, was pretty funny. Mr. E, another Nindroid, I thought was really cool. And I'm pretty neutral in Ultraviolet. She's just kind of aggressive and that's it. And of course, their leader, the quiet one. I honestly wasn't expecting it to happen, but I like her more than I did Nanakan the Jin. For a majority of the season, it's obscured who this quiet one even is. Maybe it's that Mr. E fellow, considering he doesn't talk. Or maybe it's Ultraviolet because she seems to be giving everybody else orders. Or maybe it's Coco from the Lego Ninjago movie coming back for revenge. The reveal of who this is done so damn well. While they're trying to sneak into the Sons of Garmadon headquarters, we get some cool lore dumping by the tea shop lady from season 1. Apparently, before Ninjago, there was the first realm, known as the realm of the Oni and Dragon. One gifted with the power to create and the other to destroy. And due to this, engaged in a never-ending war, until a child was born between the two sides. One with the power to create and destroy. That child would be the first Spinjitzu master. Instead of choosing a side between the Oni and Dragon, he created a new world called Ninjago. I feel like recapping important lore of this show is like the power scaling part of a death battle video. I tell all of this to you verbatim because it's incredibly important for this entire trilogy of seasons. And it also sets up greatly for the whole mystery of the season. The show just kind of gives you a bunch of pieces and tells you to figure them out. Pretty early into the season, some of the SOG grunts are walking around with this thing they call the key to the last mask. And when Cole eventually sneaks in and opens the box, it turns out to be a baby. Since Harumi has been a princess her whole life, and Such has been locked up in the castle, she's pretty unexperienced with this whole fighting thing. But as the season goes on, the pieces start to really click. Lego pieces. Why does this baby only drink tea? How did it learn to walk so fast? How did she land this sword throw to save Lloyd when she had never held a weapon before? Why does she shut Lloyd up before he can ask questions about this? It should be pretty clear where these are going based on my descriptions, but these twists I feel are pretty well set up. Last season, Sensei Wu was hit by the time blade that sends you forward in time, leading to him rapidly aging. So it makes sense that after he got hit with the blade that can reverse time, he rapidly became younger, leading to Wu being turned into a baby. But wait a minute, how is he a key then? The last mask of Oni can only be retrieved by somebody who has Oni blood in them, and the only alive descendants of the first Spinjitzu master is Sensei Wu and Lloyd. Harumi was the quiet one the whole time. She needed baby Wu as a backup in case something happened to Lloyd. She had been faking the entire relationship they were building just so she could grab the mask for herself. This girl right here, best antagonist the show has ever seen. Not just because of her plan, but also her motivation. Honestly, she feels like a direct response to everything the show has been up until this point. Like, remember when I was calling out how weirdly it treated all of the female characters? She directly blends in by acting like one of those typical damsel in distresses the show has been dealing with this whole time. I'm not just reading into things, she admits this herself.
Ah, yes, the damsel in distress. You ninja really are from another time.
And especially with how the show has been handling its travesties. I mean, the worst ramifications for the monstrosities they fought have been Zane sacrificing himself, Garmadon sacrificing himself, like half the city of Styx going underwater, and then all of the badness of 6 and 7 got undone anyway, so who cares? You really think more people will have gotten hurt after the entire city is corrupted by the Overlord, right? Well, she is one of the people who did. In the intro to episode 7, we get a flashback to the Devourer attacking the city in season 1. It starts destroying the building her and her parents are in. The stairs get taken out and the elevator has too many people in it for all of them to fit, so they throw in their daughter at the last second before the building collapses. And her parents are killed in the attack. Reiterating, this is not the most mind-blowing story in the world of stories, but it in the context of Lego goddamn Ninjago, this rules! Her development from victim to villain is not only really well done, but understandable to an extent. I'm going to kind of break how I've been approaching this video with this next one. I've been talking about everything with this show in release order regardless of when it factors in canonically, but I feel like I would be doing a disservice to the character if I didn't talk about Garmadon rules now. This book is not only really cool, but also pisses me the fuck off. So this book was written in English initially, right? Ninjago is very popular in most nations that have children, so it checks out. Well, it was then translated into German and released in Germany. For some reason, Germany gets a lot of Ninjago exclusive stuff, I don't really know why. But for some reason, after they finished the translation, they just never released the English version. This only ever existed officially in German, but thankfully, due to the translation efforts of Madge Likes Goats, hope I'm saying that correctly, it is fully in English. So just to recap real quick, this book was written in English, translated to German, exclusively released in Germany, and then fan translated back to English. Lego couldn't properly release a Ninjago book with a gun to their head. The book details a lot of Harumi's entire backstory in life, being orphaned by the Devourer, the royal family hearing about it on the news and choosing to adopt her, and her infatuation with Garmadon. After Garmadon took the 4 golden weapons and destroyed the Great Devourer, she became obsessed with him. After she lost everything in her life, she became infatuated with the one she saw as the person who saved Ninjago. Her story is honestly tragic. She has this line in here about not being loved by the royal family, but the thing is, this entire book is from her perspective, so do we know they didn't love her, or is she just saying that because she thinks they didn't love her? Garmadon is the only one who can save her in her eyes. Through her obsession, she learns about the Oni masks, a ritual that can revive an Oni from the departed realm, that Garmadon is part Oni, and assembling the right people for the job. Through this, she grew to hate the ninja, and especially Lloyd. She blames them for letting the threat get as far as even getting to Ninjago City. And honestly, I kind of agree with her for the blame here. How many people must have died when the Overlord took over, turned into a dragon, and coated Ninjago in darkness? How many died when Ninjago City was turned into its personal fortress? How many died when Chen's Anachondrite army was spawned? How many died when the Preeminent ripped apart the city of Styx? How many died when the Vermilion warriors were tearing apart the city gathering metal? This line of thought was something the show was never concerned with. And by extension, with the tone of the show in mind, you weren't meant to ask them to begin with. And that is one of the reasons why I love the Quiet One as an antagonist. She breaks the tone of the show to such great effect. Her twist is so effective because it was never something you would ever expect out of this franchise. Breaking the tone of a show can either make or break the part it's being used in, and I think it is done extremely well here. And I don't just love her as an antagonist because she has 2 sets of dead parents, but also because of her relationship with Lloyd. When you think about it, both of them came from the same background. At a very young age, both of them were orphaned after a tragedy occurred. They both then turned to more evil tendencies influenced by Garmadon, and eventually are adopted by a new family that took them in. The difference between them was the acceptance and the rejection of that love. And not only for their relation to one another, but also because Lloyd, when you think about it, did incidentally kill her family. He was the one who released the Serpentine in the first place, who in trade released the Devourer. Of course, he was a child following in the footsteps of the Lord of Evil, but those are technically things he's responsible for. Obviously, from my perspective, I can realize this wasn't really his fault, but she can't. The ninja couldn't stop the Devourer when Garmadon could. That's all she sees. He's all she ever had to look up to. She's an absolute walking tragedy. No other villain has anything on this. It's insane how much the show has stepped up from, I want to kill everybody because I'm evil, fuck you, to my entire family is dead and it's basically your fault. If we ignore the fact that the royal family has never existed at any point in Ninjago until this season, I would argue this is the best set of villain the show has ever seen yet. And before I move on to the rest of the season, I want to quickly finish talking about that book though. I really like Garmadon Rules. It's cool seeing her mental state absolutely shatter as it goes on. Her reaction to seeing Garmadon become cleansed of his evil and seeing it as a betrayal of who he was is rad. We get to see her thoughts on each ninja, the forming of the Sons of Garmadon. Something I really appreciate is that it's all from her perspective. So it'll occasionally have huge gaps of time pass between pages and sometimes none at all. And I really like how it's kind of hard to tell what's actually going on because it's all from her perspective. Like, there's this one point where Garmadon talks to her through one of the Oni masks, and like, did he actually do that, or is she just being a crazy bitch? It's great, she's truly lost it, I love it. If you're a Ninjago fan and you're not just somebody who regularly binges 5-hour-long video essays in the background and haven't read this, I would recommend it. Anyway, back to the season I'm supposed to be reviewing. Lloyd loses to her, and now they have all the masks.
Or we'll have to get a ninja up on ya.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I was improvising. Usually Lloyd does the talking, but he isn't here. But where is Lloyd?
I would say that this season also has my favorite finale out of all of Ninjago, mostly because of how it affects Lloyd. While he's in the Forest Temple getting the Mask of Hatred, his ex-wife goes off on him about how the ninja have routinely failed Ninjago, never being able to stop the big bad before they destroy the city a bunch. And as I've already said, she's kind of right with that, which only gets amplified when, unbeknownst to them, they were successful with their ritual. As far as everybody was concerned, including the Sons of Garmadon themselves, they had their asses kicked before they were able to finish it. But lo and behold, he's back. And if I'm gonna be honest, I really like how they made Garmadon return. I was heavily against the concept of him coming back ever since it was proposed at the beginning of the season, but I think they did it in a very respectful way to the character. The Sensei Garmadon we used to know is still dead. The person they brought back wasn't Garmadon the teacher or Garmadon the father and husband, it was Garmadon the Conqueror. How I interpret this happening is that this evil four-armed shithead died at the end of season 2, while Garmadon the teacher remained. And that original Garmadon is the one we see here. This iteration of him is almost like it's infantilized. It can barely talk properly, all it can do is destroy. And also create, I guess, because lore. I think the best part about this finale is that it almost proves the Quiet One's point. Lloyd gets extremely in his own head about what she said to him in the temple about how they can't defend Ninjago, and goes to fight Garmadon one-on-one. He then gets thrown through like 3 walls. This finale is great because she proves her own point by being the threat they can't defend against. This whole last episode is so good because in the end, they lose. Lloyd loses his powers after battling Garmadon and nearly dying. The city gets rampaged by this rock Goliath, and the ninjas seemingly die. They fuck off at the last second using this bag given to them by the Magic Tea Lady, but they are presumed dead by the rest of the characters for now. The only heroes left in Ninjago are Lloyd, Nia, and Misako. Also Pixel, but she's excluded from the final shot. The 4 others, as well as Baby Wu, however, end up in the first realm, the realm of the Oni and Dragon. And that's where the season ends off. I love the fact that they don't win in the end. Not only does this mean they can make a larger story with it being continued in season 9 and probably 10 as well, but also because of how it adds on to the relationship between Harumi and Lloyd. He's now in the same exact position she was put in all those years ago. His family of the ninjas just presumably got crushed by this behemoth, but instead of seeking vengeance for what happened, he escapes, seeking justice instead. I know I said back in season 4 that I was starting to finally enjoy the show on my level instead of where it is, but I mean it when I say it that this season had me fully invested. It feels like it's a promise for things to come in the future. There's no plot holes here that I remember. There's very few times where I ask, why didn't X just do Y? It's very solid. Great antagonist, great motivation, great writing, great twists, great animation. It's just a great season. If I had to conjure up some kind of complaint, I guess I would have liked to see more of the other ninja considering it's been a year since season 7. They probably could have changed in some ways, but honestly, considering the end of season 8, I'm gonna guess we'll be seeing a lot of the core 4 going forward. Fuck man, we have nothing else to talk about. I don't even want to wait. Let's just go to season 9. So as I've said previously, seasons 8 through 10 are a trilogy of seasons, telling one overarching story throughout them. And unfortunately, as trilogies go, the midpoint is kind of stuck in a weird spot quality-wise. Not to say season 9 is bad, but it kind of has to be this weird transitionary season. I mean, season 8 introduces the big bad, season 9 is playing around with them a bunch, and then season 10 they are properly thwarted. Like, which movie sounds more interesting? The Fellowship of the Ring gets formed and everybody begins their quest towards Mount Doom. Sam and Frodo fuck around at the 2 towers for 3 hours, them actually destroying the ring. I still ended up really loving season 9 overall. It was just kind of predestined to not feel as satisfying one way or the other due to being the midpoint. That out of the way though, what's it actually about? It's been 1 week since the finale of the last season. After the core 4 poofed away, a resistance has started out of pretty much whoever they could find. Pixel, Misako, Nia, Lloyd, and Dareth. This is until the Elemental Masters finally show back up. There have been hints of them here and there, like I said back in season 6, they show up inside Natakan's sword, and Karloff was a part of the kidnapped workers in season 7 for some reason, but this is their actual re-entry into the franchise. You can tell this show is starting to get its hooks in me because I genuinely got hyped when Karloff pushed one of the SOG across the alleyway they were in to save Lloyd. Not all of them return, which I think works quite well. Some of them have already been taken out by Garmadon and his forces, so their exclusion feels very natural. While Lloyd and his crew are bumming around in Ninjago, trying not to get killed, the rest of the ninja are now lost in the realm of the Oni and Dragon. But unfortunately for them, it's not just Oni and Dragon, there's also a bunch of scavengers. Before you ask why they're all pale, consider that every other character is just yellow. These guys are neither Oni or Dragon, but just a bunch of regular dudes left in the shuffle. I have no idea how they got here, they don't really explain it, but I don't think it matters much. They're hunting dragons because outside of their pride, it's pretty much their only food source. And it just so happens that power attracts dragons, and their elemental abilities can coax out a dragon. So the scavengers want to keep them locked up as bait. Can I just say, amazing theming. Both Lloyd with the Resistance and the 4 are being hunted in some way. Ninjago hunted. And I didn't bring it up for last season, so I'm bringing it up now. I love this new intro. Showing both sides being hunted in some way, then transitioning to them both running on top of chains is just beautiful. Not only that, but having Garmadon being the one doing the previously on Ninjago, as well as reading out the episode title, I thought was a nice touch. Neither this or the last season had the Weekend Whip as the intro theme, instead choosing to do their own things, and I'm a big fan of both of them. It just feels like another step towards the more mature angle I was talking about. No longer do they have the stupid immature baby Fold song, we now have this cool ass orchestral music. Fuck you, the Fold. Real talk though, I do kind of miss the Weekend Whip, I can't lie. It still gets referenced, like Dareth listening to it in this one scene, but it feels so iconic to Ninjago's identity at this point, I can't help but double take when it's not there. Still though, I do prefer these more cinematic looking intros than just introducing everybody one by one. Anyway, the actual season. I would argue that season 9 is our first Sensei Wu focused season. Throughout the course of the bog standard 10 episodes, he goes from little baby back to old man. Now he's not just some incredibly overpowered child, he's forgotten pretty much all of his memories. And as his age is regained, so are his memories. Until then though, the dynamics have switched and it's the ninja teaching him lessons about how to act. I found it really cool not only having the dynamics switch, but also all of it references the lessons they were taught in season 1. It's a bunch of generic shit like, don't put off till tomorrow what can be done today. Even lessons learned the hard way are lessons learned. The best way to defeat your enemy is to make them your friend. And other quotes stolen from fortune cookies, but I still like this for a number of reasons. Seeing all this stuff from the first season come back in an actually meaningful way, it's just great fan service for starters. But also because it shows the ninja actually learned from his lessons. It's cute to see them re-navigate a bunch of old problems with this new lens and territory. Even if I don't care about a lot of it. It's time for Gazpacho 1's 15th obligatory Red vs. Blue reference. Okay, so also in Season 9 of Red vs. Blue, kind of crazy how it's the same number, the season had two focuses. Half the episodes are spent following the artificial intelligence character known as Church as the memory unit he's inside begins to shut down and collapse. And the other half is following the Space Marines known as the Freelancers. One side is the new style with fully 3D animation and more serious plot, while the other is a more traditional Red vs. Blue with all of them bumming around in this canyon. The problem I have is that since none of what Church is going through is real, all of it's kind of pointless. After he gets out, none of it's ever acknowledged again, so it's kind of meaningless. And I hate to say I feel the same way with Ninjago's Season 9. Don't get me wrong, I liked the storyline going on with them inside the First Realm, but after they get out, that's just kinda it. I will concede this felt better than what Red vs. Blue does. In that show, it was actually pointless, but here at least some stuff of worth happens. New territory, new story, new antagonists. Exclusive to the First Realm is Iron Baron. I feel nothing when looking at this guy. This is probably the antagonist I feel the least about. Nothing bad, I think he would be like dead middle if I were to rank all of them. No real grand plans or motivations, just hunting down dragons and controlling people through fear. He serves his purpose though. He's more plot point than character, honestly. I do like a lot of the character designs of his troops though. All of them are maimed and mangled in some way, like this lady has an iron bar over both her eyes, and this guy has no legs. I will say though, in terms of character design, they are up there with the Season 6 crew. Just character-wise, nothing really left a lasting impact. Honestly, a lot of what's going on inside the First Realm during Hunted is very derivative of Season 1. I mean, it's just Master Wu with his 4 ninja. They're on a quest to go get a set of golden armor while along the way taming a bunch of dragons. It even has a female character disguising themselves as a man. Heavy Metal was a scavenger that defected from Iron Baron that helps the ninja. And I love her character because she almost feels like an apology for how Nia was treated pre-movie. She said she was forced to hide her face and gender from the rest of the scavengers because Iron Baron didn't want them knowing his second in command was a woman. Like, holy shit, they just went out there and said it. You have no idea how cathartic it was watching the show that has routinely screwed up the portrayal of female characters to just come out and say, I am a woman, nobody else knows I am a woman because I am being suppressed by a man. Like the face I made, dude! It does lead to a pretty predictable outcome of her and this glider lady at the end leading the new scavengers together, but still, it's better than what we had. And the development of Sensei Wu just leading this guy to his death for trying to control the dragons was honestly really well done. Well, that's all I've gotten me for the First Realm side of Season 9, but as I said with that RVB example earlier, that other half of the season is incredible. I love the Ninjago side of Hunted. You can really feel the despair going on. Like throughout the runtime, they're constantly dropping members as more and more of them get captured. Ultraviolet is running this impromptu show where she puts bounties on different people of power in Ninjago. Like Ronan gets caught frame 1. He even has to burn the green ninja outfit at one point to maintain his cover. Like they just can't catch a break this season. It has the theme of endurance and these episodes surely enforce it. Seriously, at the start there's like 15 of them, but by the end we're down to Comatose Skylar, Broken Shoulder Nia, Powerless Lloyd, and Dareth. It has so many good-ass moments, too. Like the tea lady I finally started remembering the name of. Turns out Mistake here is actually an Oni. This is stated back in Harumi's journal, Garmadon Rules, but after the first Spinjitzu master created Ninjago, 3 Oni warriors were sent after him to try to bring the guy back to the First Realm. That's where those 3 masks are from. Well, Mistake was one of them. But after she came to Ninjago, she fell in love with the world he had created and decided to help him, and killed the other 2 Oni that came with her. I think this is a pretty solid reveal. I mean, not only has she been around helping the son of the first Spinjitzu master since like Season 1, but she's also been around long enough to look exactly the same during the Serpentine Wars, despite the fact everyone around her looked much younger. I like her character a lot in this season. She basically serves the same mentor role that Wu used to fill, but a bit differently. Instead of trying to raise everybody as a whole, she's focused on trying to make a leader out of Lloyd so he can lead everyone. And it certainly takes him a bit to get there. Seriously, every one thing that goes right is immediately followed up by everything dying. So they're using the city dump as a hideout and using garbage trucks to move around undetected. Their first plan of attack is to rally the city and use the broadcasting station in Borg Tower. They actually manage to pull this off, but as they're getting away, their hideout gets discovered and pretty much all of the elemental masters get rounded up. Next, they come up with the idea of using Mistake's shapeshifting abilities that she has because she's an Oni to disguise her as Harumi to get Skylar close enough to touch Lord Garmadon and copy his abilities so they can control the giant rock thing. Another plan that actually works. Mistake is then presumably killed and Skylar can't control the rock monster long enough to take out Garmadon. down. Also, she gets doped off the stuff and put into a coma. They almost manage to get out of the city, Nia has a car roll on top of her. You see what I'm saying here? Fuckers can't win once this season, I love it. And not just them either. A lot of Hunted is dedicated to Harumi realizing how bad she's messed up. I'm going to get immensely sidetracked after my first example, but it's for a good reason, just bear with me. After they failed to capture any members of the Resistance due to the Elemental Masters showing up, somebody has to take the blame for this, and because Mr. E was the one who got punched across the room, he's then violently ripped apart by Garmadon. This is definitely the show's first step to communicating that the Quiet One no longer wants to be part of this plan, but I'm kind of mixed with how they went about it. Mr. E has had a huge aura of mystery around him. I mean, that's literally in his name, Mr. E, Mr. E. I know somebody on the team was damn proud when they thought of that, and it kind of feels like his run got cut short before they answered what that mystery was. And that's not me just saying that, that's literally a fact. According to an interview with Tommy Anderson done by Brent Miller, the guy who plays Zane, originally Mr. E was going to be Echo Zane. There was this rusted, scrapped version of Zane that Dr. Julian apparently created and left at the lighthouse that Jay and Nia found during Skybound. I didn't bring him up because he was only relevant for 2 episodes and immediately forgotten afterwards. But bringing him back here was originally going to address that they did forget him. I mean, nobody else knew he existed, so they're excused, but he was just kind of left on the island alone. During the events of Skybound, Nia and Jay learned he was on that island, and then after the timeline reset, just kind of never went back for him. I mean, meta-wise, I understand the writers probably just forgot about him considering all the screwy stuff that happened right after season 6. But in context of the show, it's really funny how they just up and left him. So during the development of season 8, they had planned for him to make a grand return as the true identity of Mr. E. You can still feel the remnants of this in the season itself too. It was revealed that Mr. E was a ninjroid, but they never really went anywhere with that. And it was him and Zane specifically who fought in the desert. You can definitely still feel the blueprints of this reveal in the show. And the reason it was scrapped is kind of baffling to me. Anderson says that since this was a new era for the show, they wanted to limit how many elements from previous seasons were involved with the plot so newer fans brought in from the movie could safely get into the show. This makes sense if we ignore the fact the main antagonist is literally a survivor from the very first season, and context from that finale is very important for understanding her motivation. Granted, the Great Devourer is a lot easier to explain than Echo Zane's existence. Dr. Julian, introduced in season 1, was brought to this tower in the middle of the ocean by Samukai, introduced in the pilot, and was found during season 2. The character of Echo Zane was introduced while Nia and Jay were hiding in there during season 6. There's definitely a lot of moving parts going on that newer fans might not understand, but from his assumption you're getting in on the 8th season of the show, that's kinda on you, man. Now there is another reason explained in this interview why he was scrapped, and that reason I do kind of agree with. With the plot they had going on already, introducing Echo Zane into it would have made it just a bit messy. Doing this also means that they would need a scene of Jay and Nia explaining to everybody the events of Skybound, and pull a lot of the antagonist spotlight away from the Quiet One. They would have to explain how he got off the island, how he's now better at fighting than the Titanium Ninja himself. I do think this would have been a pretty messy reveal to do with everything else this season was already doing, but it then kind of leaves the character of Mr. E feeling a little pointless. Don't get me wrong, I liked him a lot, I thought he was cool, but that's kind of all he is. Kilo and Ultraviolet are also antagonists that don't get a lot of development in any way, but that's fine for them because their name isn't fucking Mystery. It's a very confusing character overall, if I'm gonna be real. Doing the reveal would have made things very cluttered, but not doing it makes him feel kind of pointless. The scene of his death though, big fan of this scene. Him getting violently and slowly ripped apart by Garmadon as Harumi's expression slowly shifts from evil menacing to horror is so well done. I love her character development throughout Hunted. I kind of forgot she's fucking weird and wanted to be Garmadon's daughter, if I'm gonna be real. Loic tried to reason with her at the end of season 8 about how bringing Garmadon back and destroying the city is just going to do to others what happened to her, and it isn't until her last moments that she finally gets to see the error of her ways. As Skylar and Garmadon are struggling for control over the big stone man, a bunch of surrounding buildings start getting demolished by it. Trying to get out of the crosshairs of their struggle, she accidentally puts herself in one of these buildings and is faced with the very same thing that happened to her all those years ago. As she's running for the exit, she overhears a family trying to get their kid into the elevator before the whole building goes down. And seeing as this is the exact same scenario that made her who she is, she finally has a little bit of humanity shine through. She gets them all to the stairs before one of the floors collapse above her, blocking her own exit. She's able to get to the rooftops right before the building goes down fully, and she gets to see everything she's done. And then she's dead. Yes, straight up, I was really expecting a redemption arc for her crimes, but she goes down with the building. And honestly, I'm glad she died here. The amount of people she must have been responsible for killing at this point is probably in the thousands. It isn't a full redemption, saving one family and realizing what she did was wrong, but it's enough before they send her character off. It's a great ending to what I would argue is the best antagonist of the show ever. And speaking of great endings, the ending. Remember how earlier I was complaining that the Overlord felt like a really forced way for Lloyd to be able to beat his father physically without him being able to actually face his father? Well, this ending finally gives me what I wanted originally, and I would argue even better than if they were to do it back then. All of the ninja riding on the dragons are able to get out of the first realm, so while they're dealing with the big guy, Lloyd and Wu go to face his father. But even with the both of them, there's still no match, because as Garmadon says, it's the fight that fuels him. So Lloyd doesn't fight him. This is such a satisfying moment narratively. Back in Season 3, when Sensei Garmadon was teaching all of his students, he taught them to fight non-violently with his art of the silent fist. And that's exactly what he uses to beat him here. The fight is what fuels him, so he doesn't fight. He endures, which is like the theme of the whole season. It's so good! Him defeating this new corrupted Garmadon using his father's own teachings from like 5 seasons ago is such a good wraparound moment for the series. After enduring long enough, he eventually loses his powers and Lloyd's returns. I don't know exactly how that worked, but fuck it, the vibes are good enough. Garmadon warns them that something bigger is coming, and the day is finally saved. Wu is back to normal age, they begin rebuilding Ninjago City, all is good. But wait a minute, isn't this the middle of the trilogy? Yeah, the thing he warned them about is kind of why this continues further. You see, back when they were in the realm of the Oni and Dragon, none of the Oni were actually there. And considering the next season is called March of the Oni,
I wonder what's coming next.
overall, I really liked Season 9. It had its problems, many of which I've already vocalized, such as the dual focus, one half of that focus not mattering nearly as much as the other, the squandering of Mr. E's character. All of these I still stand by, but even with those, I still really enjoyed it. I would say worse than Season 8, but still better than, like, everything that's not Season 8. But with that out of the way, let's finally finish the trilogy with March of the Oni. Still remember how I was talking about Season 9 feeling slightly anticlimactic due to it being the midpoint of a trilogy? I don't like the end of the trilogy, so this is it. Not only is it the finale to what I would argue is the best of Ninjago, but also the big season number 10. And they're really gunning for this to be a huge celebration of the franchise. Unlike seasons 8 and 9, they're going to be incorporating the past adventures a lot more. March of the Oni has the blueprint to be the best season of the show yet. Where did it all go wrong? You see, the series was actually going to end with Season 9. And I didn't say arc, I said series. Done, finito, it's over. That was until Tommy Anderson, that producer I mentioned earlier, and I assume the rest of the Ninjago team, negotiated with LEGO to give them just a bit more to work with. So the finale of Season 9 was changed to end on a bit more of an ominous note instead of the intended Happy DreamWorks dance finale. And Season 10 was then created through fuck, it just hit me. Yeah, it just hit me. This is Rebooted again, isn't it? Okay, this isn't really technically a season for the show. It's counted as Season 10, but considering the total runtime of 4 22-minute episodes equaling out to about an hour and a half, it's more aptly a TV movie. And I would argue this is the most faithful adaptation of a Ninjago movie we've seen, even if it's in the funniest way possible. Plot points that don't make sense and even contradict previous ones, deaths that are immediately undone and have no weight, things happening only for the convenience of the plot. Ninjago is back! So this big evil Garmadon was talking about forebodingly last season has finally shown up, with this Kingdom Hearts-ass plot in tow. Their darkness is pouring out of the Realm Crystal and turning everybody into statues. I will say, these visuals look great. The shots of the newly rebuilt bounty flying over this giant dark cloud swallowing up the city not only looks good in its own right, but it's so striking against the rest of the sky. The visuals when they enter the darkness later of everyone being frozen solid is really disturbing looking, or at least as disturbing as LEGO can get. Overall, I would say this is up there with the best the show has ever looked. I still think Season 8 looked better, but I think that was just the areas they were in, honestly. Alright, that's my compliments done. These antagonists suck. We've been getting hyped up about the Oni ever since the midpoint of Season 8, and they simply cannot pay off that hype. They're all just generically evil shadow guys that want to destroy Ninjago for no reason. Like, at least when that was Garmadon's sole motivation back in Season 2, it was clear he was doing it for no reason. With the Devourer venom going through his veins, he couldn't stop himself from being evil. He was compelled to do all the things he did, like an addiction. So him having, like, no motivation at least made sense. What are these guys' excuse? All of them look the same, and their motivations are destroying Ninjago with no end goal. They suck. Least favorite villains so far. At least Crux and Acronix were kind of funny sometimes. How they show up doesn't even make sense. So remember that Realm Crystal back from Season 5 that lets you go between dimensions? Yeah, they just kind of spill their darkness all out of it. Kind of thought the Realm Crystal had to be activated first, but what do I know? Didn't stop them from just randomly reappearing in the first realm, I guess. Yeah, they kind of just show back up. They don't even use anything like Traveler's Tea or the Realm Crystal or dragons. They just kind of do it. Makes you wonder why they even needed to spawn their Dark Cloud out of the Realm Crystal to begin with, but whatever. And since only those of Oni blood can withstand the darkness, Garmadon and Lloyd team up to go stop them. They don't really explain why Garmadon even cares though. He says in the beginning of episode 3 that if anybody's going to take over Ninjago, it's going to be him. But shouldn't he just team up with the Oni and just steamroll them then? They later start to push that Garmadon can still be a good person like the last one, and I like that. But at this point in the story, I don't understand why he would care. You can survive in the darkness, and said darkness will also destroy Ninjago. Just let them do their thing. Regardless of his lack of motivation, his development this season is pretty good. He's never going to be close to understanding the morality the original Garmadon had, but he can get close. I don't understand why after everything is said and done, they just let him walk away though. Yeah, he helped you save Ninjago, but he also killed like a lot of people, put him back in the big jar. So much of this season, movie, or whatever it's called just feels like nostalgia bait and nothing else. Look guys, it's the monastery, it's been rebuilt. And it has murals of all of their past adventures, whoa! And its intro is just a bunch of sliding PNGs around showing those murals. And they're using the golden weapons again, and they're using the Tornado of Creation again. Oh look, it's the Sword of Sanctuary. I remember season 5. Yes, I will buy more Lego. It almost feels like the entirety of March of the Oni is just built around getting from one old thing to the other old thing. And this wouldn't be a problem if they were used in meaningful ways. They sort of do this with the Golden Master's armor from season 3, but we'll get to my problems with that in a second. Maybe Lloyd hangs on to the Sword of Sanctuary for the rest of the season, or they try using the reverse time blade they still have from season 7, or they get the golden mech back from season 2, which for the record, Wu still has. He uses it at the end of the Dark Allen Trilogy book against Klaus, so I have no idea why he doesn't pull it out for this. You might be saying that referencing the books is a little far out even for this season, and if that's the case, then why the fuck is it in the intro? Genuinely, nearly everything that happens feels like a shameless attempt to reference something that happened earlier and nothing else. And not just things coming up for the reference, things coming up because they convenience the plot as well. Not because it makes sense for anything they've set up for, but just because it needed to happen or there'd be no conflict. Cyrus Borg has returned after being absent for no reason for the last 2 seasons, and has built a new vault to protect all of Ninjago's magic doohickery. The reason I say a new vault is because the last vault was back in season 6, the one that was in the middle of the jungle and impossible to find, that also had a bunch of repurposed Ninjoid defending it. Well, now all of the artifacts have been moved under Borg Tower. You know, Borg Tower, located in the city that gets destroyed every 2 episodes. Now also not defended by any Ninjoids, just 2 random dolts. If they didn't do this, then the Realm Crystal the darkness pours out of wouldn't have been in the middle of the city, so there wouldn't have been any conflict. Remember the golden weapons? The ones that were launched into space and then reforged into the Golden Master's armor? Well, while they're in the basement of Borg Tower fighting off the ne'er-do-well demons, they managed to snatch that armor to use against the Oni. In concept, I actually like this. Golden weapons and golden mechs of this sort have been used to ward off shadowy creatures before, so the same logic should follow. What doesn't make sense though is Kai being able to reforge the armor back into the weapons. Weren't those forged at the Temple of Light on the Dark Island? Why can this random ass forge they have in the monastery do the same thing? They say it's because his elemental abilities of fire? But those things haven't even been able to melt through chains before, don't give me that shit. Later when the Oni are about to break down the door to the monastery, Lloyd comes up with the idea that they should do the Tornado of Creation to stop them. And Kai retorts saying that they only did it once, and when they did, it was a miracle it worked. Which, by the way, they did way more than one time. Are we just gonna forget about the Ultrasonic Raider being created with the same move, or when they were fighting Samurai X in the lost city of Ouroboros? Discounting Shadow of Ronin, the 3DS game, if you even remember at this point. 3 times they have done the Tornado of Creation. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Them randomly removing stuff without explanation between seasons to keep the ninja balanced was a little frustrating, but understandable for the grand scheme of the show. Air Jitsu, the Ultra Dragon, the Golden Weapons, Tornado of Creation, kind of. But suddenly trying to give a concrete in-universe reason for why they stopped doing it is so stupid to me. I was okay for it not making sense from a story standpoint when there was a meta explanation, but them trying to retroactively give this meta removal a story explanation doesn't make any sense. Something else that doesn't make any sense is how the golden weapons now work. Assuming these are exact replicas of the originals, which I'm not even going to begin to question how Kai managed to do that. Why does the Scythe of Quakes not work when Nia tries to use it? Only the Elemental Master of Earth gets to use it now, I guess. Despite the fact the first ever person to use it on screen was Kai in the pilot. Now it just can't work for Nia for whatever reason. How else would they build up their emotional reunion after their fake-out death? March of the Oni has not 1, not 2, but 3 whole fake-outs. 1 after Heavy Metal crashes into Ninjago trying to warn them about the impending darkness. 2 after the ladder of the Destiny's Bounty snaps and Cole falls into the darkness. And 3 after they're done with the Tornado of Creation and Lloyd's passed out. After they start the Tornado of Creation, everything goes white and Lloyd in his unconscious state gets to have a little talk with the first Spinjitzu master. He basically just says to him, "Well done, Lloyd, you're such a good person. I'm giving you the offer of going to heaven right now." If yes, he goes to wherever this Mother 3-ass field is. And if no, somehow all of this will appear as a dream. He says no, of course, but considering that means he was just regularly unconscious, I don't know why everyone starts reacting like he's dead. Wu even takes his hand, feels his pulse, and says there's nothing he can do. He's literally just unconscious. What are you on about? The most egregious one is the most hyped up one, though. They have this whole scene of Cole falling backwards in slow motion with this dramatic music and everyone reacting to it. But literally 5 minutes later, it's revealed he's okay. It seriously removes all of the tension this moment had beforehand. Cole surviving this doesn't even make any sense. We're told only those of Oni blood can survive in there. We see this with all of the citizens in Ninjago being frozen solid. But I guess Cole was able to withstand it for a few seconds because fuck you, we need him later. I think the part I hate the most about this is how they're able to defeat the Oni. They use the Tornado of Creation, and as the first Spinjitzu master explains, they saw destruction and hatred and faced it with creation and love. They were able to win because they countered destruction with creation. Cool. Wait a minute, wasn't the whole reason there was a never-ending war between the Oni and Dragons because creation and destruction canceled each other out? The whole basis around the first Spinjitzu master's life was that he was able to balance between creation and destruction. Going against lore things that were set up 9 seasons ago is passable, it's whatever. But going against something that was set up at the very beginning of the trilogy is just inexcusable for me. I'm going to be 100% honest, I think March of the Oni captures just all of Ninjago's worst qualities perfectly. Pointless fake-out deaths, story inconsistencies, things just happening to convenience the plot. My goat is washed! I'm aware I'm being extremely negative to LEGO Kids Show again. I mean, the first couple of seasons had these exact same problems and it wasn't going off nearly as hard then. Why am I being so overly negative now? It's because of the expectations, to put it bluntly. I am aware of what the first couple of seasons were and still are. Their intentions weren't to do anything grand or major, they were just to sell people Legos. A character being evil just for the sake of it back then was okay. Story elements not making sense back then were alright. Events happening specifically to convenience the plot were annoying but passable. That's because of the context around where the show was. It wasn't made to be anything special. It wasn't made to be grand and get a huge fan base of people who care about things like this. It was made to be the LEGO show that sold LEGO ninjas. But as the show went on, it started gaining its own identity. It started becoming more than just the LEGO Ninja show. Of course, it still had a lot of the same problems, but I was able to overlook most of them because of how strong a lot of the other elements were. And by the time we get to Sons of Garmadon, it truly felt like something unique. It didn't start that way, but it got there. The story and subject matter started to feel more intriguing. It felt like they were really able to get into this. And it's absolutely tragic to see it fall right back down into old habits with the finale. I have the same complaints between both, but within the context of the first few seasons, it's understandable. I hadn't seen how good the show could be yet. And I hadn't seen the stories they could tell within this medium. I hadn't yet seen how freaking cool it was, okay? I still love Sons of Garmadon. I really liked Hunted. I just can't enjoy March of the Oni. Want to read another canon book? Following up March of the Oni, we have a 5-part comic exclusively about Garmadon called Garmadon. Horrible title aside, this follows his journey after his pseudo-redemption at the end of the trilogy. And if I'm going to be honest, this is probably the best canon book I have read for this video yet. Somehow it's better than the actual finale, wow. This franchise is just all over the goddamn place. Garmadon, since those said events, has been struggling with his new place in the world, which is honestly a great direction to take his character. He's fallen from his forced leadership position, he's not really all that evil anymore, but he certainly still isn't good. It's kind of reminiscent of what they did with Zane back in Tournament of Elements. This isn't the same Garmadon we've known, it's a recreation of him with the same memories and personality. So now he's just kind of aimlessly wandering around the woods, having recurring nightmares about this shadowy Oni figure following him. And that isn't the only demon come back to haunt him. Serving as the antagonist for this little story is the comic exclusive Mogra. Mogra? I don't know. Apparently this dude worked with Chen back during the Serpentine Wars. He's the leader of the new group known as the Red Crowns. Basically just a reforming of the Sons of Garmadon after half its leaders got offed. The reason he's even involved is because of this cool tea this village has been brewing. One sip of this empowering infusion and it'll greatly amplify any existing abilities. I have no idea how this is something that's never been brought up before, but who cares? The story is good enough to where I can't be bothered to ask. I love Mogra, as I'm going to be calling him because I can't figure out how to pronounce his name as a villain here. As a standalone, he's not that great. Like, it's never really explained how this guy has been alive since the Serpentine Wars, or why he's now just coming out of hiding, or really anything about why here and now, but honestly, Garmadon is enough to carry him. The story, even though it's short, is able to introduce 3 different threats for him to have to deal with, all of them emblematic of who he is. The village has been having a bit of a bear problem for a while, which he seeks to deal with in exchange for more tea so he can get super powerful and kill everyone. Mogra, Magra is somebody from his past he can't physically beat in a fight, and of course the shadowy guy attacking him mentally, repeatedly asking the question of why is he even here. At first, the answer is he wants to get more power, obviously, but as it goes on and he begins to get more attached to the villagers, he's unable to answer that question faithfully. Eventually, the visage revealed itself as the child, pre-bitten version of Garmadon, back when he was unaffected by the venom, back when he had a choice over his own future. He comes to remind him that Garmadon is still alive. He still has the ability to choose his own future and fate, which leads him to reconcile with the bears he previously fought. He perceived the bears as an unthinking monster trying to attack the townspeople, when in reality they were just trying to protect their own, not too dissimilar to the dynamic Garmadon has with his own son. And finally, Magra. He incinerates his ass, holy shit. This finale is awesome, man. He force feeds him a bunch of his own tea, leading him to get overpowered and start to burn up. And in the moments before they're all entirely annihilated, he gets asked what he was searching for again. What is it that he wants out of all of this? Which leads him to finally answer redemption and blasting his ass. Pretty okay villain, but great villain death. He got fucking annihilated. Honestly, if you're a Ninjago fan, I would highly recommend you check out this little series of books. You can find it pretty easy on the Internet Archive, it's not that hard. But this is genuinely great. It honestly makes me kind of upset this isn't the story we got for March of the Oni. I'm not saying this story exactly with him going to a random ass village and guzzling monster energy, but this journey of seeking redemption for what he's done. He started out as an unthinking monster brought into this world by an insane person only having the resemblance of a dead man with the express purpose of creating as much destruction as possible. He has an even harder path to walk down than the original Garmadon did, because he can't even be redeemed like the original. And I love that he doesn't even end with a full redemption where he decides to be a good guy now. It's left open-ended with him leaving the village after saving all of them. I enjoy not knowing what will become of him, at least for now that is. I don't say that with any foreshadowing, by the way. I literally don't know if he'll come back. But yeah, the Garmadon comic books, I enjoyed them way more than I thought I ever would. Alright, but enough of whatever that was. It's now time for a new era for the show to begin. And this one has the distinction of starting a new era for probably more reasons than any others had. For starters, it's no longer Ninjago Masters of Spinjitzu, it's now just Ninjago. This is also counted as season 1 for this new unbranded Ninjago, but considering the events of this plot only take place a few months after March of the Oni, I'm just going to be treating this as season 11 like most Ninjago fans seem to do. Not only that, but there's a new animation studio taking the reins now. Will Films has done the whole show up until now, but now we have Wild Brains Studios taking over. I'll get into my thoughts on the new animation in a minute though. The writing is also changed back to how it was during the pre-revival era. The tone is back to its silly pre-season 7 self. We will also get to my thoughts about the writing in a bit. And finally, the biggest change being the episode's runtime. Technically, season 11 has 30 episodes, but each of those episodes are now only 11 minutes long, opposed to how the show has been this entire time at 22 minutes. So, if we were to treat this like every 2 11-minute episodes or one, then this season has 15 whole episodes. A new length unseen by the show up until now. But all of this, new episode lengths, changed titles, new animation, all of these are real changes that do affect the show, but they don't matter as long as the show is still good, right? Right? Okay, so season 11 is kind of weird. It's split up into 2 chapters, being the fire chapter of the first 15 episodes, and the ice chapter of the latter 15. This season's kind of weird to talk about, so I'll try to break them up and talk about them individually. Since by and large they are entirely disconnected, the villain of the first half of the season is barely relevant to the second half. Whatever, enough jibber jabber plot. As I've said previously, it's been months since the defeat of the Oni, and the ninja since then have got... Oh my god, check out this line I wrote. And the ninja since then have all since gotten rusty. Wow. Master Wu's all pissy about this though, so he forces them to go out and get a quest to prove that they still have what it takes if another threat attacks Ninjago. I mean, I understand why he's adamant about them training so they can stay sharp to defeat whatever comes next, but I don't get why he doesn't stop them from going out and finding a new threat to fight. You see, what he should have done is, "My lord, this peace is what all true ninjas strive for," in which he would probably then say, "I just wonder what Garmadon's up to." Then Samurai X would probably fly in and say something like, "My sensei, Garmadon's minions have seized the village of Jamanakai. It is written that only Lloyd can defeat Garmadon." The train of thought that they are all stupid babies and need a new adventure to go on is what sparks literally the entire plot of this whole season. They end up discovering this ancient serpentine temple in the desert and accidentally unleash Satan. Whoops! This tall glass of water is a sphera. You see, back when Wu and Garmadon were children, there was a peace between serpentine and humans. This was until Wu, being the curious little child he was, snuck over into the serpentine ground just to see what was up, accidentally getting themselves thrown into prison. This was until until Asphira came around and freed them with the promise that they would teach her Spinjitzu, which Wu did, and she immediately used it to overthrow the other Serpentine. Wanting to stop a war from breaking out, Wu and Garmadon stole these two plot devices from their father, known as the Scrolls of Forbidden Spinjitzu. Just holding one of these scrolls amplifies elemental abilities greatly. Anyway, Asphira wants revenge because they kicked her ass thousands of years ago. Also, she steals Kai's powers. I'm not sure how she did that, but fuck whatever. She, as well as her army of snakes, are now on fire. As a villain, she's just so fucking boring. Her and her army of snakes attack Ninjago City on her quest for revenge. You are literally just Pythor again. Yes, slightly different because she wants revenge against specifically Wu, when Pythor was doing it for revenge against all of humanity. But they basically go the same way. Most of the fire chapter is just the ninja hightailing it away from her because she's not only got Kai's elemental abilities, but one of the scrolls of power stolen from the Ninjago Museum. On an unrelated note, they really need to get better security for this place. Not only are her motivations very uninspired, but she has like no personality to hold it up. Characters like Nauticon and classic era Garmadon are also pretty shallow motivations wise, but their personalities and relations to the heroes really held them up. She's just kinda evil and wants to kill Sensei Wu, that's it, it's whatever. I know I kinda dunked on Iron Baron a little bit, but at least he wasn't a clone of another villain we've already fought. The story of the fire chapter is also very whatever. I think the big thing holding this season back is them adjusting to the new episode lengths. On one hand, this gives them the ability to do some more wacky creative stuff like new gimmick episodes, an entire episode where we follow Ninjago's paper boys as they continue delivering mail through the city getting destroyed, an episode that's just a news broadcast, an episode where they do a Godzilla parody, an episode that's fully 2D animated and looks disgusting. I think these occasional gimmick episodes are at best kinda cute and pretty funny, and at worst, the single-handedly biggest can of worms this franchise has ever opened and will never be able to close satisfiably. I'm sure they'll get used to the 11-minute time limit eventually, but for right now it feels like a huge step back. There are so many episodes where it feels like basically nothing is happening. Episode 1, the ninja are all rusty and Sensei Wu is trying to train them back into being noble warriors. Episode 2, they're going around Ninjago City trying to find a villain to fight. Episode 3, they do a Tremors. Genuinely, nothing is even going on. And the things that are going on aren't even original. Really, I view the fire chapter as just doing Rise of the Snakes again, but worse. I mean, it starts with all the ninja being unmotivated and lazy after their last success. They accidentally unearth a tomb containing a bunch of snake people. The snakes wreak havoc on Ninjago City. We get a flashback showing how one of the sons of the first Spinjitzu master is involved in this mess. It even has Sensei Wu trying to sacrifice himself at the end. I think I've lost track of how many times the old bastards tried that one. I will say though, slaying looks in that cape, Sensei. Genuinely, I think the best way I can describe the fire chapter is just that it's boring! With that being said though, I do like a lot of the jokes in the fire chapter. They have to break into this Explorers Guild place in order to get the other Forbidden Scroll, so they can combat Asphira with her Forbidden Scroll. And the Explorers Guild is not only a parody of the British Museum, but it's disgustingly British. Seriously, with how all these guys talk, it would make Airplane blush with its profiling. Hey, did you know this show also has a reference to Airplane with its autopilot Dareth? I hope that's also crazy to everybody else. And after they break in, they call in security who look exactly like the fucking Royal Guard. It's hilarious. That news episode I mentioned briefly has this running bit with a street interviewer who every time it cuts back to him, he's increasing the amount of awards he's won.
Ninja would never let us—
Yeah, sounds great, kid. Excuse me, Mr. Serpent.
I'll give them this. It got a few solid chuckles out of me. Not nearly as much as previous seasons have gotten, but still, I have got to give it its props. And one of those props is the new animation. Kinda. For the most part, I'm honestly not huge on how the new animation looks. In most instances, I think it actually looks worse. The facial expressions on Zane just throw me off. I don't know how to feel about them. But these fight scenes, holy cow, they look good. The squash and stretch, the exaggeration on the movements, oh my god, it's beautiful. Asphira having all of them captured with Lloyd, Zane, and Nia swooping in with the other Forbidden Scroll to join the fray. Then all of them fighting her off, passing the scroll to one another as they throw down, genuinely looks incredible. I would almost say it's on the same quality of the movie version with how it's animated. I would love to see previous seasons redone having this quality of fight animation. Anyway, at the end of the fight, Asphira blasts Wu with the fuck off laser, but at the last second, Zane jumps in front of it and he fucks off. Turns out he wasn't killed though, and instead was sent to the Never Realm. Sensei Wu feeling guilty because literally all of this was his fault, for not only teaching Asphira Spinjitzu all those years ago, but also not stopping the ninja from going to a dangerous pyramid for no reason, tries to go by himself to free Zane. But the ninja stop him and they go in his place, which is what begins the Ice chapter of Ninjago. Overall, I think the fire chapter is just whatever. It's a boring plot with a boring villain and boring motivations, what do you want me to say? But where the real meat of this season begins is the ice chapter. I fucking hate it! Okay, so a lot of the first half of this season has been trying to set up the guilt that Sensei Wu has for his previous actions. If he didn't teach a sphere of Spinjitzu, then she wouldn't have beaten the ninja. And if you didn't send them looking for a quest, Kai would still have his fire powers. And if not for all of that, then Zane wouldn't be trapped in this never realm they speak so highly of. It's apparently this inescapable limbo-esque realm. Even the first Spinjitzu master didn't want people going there. Not even the power of the Traveler's Tea can get you to and fro. Only a blast from the Forbidden Scroll can take you there. These are some pretty damn high stakes or it will literally get zero payoff. Sensei Wu's plan, as he explains it to the ninjas, to blast himself with a scroll, get Zane, and then to use the Traveler's Tea to get back home. But wait, didn't I literally just say that the Traveler's Tea can't get you back? Yeah, well, it still can't, and Wu knows this? He says that he only told the ninja it would work so they wouldn't worry about him. But if he knew it wouldn't work, then what was his plan exactly? Go there, get stranded, fucking die? Even if he did find Zane, it wouldn't have been able to get him back, so what would be the point here? Contrivances and shit that doesn't make sense litter the ice chapter. Apparently this nasty fellow, known as the Ice Emperor, has been terrorizing the people of the Never Realm for decades now, going around freezing people in the environment with his cursed ice. And as told to us by the village elder, has captured Zane. Ice Boy's goons keep attacking the village, so Lloyd heads off by himself to go find Zane, while everybody else stays behind to protect it. The stuff going on with Lloyd, I'll talk about in a minute, but I am not a huge fan of the stuff going on with the rest of the ninja. With Zane out of the picture and Lloyd playing Okami HD, we're left with Cole, Jay, Nia, and Kai. Let's start with Jay because I think he makes me the most sad. His character has just been horribly flanderized since the start of season 11. Jay has always been very scrappy. He grew up in a junkyard, he knows his way around machines like the back of his hand. A lot of his solutions to problems are very creative and overcomplicated. But he's also a massive dork. Due to his insecurities, he's a very anxious person, he's got very bad people skills, and he panics like 90% of the time. He can definitely come off as obnoxious, but in a lovable dork kind of way. Yeah, this season removes the lovable dork part. He's just useless this entire time. Machines are like his entire thing, right? Zane and Nia are also pretty versed with technology, being the daughter of a blacksmith and technology, but by and large, it's his gimmick. Well, this entire season, Nia just robs this mechanic from him. He just sits around doing fucking nothing whenever anything needs to be fixed. Yeah, he pretty much always complained when he had to do something, but at least he did it. He just feels useless now. On top of that, Cole is having quite possibly the most generic kid's side plot imaginable. He's scaling to the top of this big scary mountain where this Yeti called a Crag lives. And after he finds it and fights it, it turns out it was actually friendly the whole time and it was trying to befriend him. Fuck off. I know I'm making fun of the show for literally being what it is, but going from the insaneness of season 9 and 8's plot to this is so jarring to me. His motivations for why he even did this are so benign as well. Right as they entered the Never Realm, they accidentally crashed their versatile Lego Ninjago 70677 land bounty toy truck. As they were piling out, Cole accidentally left the Traveler's Tea inside as it plummeted off the cliff. It wouldn't have worked anyways, but they didn't know that. But from their perspective, they are now trapped here indefinitely. And for some reason, none of them seem to react to this at all. The fact none of them freaked the fuck out for this entire season is astounding to me. And not only that, but Cole reacts like they are. He climbs up the mountain by himself without telling anybody, looking for this elusive Traveler's Tree, the tree that produces the leaves to make the tea. As he's trauma dumping to this random child, he starts talking about how nobody lets you live down big mistakes like that when literally nobody has brought it up. Jay is suffering from Alzheimer's and he's suffering from schizophrenia. All of the water is currently frozen in the Never Realm due to the Ice King Adventure Time, and due to all of the water being frozen, Nia is pretty much powerless. Now this is building towards some pretty cool correlation with her and Kai. He lost his powers to Alibaba Pythor, if you recall, and his powers would have been the most useful by far given the current situation. Because of this, he's going through it pretty hard. This is until he decides to stop not having his powers. This old lady of the village, who is frankly far too knowledgeable about this stuff, tells him that real power comes from within and that can never be taken away. When, yes the fuck it can, what was the whole point of Tournament of Elements then? He doesn't get it all back at once, but the fact Kai can regain them without taking it back from a Sphera is very bizarre to me. Can Lloyd get his golden powers that he lost in season 3 back if he just wants them bad enough? But ignoring how this makes no sense within the world they've established, they don't even do anything cool with this story-wise. And it really upsets me because they almost make this compelling. Because of the frost, they can't make any new fires, and after their only remaining fire gets extinguished, he's able to put all of his energy into making a new one for them. him. And after getting a taste of his powers back, he immediately gets a huge fucking ego about it. I like this. This is good. This is Kai behavior. It makes perfect sense for him to immediately let the power go to his head, which in theory should make his later humbling hit even harder. Earlier in the season, he started to learn that he needed to rely on more than just his powers. Then he gets the taste of them back and starts to ignore all of that again. But later when the village gets attacked and he fails to defend them using his fire, this should be his ego death and where he starts to learn to use more than just his gifted abilities. But the narrative just kind of doesn't follow that. Later on, when he's facing that same dragon that froze the entire village, he goes Super Saiyan with his fire powers to save everybody. It would have been a lot more narratively satisfying if he instead found a way to defeat it without using his elemental powers. The reason the village froze over is because his overall reliance on those abilities, and it should have narratively served as a lesson to try other approaches. But no, fuck it, just burn the dragon alive, whatever. And then Nia is somehow the worst of all these problems. She's been flanderized back to her glorious pre-season 5 self. Without her powers, she now feels useless and immediately gives up when prompted with adapting to the environment instead of just brute forcing. Cool! I spent too long already talking about this stupid season, stupid story. You get the gist, I'm skipping over. I think the worst thing this season does is it's near season 1 level of disregard for how this world works. Eventually, Nia learns to overcome and that ice is just frozen water and can be manipulated by her almost the same way. So does that mean other elemental abilities could overlap? Could Kai eventually overlap with the Master of Smoke? Could Zane go in reverse and eventually control water? Could you use Jay's lightning abilities to go really fast like the Master of Speed? The can of worms this season opens is insane, and I'm not even mentioning the worst of it! Episode 27, the Kaiju Protocol, has successfully dethroned the time travel episode of season 2 in terms of making no goddamn sense. Sensei Wu and Pixel are flipping through other dimensions like a TV tuner, seeing if they can access the Never Realm and bring the ninja home. While doing this, we get a bunch of cool references to previous seasons. We get to see the Underworld, the Cloud Kingdom, the Realm of the Departed. Wait, what? So they could have gone to these places with Traveler's Tea the whole time? Isn't the original Garmadon in the Departed Realm right now? Couldn't you bring him home with this stuff? What about the Cloud Kingdom? Could they have just used Traveler's Tea instead of jumping through the blind man's eye back in season 5? Then the Preeminent escapes, which is frankly insane. It starts running around and galloping through Ninjago City like a horse, which raises the question why it even needed the ghost to make the giant mech for it back in Possession. I've been missaying the season name this whole time. It clearly has no problem moving around. It also raises the question that the Preeminent has a soul, apparently? I thought it was an entire realm. How does that work? Okay, I think I can tell I was getting upset with this season because there's just a huge fucking gap and then I just start talking about something else. Oh yes, the Lloyd stuff. What about the Lloyd stuff? Lloyd this entire time has been Lord of the Rings walking his way to the Ice Castle trying to go confront the Ice King, or Ice Emperor, I already forgot. Along his travels, he's made a wolf companion and it turns out Lloyd's friend, Okami HD, is actually this thing called a formling. People who can transform into specific animals. And I'm honestly not sure why he doesn't immediately suspect she's an Oni. They have this super forced argument after the reveal that she can wolf link that just genuinely comes out of nowhere. The only shapeshifter this kid has met up until now has been the Master of Form, who is exempt because there's no way she could possibly be here, and the Oni. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that this is a straggler that's come back to kill him. The fact they don't even verbalize this feels insulting. Zane is the Ice Emperor. No! Apparently, he's been getting manipulated by his advisor, Vex, the most gormless villain ever put in the show. He doesn't even have the balls to die like the good ones. They just kind of let him off with a warning. Which, frankly, considering he's been freezing and killing people for decades, is kind of insane to me. Harumi died with what she believed in, realizing she was wrong right when it was too late. Master Chen got sent directly to hell for cultural appropriation, Moro took himself out, and Nada-kan got undone by time itself. And this dude just gets pushed into a field and slapped on the wrist. It's sucks. But whatever, instantly forgotten. Zane is the Ice Emperor. I actually didn't see this twist coming because it literally makes no goddamn sense. Okay, so it's said that the Ice Emperor has ruled for decades, right? Life here seems like hell, which makes sense considering what we know about this realm told to us by the first Spinjitzu master. But we get several flashbacks within this world about what it used to look like before the Ice Emperor. And honestly, it seems fine. There were kingdoms, tribes, nothing nearly as bad as the Departed Realm, Cursed Realm, Underworld. The Never Realm back then is pretty tame compared to those. So if things only got bad in the dimension when Zane was zapped there, then why didn't the first Spinjitzu master want anybody going there? I mean, if the Ice Emperor had ruled for thousands of years, then yeah, sure, why not? Makes sense. But Zane says he's only ruled for a few decades. What about this realm was the first Spinjitzu master so scared about? And not even just that, what do you mean he's been here for decades? Lloyd says that time must work differently here, which I guess would be an explanation. If we didn't see what Sensei Wu and Pixel were up to back in Ninjago during all of this. If time was actually drastically faster here, they should have all just disappeared disappeared then reappeared instantly. It's showing that days have passed since the disappearance of the ninja, so clearly time doesn't function like that there. Now there is technically another explanation for this. Joshua Deck is one of the many artists that work on Ninjago, but he has a bit larger of a social media presence than a lot of the others. And in one of his live streams, our good friend Tommy Anderson was in the live chat. Now that stream is now privated, so I can't find the context for this, but he revealed what could have alternatively happened to Zane to explain him being there for decades. Asphira didn't just attempt to blast Wu to the Netherrealm, she also tried to blast him 60 years into the past. Why? Why would she have the power to do that with the Forbidden Scroll? The Forbidden Scroll having that power has never been detailed. Why would she want to blast him back in time? This explanation somehow makes even less sense! It feels like they just wanted a twist for the sake of having a twist. It's so lazy. You could have actually had something if there was maybe an actual Ice Emperor already existing that didn't have any elemental powers and was now using Zane as a battery to fuel his conquest. Yeah, sure, fuck it, could have been interesting, but no, they just want their cool-ass twist. Zane gets Steven Universe, his memories are turned, everything's cool, and they go home. I hate this season. My goat is not washed, it's fucking drowning. And you know what the worst part of this season is? Cole for its entire duration is sleeveless. My baby is getting cold, give him a jacket. This was just awful, I have no words for it. I talked pretty harshly about season 3 and 7, but at least season 7 was shorter and season 3 didn't bore me to tears. Nothing about it made sense, everyone is out of character, both of the villains sucked pretty hard, and they didn't even end up resolving the plot with the Forbidden Scrolls. They're just kind of forgotten, lame. I would give a whole spiral about keeping the context of the show in mind, but I kind of already vocalized that with March of Oni. Yes, somewhere this is a kid's show, but they've shown that they can make something really damn good in the past, and seeing it fall off so hard blows. Like season 7 was boring, but it was short. This absolutely does not earn the length it has. So many of the episodes just feels like nothing is going on, and when things are going on, I don't care. The most nothing I have felt about any season of this show. I'm not even gonna dwell any longer, I'm just moving on. Okay, so you're probably getting kind of tired of these canon books I keep bringing up, and I am a little bit too, but this next one's really funny, so I couldn't help myself. Spinjitzu Brothers is a series of novels cataloging the adventures of teenage Wu and Garmadon, setting out to see if they can find a cure for his evilness. I've heard these books are pretty good, but I won't be reading them for this video. Why is that? Well, this is a 5-part series of books with only 4 parts. Yeah, remember earlier when I was talking about how many Ninjago books get botched with their releases? This series is a victim of that. They were actually released pretty normally this time, and in English. The problem is that on LEGO's schedule of books they were releasing, they decided to scrap the conclusion of the series and replace it with a LEGO Dreams book instead. They straight up chose not to finish it! I don't understand how a company this big and this beloved can be so fucking asinine when it comes to releasing books about LEGO ninjas. Jesus Christ! So if it wasn't already obvious by how long this video is taking quite a while. So I thought it'd be a bit of a funny thing if I hand off this entire season review to a separate editor that isn't myself, and to specify an editor who has never seen the show. And on top of that, I've given them no guidelines on how they're supposed to use any of the assets I've given them. And if you're wondering why I'm doing this now, it's because, spoiler alert, this is the most nothing burger of the whole show. Enjoy whatever this looks like.
How you ain't got no bitches and you 6'2"? How you ain't got no job and you 6'2"? How you ain't got no car and you 6'2"? How the fuck you...
For context, I am now going to describe the plots of 3 separate classic films. In the movie Tron, famous video game developer Kevin Flynn learns that one of the higher-ups at his company has been stealing his work. And in an attempt to hack into the system to get back what he's owed, he accidentally transports himself into the game, where he then has to face off against his evil computer boss. By and large, that's the plot of Tron. In the movie War Games, high school hacker David Lightman, in an attempt to pirate this one company's video game, accidentally hacks into an extremely sophisticated military testing program. And as he's playing quote-unquote war games with this computer, it becomes evident this isn't just a video game he's playing and that all of the things he's doing are being transmitted to real military computers. And the only way to shut it down is to go track down the original developer who's hiding out on an island in the middle of nowhere. In the movie Jumanji, the modern one, not the original, some cool hip kids from the 90s find this board game from the original film but doesn't want to play with it because he's only interested in video games. That is until the board game turns itself into a cartridge in the middle of the night and he decides to play it, accidentally getting himself trapped. Okay, now mix those 3 plots into one and you have Ninjago Season 12. This might be the most in-your-face plot that's ever been told. So this dude I've never brought up because he wasn't relevant, called the Mechanic from Season 6, has stolen this cool motherboard. And after they find their hideout, Jay, being the dumbass that he is, plops the motherboard right into the back of this evil, mysterious-looking video game cabinet, which transforms all video games across Ninjago into the same game called Prime Empire. Wow, it's like the name of the season. And because Jay just fucking waltzed right in, they need to go into the game and get him back out, as well as everybody else who got sucked in. And this plot is just for gamers. They learn all about this gaming stuff like double jumping and skill trees and respawn and NPCs and loot boxes, and they get new weapons that look like video game controllers. I'm gonna stab my eyes out with an ice pick. This might be the most painfully generic plot they've ever done for this show. That's not even to say this is the worst season, because I think this is definitely more palatable than a lot of other bad ones I've talked about. I mean, I would take this over Season 7, but this is painfully generic. Literally the most pandery and generic video game terminology you can think of is what half the dialogue is. And if I'm going to be honest, this season overall just confuses the hell out of me. So they get brought into the video game world chasing after Jay. They then learn none of their powers work and they need to level up. And then they eventually find him, and he's followed by an occult of Jay worshippers he's amassed. Everything I've mentioned so far has happened between episodes 1 and 4. But with episode 5, something incredibly strange happens. The ninjas become side characters for like 3 episodes. With the 11-minute format, they've started trying gimmick episodes. Halfway through the season, we get like 3 of them back to back. And the worst part is, in concept, I actually really like this idea in character. This guy here is named Okino. He's an NPC for this game inside Prime Empire, made to guide travelers through this incredibly deadly maze of wackiness. But all of the players he keeps getting are incredibly arrogant and don't listen to him, leading to their inevitable deaths along their journey, until right as he's about to give up, all the ninja enter his game looking for one of the 3 MacGuffins they need. He's already at a pretty low point due to him being unable to guide even a single person to the end, which is made even worse by them revealing to him that his entire life has been a game. An entire lifetime of training and mastering your craft, leading dozens of lives to their doom, all for it to be revealed that none of it mattered. This is until he's given a way out by the one pulling the strings. Unagami shall be our antagonist for the evening, and he's fine, I guess. I've liked him more than the last couple, if that's anything. His big evil plan is to open up a portal leading to the real world so he can confront his creator about why he was shut down. And he gives Okino the chance of a lifetime. That's not what's written on the page. And he gives Okino the chance of having life. If he betrays the ninja and leads them to their doom, he can come through the gateway with them into Ninjago. He listens for a while, but eventually betrays his own programming and makes his own way, eventually adding his own sword to the field of dead masters he's guided. I know I'm going pretty heavy into this one side character who isn't important to the plot after this, but I want to emphasize, this is literally the peak of the whole season. It's also a pretty generic story about a video game character learning he's not real and then striving to be his own person, I'm aware. But I'll give them their props because this was the only part of the season I had any investment in. You see, at the end of episode 4, we get to see what Jay has been up to inside of the video game world, being a symbol for rebellion among these people. And at the end of episode 5, they appear through Okino's door and kind of did all the typical stuff they usually do in the seasons off screen. They have new outfits. They have new weapons. When they were previously fighting very incompetently, they are now pretty solidly defending themselves. Literally all of the development that usually happens at this point in the season before they go on their fetch quest, we don't get to see. It's so obnoxious. Right as it's getting good, it cuts away and they become fucking side characters. Who makes a show like this? That isn't a compliment. People don't make shows like this on purpose. I genuinely don't understand why they did this. It just completely took me out of it for the rest of the season. We could have maybe seen something cool about Jay not wanting to leave his position of stardom because of all of his fans, and the ninja having to convince him that they need to shut it down or all of Ninjago will pay for it. Or maybe some cool sequence of them earning all the new gear they have. But no, it just fucking happens off screen. I genuinely, honestly don't understand why they did this. It doesn't even feel like it was supposed to happen. I honestly feel like I missed an episode. Because of this, it led me to just not care about the rest of the happenings of the plot. Who gives a shit if they're just gonna cut away again and I'm gonna miss more of their journey? This honestly might be the most offensively confusing thing the show has ever done. I'm so dead ass. And then a little over halfway, they try to force this to be a Jay season out of nowhere. as everybody starts running out of lives and getting turned into these cubes, and eventually ends with him being the last one alive. But it just feels really unearned. And it sucks because I can see a really good vision for how this could have turned out. When they get into the mechanics hideout as the rest of them look for clues, Jay instead chooses to screw around with the old Prime Empire cabinet. I feel like this season could have done a really good job of tackling Jay's immaturity, which could have been contrasted really well with Unagami. Unagami was abandoned by his creator after it accidentally sucked a man into the video game world and trapped him there for 30 years. From this alone, Unagami and Jay have some common ground. Both of them were abandoned by their parents for a reason they could never understand and were left to pick up the pieces. Because, if you forgot, Jay was adopted by his junkyard parents after he was left at their front door by his biological dad who dies in season 6.
What?
This could have been a really cool season tackling Jay's maturity. He adopts the Superstar Rockin' Jay title while he's in the game world, which could have been a really cool direction to go with. Being unwanted by his birth parents developed an attention-seeking habit which could have been addressed in this season. Maybe he turns against the rest of the ninja, not wanting to lose the fame he's gotten in this world. I know I'm kind of delving into fan concept versus finished product here, but it really feels like this is what they should have done, relating to him on the basis that he was abandoned by his birth parents like Unagami was. If this was instead followed up by a plot where Jay had some kind of actual development and was acting like Unagami at some point in the season, this could have been great. But what do I know? I just watch kids' cartoons and bitch about them. Anyway, day is saved. Origami goes back to his creator. Cool. Yes, I'm done talking about this season. It's such a nothing burger. Everything starts and ends in the same exact place. Genuinely, the start of the next season have them back in the monastery repairing the attacks done by Asphira.
What are you saying?
So I'm being dead ass when I say you could just skip this season. Nothing of value will be lost. It's not good, it's not bad, it's perfectly mid. There is genuinely only one scene in the entire season where I got some actual kind of hype going. And the worst part is, it's a really good scene. After they go through Donkey Kong parody, laugh or you're dead, they end up in a typical fighting game level. Ooh! Lloyd volunteers to be the fighter, and for who the game chooses, it chooses Harumi. Yo! It isn't actually her, it's just a video game clone, but it's really cool having Lloyd reconcile with this. He blames himself for how she turned out, and their fight is really well done. I'll give this one to you, Prime Empire. You had me for like 4 whole minutes. Other than that, this season is aggressively mid. I genuinely have nothing else to say about it, so you know what? We're moving on. Yep, just like that, we're done talking about it. Next season, please.
So I'm leaving. Bye.
Hey, you guys know that one meme where it says, "We're so back, it's so over," and it's like going back up and down? Yep, that's Ninjago. This season kicks ass! Oh my god, what happened? How do we go from the embarrassment of season 11 into the nothing burger of season 12 into nearly the peak of the franchise with season 13? It's like they're making some of these shit on purpose just to fuck with you. Seriously, I was starting to lose hope with Ninjago, but lo and behold, Masters of the Mountain pulled me right back out of it. This is seriously the most frustrating franchise I have ever engaged with because it'll go seasons without being good and then just drop some fire-ass shit like this. I hate it! As I said near the end of my season 12 segment, the ninja are cleaning up after their previous 2 adventures. This is until they receive an invitation from the kingdom of Shintaro, a thematically heaven-like kingdom that rarely allows outsiders within its walls. But an exception is made for the ninja because it's the princess's birthday and she's a complete nerd. The princess is obsessed with the ninja, and this time not in the evil way. Lloyd is such a fucking vibe this season. I love him. I think he got radicalized after Harumi because he sneaks into Cole's room one of the nights and tells him that all princesses are the same. Boy's been watching Andrew Tate, oh my god. And shortly after this sneaky sexist leaves, a little goblin breaks into his room holding an amulet with a photo of Cole's mother inside. That's right, everybody. It took 13 seasons, but it's finally time for the Cole focus season. We've had several about Kai, Lloyd, 2 about Jay, 1's about Zane and Nia, but finally, it's Cole's time, baby. Kind of crazy how giving the most neglected character in the franchise's own season also resulted in one of the best ones we've gotten yet. None of the ninja who have previously fought ghosts, cyborgs, video game AI, snake people, an army of stone men, and time travelers believe him when he says a little purple guy broke into his room. Yeah, sorry Cole, it just doesn't seem very realistic. This season will be about you this time. Luckily though, since Princess Vanya is kind of obsessed with the ninja and their adventures, she goes with him to the caves underneath the castle to go check it out. I really like their relationship together. Nothing romantic happens between them, surprisingly. They just have a really strong dynamic of someone meeting their idol and their idol not really know how to handle it. Honestly, Cole is great this season. If I haven't said said it enough, it's probably the most screen time he gets out of any part of the show, and I love how they handle it. How do you base a season around the most level-headed and grounded out of all the ninja? Make him defuse a purposefully engineered civil war. One thing this season does very well is take a bunch of already existing done-to-death fantasy tropes and add an extra element to it to make it new and engaging. Two tribes live underground, unbeknownst to the peaceful people of Shintaro, the Geckos and the Months. Just your basic orcs and goblins, pretty much. They're all being used as slave labor to mine Vengestone. Shit, I never mentioned Vengestone, did I? Okay, basically it's this cool rock they came up with on a whim a while ago that restricts elemental abilities. That's it, that's what it does. But they put a bit of a twist on it and make it a bit more interesting than just orcs and goblins. Long ago, the Geckos and the Months used to live peacefully under their shared fear of this dragon that lived in the caves with them. Until a great hero came along one day named Gilly, or Millie, I guess. All of the Geckos' names start with a G and all of the Months start with an M, so it could be either. Anyway, this Gilly Millie defeated it using these two really cool and super awesome blades. As if this isn't the 50th type of blade this franchise has introduced. After the dragon's defeat, that Gilly fellow left behind their two blades. One gifted to the Months and the other to the Geckos. And the basis of their feud is assuming the other side stole the other's blade, which is being used to great advantage by this Skull Sorcerer guy to create all of them enslaved. They can't organize a rebellion if they're constantly at each other's throats. It took them 13 seasons, but Ninjago's finally touching on American politics. About that Skull Sorcerer guy though, and he's just fine. He's a pretty alright generic evil villain. Our third evil father for the show's entire run. As it would happen, the Skull Sorcerer is actually Princess Vanya's dad. Whoa. I freaking love this guy's motivations, by the way. He's just keeping them all enslaved under the mountains so he can sell Vengestone to some unknown buyer and keep the pristine look of Shintaro. There's no vengeance for the destruction of their old realm. There's no reinciting a decades-old war. It's just capitalism. I love it. I really vibe with this design, too. It's another really well-done generic fantasy element put in here. On that note, I'm a really big fan of all the side characters this season. I didn't really find any of them unpalatable. Like, there's this old group of adventurers living underground who were cast out by the king who are literally just generic D&D characters. The Barbarian, the Mage, the Rogue. And honestly, because of how the writing is handled, I wasn't bored by any of them. They're all so generic that they loop back around to being original again. Yeah, the Barbarian guy is pretty derivative of Karloff, but fuck, this is the most I've enjoyed Ninjago in 3 seasons. I'm taking the wins where I can get them. One thing I really enjoyed about Masters of the Mountain is how many moving parts there are to it. Pretty early on after the ninja break Cole out of captivity, all of them end up splitting off into different tunnels of the cave. So pretty much this entire season is spent underground, and when it's not underground, it's briefly on the surface and then immediately back underground. While all of the rest of the ninja deal with uniting the Geckos and the Months, Cole gets to go on his quest about his dead-ass mom. This is also partially a Sensei Wu season. Wu has been having some doubts about his own teaching abilities and how much the ninja actually still need him, considering him pushing them was what led them to unearthing a Sphera, his lie getting them all presumably trapped in the Never Realm, him being pretty much useless during season 12, he started having the feeling that he's just getting in the way now. And frankly, I think this is a great and very long overdue arc for him. A big part of Sensei Wu's character is that he continues to blame his own abilities for things that is mostly out of his control. The big one being when him and Garmadon were younger and Garmadon got bit by the Great Devourer. And really, going off of the narrative of the show, it really does not give you a whole lot of reasons to disagree with him. What's Moro's one goal during season 5? Revenge on Wu. Why did Crux and Necronix do everything they did in season 7? Revenge on Wu. Why does the Sphera take Kai's powers and blast Zane to the Never Realm? Revenge on Wu. Honestly, with the added context of him constantly taking responsibility for things that are mostly out of his control, it's kind of makes sense why he's attempted to sacrifice himself so many times. And those feelings of uselessness are only compounded by the environment they're in. He's able to help Cole understand more of his elemental abilities during some parts, like when he tells him to feel the earth around him and that it'll amplify his abilities. But with the deeper they get and eventually reaching a hidden earth temple down there, he's got no fucking clue what's going on. And I think his resolution in the end was really well handled. He's doing his regular Sensei Wu sulking until Vanya comes over and says, "Hey man, I know you're going through some tough shit, but can you lock in?" And decides to stop using his knowledge and instead uses his experience as a leader to motivate the party into coming up with a plan out of their current situation. I really like his development here. I think it was long overdue, frankly. Wait a minute, Earth Temple? How was that there? Oh yeah, right, this is a Cole season, sorry. I have to hand it to season 13. It not only has one of my favorite twists of the show, but also was actually set up for and I didn't see coming. We get to see a flashback around the midpoint of the season to when Cole was a child, and we get to see his ill-fated mother. She disappeared and later died when Cole was younger, but not much has been known about her up until now. We also know the people of the mountain have a hero they can't decide on the name of if it was Millie or Gilly. We also know that the gecko that broke into Cole's room had an amulet with a picture of Cole's mother and father inside. We also know that getting closer to the earth amplifies elemental abilities. I feel stupid I didn't put the pieces together to realize that the hero is actually named Lily, and that Lily is Cole's dead mom who came to the mountain of Shintaro seeking the lost earth temple deep in its depths. It's genuinely a really well put together twist because of my dumbass didn't realize it. I will say outside of that, the story isn't super spectacular. I mean, don't get me wrong, it kept me invested in the elements that are generic on purpose, but they are just generic fantasy elements. But a lot of the other focus seasons feel a lot better at picking apart character flaws than I feel this one was. Like Sons of Garmadon worked well at exploring Lloyd's character flaws because both him and Harumi came from very similar backgrounds. Or Skybound was good at exploring Jay's because Nadakad was very cunning and deceptive and Jay was a dumbass. But not only is the villain here just kind of cartoon evil, but also I think highlights the reason we haven't gotten a Cole season up until now. He kind of like doesn't have too many flaws about him. I mean, he panics easily in really stressful situations, but like that's really the only thing I can think of. He's caring, level-headed, kind. It's kind of evident why it took them so long. I mean, I guess you could contrast that with the main antagonist being cruel and exploitative, but every bad guy's like that. But you know what? Who cares? Have you seen this rocking ass animation? The last time they had a fight scene this good was in season 11 with a Sphera. Their plan failed and now all of the ninja are locked in a big cage, while all of the Munson Geckos are forced to mine more Venge Stone. But here comes Cole and his D&D group who found the blades his mother once owned. As he's battling the Skull Sorcerer, they let all of the people of the mountain off the chain and they start fighting the skeleton army, throwing pickaxes, using their own iron balls as flails. They get the ninja free, everybody everywhere is fighting, and it just feels so good. It's like watching a Lord of the Rings scene, I'm not joking. Like him mastering the new Spinjitzu burst move that only earth elementals can perform for some reason, grabbing the evil skull and fucking punted it into the ground was great. Also, I've got to say, these medieval armored ninja outfits just might be my favorite outfits they've worn. I don't like medieval themes that much, but they absolutely slay in those things. It feels so rewarding to see everybody have a part in this finale. No more standing around doing jack shit as the main characters do all the action like 40 years ago. Everybody gets to contribute here. It's a perfect payoff to the 3 different plot lines that have been going on this season. Overall, I'm surprised to say it, but I really liked Master of the Mountain. I would say my biggest complaint is just that it's not the most creative season. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed it. I think it worked really well playing out the old fantasy tropes, but there really was nothing that had me jumping out of my seat with surprises. No genie that tricks people into wishing that they were dead or hurt people hurting people. How his mom was involved in the plot was really the most outstanding element here. Like comparing the monsters and antagonists they fight here compared to other seasons, they feel pretty uninspired. There's a big lava monster, okay, we did that, and a bunch of spiders, happened in the pilot, and an army of skeletons, also in the pilot. I guarantee you I forget about most of these threats they face during this season by the next one. There's no Flintlock, Dogshank, Monkey Wrench, Clancy, and Blue, and I still remember their names, baby. Still though, this was great. Cole finally getting a focus season, Sensei Wu learning he's still a valuable member of this team was really well done. The animation visuals were amazing. This is definitely a top 5 season for me. I would say it's not quite as good as 8 or 9, but I think it's definitely in spitting distance of season 6 for me personally. But with how all over the place this quality is, I have no idea what's coming next. So you know what? I have no expectations. Let's just do it. Okay, so next up we have kind of a weird special to go over. It's a 4-part series called The Island, which kind of serves as a prologue for season 14. The reason I consider it to be weird is this is pretty much just treated as a special, considering it's the same length as Day of the Departed all put together. But going off the official season playlist on LEGO's YouTube channel, these are kind of just grouped in with everything else a part of season 14. And unlike Day of the Departed, where it really stood up as its own thing, disconnected from everything else, this one ends with foreshadowing season 14, Seabound. So I have absolutely no idea how to treat this. I'm just gonna talk about it and then immediately talk about season 14 after. Without telling anybody where they're going or how long they'll be gone for, Misako, who decided to start being a character again, and Wu, led by expert explorer Clutch Powers, are going through this mysterious jungle on this mysterious island. Actually, you know what? Hold up. I'm gonna get sidetracked real quick. I kind of hate this Clutch Powers character. Some of the oldies in the audience might have their ears perking up right now at the mention of this guy. And I am here to assure you, no, this is not the Clutch Powers you're familiar with. This is actually a long-standing LEGO character character who existed long before Ninjago ever happened. And when I say long before, I mean like a year. But I'm here to assure you that the clutch powers you might know and Ninjago's clutch powers are wildly different characters. Now, if we're gonna be technical here, he's actually been here since the beginning. They mentioned the guy back in season 1 when they were hunting for the Fang Blades as an Easter egg, but there's no way they were setting up for LEGO Ninjago's interpretation of clutch powers 10 seasons later. Let's be real here. This show can't even set up things that happened between seasons. I'm not buying that. Ninjago clutch powers, introduced in season 11, just never brought up because I didn't like him, is a sly and deceptive treasure hunter who's only in it for the glory and not the history, which should be fine if he wasn't entirely replacing another character. You might not have noticed throughout all of my whining and moaning, but Ronin actually hasn't been in the show in quite some time. He has technically been involved with the story, but in such meaningless ways that you could replace his background character with any other. But ever since the introduction of this clutch powers guy, he's kind of replaced him role-wise. I mean, whenever the ninja needs some kind of weird artifact or need to be guided through some scary-ass gauntlet, it's now Clutch taking them through instead of Baby Girl. The reason I'm bringing up all of this now is because Ronin actually returns in this little chapter of Ninjago, and I don't like it. Alright, I'm getting ahead of myself. The actual plot. They go missing on the island, and they ninja go after them. Turns out these purple guys live in fear of this kaiju called Wojira, that the first Spinjitzu master tasked them with warding against, and are hyper defensive of this storm amulet dealio they have up here. Apparently for months they've been making sacrifices to this Wojira so it doesn't destroy their island. But it turns out it was all a con set up by Ronin to maroon some doubloons. Yeah, I really don't like how he's done this special, sorry. Not the whole scheme, him setting up a whole con to rob these islanders of everything they have is perfectly in character. But it's the fact that he gets caught in the end that I don't like. Come on, this is Ronin we're talking about. You really mean to tell me he didn't prepare for literally everything here? The same guy who bodied all of the ninjas' asses back in season 6, really? I personally think it would have been cooler if he escaped then showed up in a later part of the season, instead of just immediately getting thrown in jail. Unironically, he was one of my favorite characters there for a time being. So seeing him not only role-wise getting replaced, but also treated as a villain of the week for a 40-minute special feels kind of lame. Something else I really don't like is that none of the ninja use their powers, like, at all. You do realize none of these people have Venge Stone. Nothing is stopping you here. They get thrown in jail, and after they electrocute the bars, they kind of just give up on escaping. But like, you guys are in a cave. The Master of the Earth is right next to you. Do something about it. Ignoring these problems I have, though, it was alright. Nothing too special. I'm pretty sure all this is just a prologue for season 14, but it's pretty inoffensive. Keep all of that Wojira and amulet stuff in the back of your mind, because I'm like 90% sure it's going to be relevant for next season. I'm scripting all of this as I go along in case that wasn't obvious. Yeah, it's relevant. So a few unspecified amounts of time after the events of the island, the Ninjago are back to doing what they do, including in this intro where they bust somebody smuggling Venge Stone. That is now 2 seasons of setup for some kind of villain using heaps of Venge Stone to do something evil. If they don't pay this off, I'm gonna be pissed. The mission is going just fine until Nia starts to lose control of her power, accidentally creating a giant water vortex that rolls into a nearby village. That's right, babies, it's finally the Nia season. She kind of had one back in season 7, but she had to share it with her brother, and it was mostly about Kai anyway, so who cares? I'm declaring this the first official Nia season. Try and stop me. Somewhere deep in the ocean, a bunch of shockwaves have been getting set off, causing her powers to go haywire. You see, it turns out the first Spinjitzu master is actually a fraud-ass bitch. He didn't even create Ninjago like we've been told by literally everybody this entire show before. It already existed as a realm of pure chaos. Said chaos being bred by this giant serpent of the deep known as Wojira, holding both the storm and the wave amulets on its head. So they kinda just plucked one of the suckers off and it stopped. From that point forward, he created Ninjago. So the realm kinda already existed, he just made Ninjago on top of it. And those pre-mentioned shockwaves from the intro have been caused by new antagonist Kalmar, trying to wake the sucker back up. Honestly, I think he's a pretty good antagonist. Comparing him to the grand scheme of enemies and baddies we've had in the past, I would say he stacks up pretty well. He's nowhere near the likes of Garmadon, Harumi, Nanakan, Moro, Master Chen, but if I was making a top 10 list, I think he would be a solid number 6 under literally every character I just said. So what's his motivation then? Eugenics! He believes that the merfolk are the superior race in Ninjago and they deserve to rule over the land dwellers. And not just the humans, but anybody who isn't of royal blood. And this teriyaki tyrant will stop at nothing until he destroys all who don't serve him, going to such lengths as firing upon his own civilians, killing his father and taking the title of king, waking up the Great Devourer, but I mean Wojira, Akira. I think he's a good antagonist and all, but it's kind of impossible to look at him without seeing a Pythor resemblance in him. He wants to kill all the people of Ninjago, going to such lengths as to kill members of his own species to maintain his power, and awakening a giant snake that storms Ninjago City and immediately kills him. I think my biggest complaint against the villains of the 11-minute era is that they kind of lost the relation to the main characters that they used to have. Nanakan related to Jay, Harumi related to Lloyd. Now they're just kind of evil without too much going on. I miss it, but he's definitely the best out of all the villains we've gotten since Wild Brain started animating. On that note, it really feels like they've grown into this time frame with this and the last season. I can still feel a little bit of growing pains with Masters of the Mountain, but here it feels very seamless. If I had only watched this and you told me this series was always like this, I wouldn't question it at all. This season, if anything, really makes it feel like they are finally retaking the helm of this series. Like, I think this is definitely the best they've ever handled Nia. Her whole half-baked arc during Skybound almost feels like the jumping off point for what she would go through here. I didn't really bring it up ever since the start of season 10, but Nia has started feeling a little flanderized as well. She's always had angry tendencies in the past with stuff like not wanting to become the Master of Water or when somebody took over the Samurai X title. She never had a very cool head among the characters, but ever since season 11, she's pissed off like most of the time. But if I'm going to be honest, this kind of works for her. Yes, this is textbook flanderization, taking an element a character is known for, making it one of their only character traits. But consider the character this is happening to for a second. At the age of 4, she was abandoned by her parents and raised by her brother, who wasn't much older than her. Then later in life, even though she was infinitely more skilled than Kai and had elemental abilities, had her brother chosen over her. She's had titles impressed upon her by numerous different outlets: Kai's brother, Jay's girlfriend, the Water Ninja. She's had her own identity of Samurai X stripped away from her. Most of the time, she only ever gets addressed as the girl one. I think she's earned her anger issues in a screw-off I'll-do-it-myself personality. And this season serves to address that. Yeah, remember Maya and Rei from like half this video ago? They decided to become characters again, just like Misako, and I actually really appreciate the explanation for why they haven't been brought back up plot-wise until now. Kai and Nia don't really know how to have parents now since they've gone most of their lives without them. So after the events of Hands of Time, they kind of just drifted off, not really knowing how to interact with each other. Until now, at least. Kai called the two of them for some help, considering their mother Maya used to be the elemental master of water. I love her and Nia's dynamic during this season. Even though it wasn't their fault for getting kidnapped by Crux and Acronix, there's still a strange vibe between the two of them they can't really reconcile with immediately. Maya feels guilt for not being there when she was a child, and Nia almost has this sort of resentment for her. She knows it wasn't her fault she wasn't there, but she can't help but feel angry at her for it. It's like everything I wanted them to do with Misako, but this time they're actually doing it. Nia, the no man's girl, now having to deal with her overly compensating mother, is a really cool dynamic for them to tackle. Of course, Kai and Rei are stupid smelly men, so all they want to do is play video games and ignore women because they're stupid smelly men. But that's besides the point. Also, it's kind of funny that this season just straight up omits Kai and Cole from joining. They get this cool new Lego set Pixel has apparently been working on called the Hydro Bounty. And after they set off in it, everybody who didn't come with them is kind of just excluded until the halfway point. The obvious meta reason for this is they wanted to switch up the character dynamics, leaving some of them back at the base. And the in-universe reason is that some of them should stay behind to protect Ninjago while everybody else is gone. But there's also a much more pressing reason for why these two should be excluded that it's kind of funny that they don't even acknowledge. Cole needs the ground for his powers to work, which they're in a submarine, there isn't any. And Kai is the master of fire, so it should be pretty self-explanatory. Not saying that I don't like their omissions, I think it does a really good job of spicing up the crew formation, especially since it's like the first adventure Pixel gets to go on. I don't know, it's just funny that it's never addressed. Back to the actual things that matter about this season though, I don't really like how much of a focus season this is. I mean, with the other ones, the different characters still had time to shine, but when they say this is a Nia season, they mean it's a Nia season. Like during the other focus seasons, I would say the ninja they chose to focus on as main character gets about half the attention for the narrative, the other half being delegated towards the remaining characters. But I would say Nia gets a majority here. Before it would be around like 50, now it's like 80. Now there's nothing wrong with that conceptually, but it's just a lot of just her. And the only other real complaint I have coming to mind is Jay. My goat is washed, and that's not even a joke about this season being underwater. I already talked about his flanderization, but it's really bad here. I'm gonna make another Red vs. Blue comparison because these two shows have a disturbing amount of similarities. Donut was always a character who had a higher pitched voice due to him being a queer stereotype. But later on, they really exaggerate the voice so much to where it almost becomes ear-piercing. And I can only imagine that exact same thing happened with Jay. Not the gay thing, the voice. It's so whiny and high-pitched now, it's ear-piercing. It was always whiny and nasally, but it's become so exaggerated now, I just can't stand to listen to him.
Hey Zane, how come you never hear anything from your parents? I love the smell of arcade in the morning.
And I've just got to mention, literally every character this season is shown working on some kind of machine or vehicle, except him! They show Kai trying to fix one of their submarines, and they show Cole helping Lloyd fix this one computer. My fucking god, this is his gimmick! Get him in the room, I'm going to start pulling my hair out! But that's all I've got, the rest of this is pretty solid. Much like last season, all of the new characters they introduced I really enjoyed. Benthamar is Kalmar's adopted brother, and he's just adorable. He's literally just the Tumblr soft boy kind of guy, but a fish. He also does like half the heavy lifting here, it's really funny. He helps the ninja escape, he does most of the underwater battling, he destroys his brother's control trident, causing him to get chomped. I really don't have much to say about him, but I love him, he's so scrunkly. On top of that, this is the only villain faction of the 11-minute era I've actually cared about as well. Literally everything else has just been mindless waves of the same copy-paste bad guys, be it a bunch of snakes, a bunch of ice samurai, a bunch of Discord mods, a bunch of spooky skeletons. But the Merlopians have some decent meat on their bones. There's people blindly trusting Kalmar, people defecting giving the ninja information, people who are unsure entirely. They have a good variety this season of mindless baddies and just regular baddies. Something else that's gotten noticeably better is the non-fight animation. Every little movement detail looks so buttery smooth, I love it. I've even come to accept Zane's weird face, it's pretty good. And even then, the fights still look great. I love this one part during the finale where Jay grabs Master Wu's staff and starts fucking Scrooge McDucking his way on top of Wojiro, that was great. Nia and Maya using the tether they got handcuffed together with to launch each other at different people was really fun and creative. All of the different people of the Explorers Club using different random things around the room to fight off the Merlopians was really neat to see. They got really creative this season with the different fights going on. One thing this season is also really good at is making the element of water seem overpowered as shit! She can command sea creatures now. Okay. And she can also go Super Saiyan by offing herself? I know I said it was a little underpowered back in season 5 because it required— wait, no, I cut that part out. But the ways it gets buffed this season just make it seem insane. I should probably address the last bit though. I have got to say, outside of Sons of Garmadon, this is probably the best ending they've had out of any season. It gets foreshadowed pretty early on that during the fight with Wojiro back during the time of the first Spinjitzu master, that the first water elemental, Niad, had sacrificed herself to defeat it. She did this by fusing herself with the ocean. Somehow. And of course, since this gets brought up and this is the Nia season, she totally does this later. I love this sacrifice she has because it doesn't feel like it's a conclusion to her arc. It genuinely feels like an actual sacrifice. The whole shtick of her character is that she wants control. She doesn't want anybody but herself to guide her life, which makes her ending really tragic. After she does the water spirit thing and the big bad is defeated, despite what you should probably be expecting, she doesn't come back from any of this. She loses control of her own body and mind, being one with the ocean now, describing it as an uncontrollable noise pulling her in, and Nia dies, like actually. And genuinely, I couldn't have thought of a better way for them to do it. It's up there with Harumi and being the most narratively satisfying death the show has had. Pretty much everybody a part of the core cast told her to not do the water transformation thingamabob. Her last decision was fully her choice, and I love that. Nobody could influence her decision, and it was the last one she gets to make. Tragic, but awesome! And honestly, I can't even feel like this wasn't necessary because this might be the biggest cataclysm Ninjago's gone through. Yeah, the Overlord both times was pretty bad, and yeah, this giant rock Garmadon controlled was also pretty bad. But this guy just straight up floods the entire city to the rooftops. And it stays like this for over a day. How many Harumis do you think are getting created from this? I would say the show does a very good job at making the sacrifice feel worth it, because they have an entire episode during the 4-part finale of them just rescuing people from drowning. Huge missed opportunity to have Lloyd save a family and bring up his Harumi trauma again, but still. And before I wrap up my thoughts on season 14, I would like to quickly expand with what I was talking about with Kalmar earlier, and give one overarching complaint about both seasons 13 and 14. And it's that I feel like they kind of forgot how to make a focus season. Let's quickly look back at the focus seasons of yesteryear. Specifically, Jay's focus season of season 6 and Lloyd's focus season of season 8. He's had a lot more than season 8, but I'm using that one as an example. There were a lot of moving parts that made Jay the perfect main character for season 6. His relationship with Nia at the time was already rocky, but her freshly joining the team made it even harder to ignore the tension between the two of them. And he perfectly paralleled the main antagonist of the season, Natakan, by lusting after her against her wishes. He was learning to become a better person through the events of the plot. It's like some kind of story. Lloyd is a very similar thing. It explores his trauma through having an evil dad, then a good dad, then a dead good dad, then an alive evil dad. The faith and trust he had with Harumi and that trust being violated was what one of the big parts of that twist was. It's what led him to do reckless things, such as trying to fight Garmadon alone and nearly killing himself in the process. Above anything else is about the development in history with having too much faith in people. Okay, did you notice how neither of those recaps I mentioned their elemental ability? Let's say hypothetically for a second that Cole wasn't the Master of Earth. Literally, none of that season would have been about him in that instance. The reason Jay works so well in season 6 is because who he was as a person and less who he was as the Master of Lightning. Cole really doesn't have any character growth or major flaws they can pick at. And you can kind of feel that they didn't have a lot of ideas with what to do with him plot-wise in season 13. He's the Master of Earth, fuck it, let's run with that. And I feel the same, if not a little bit less, for season 14. It is slightly more about Nia plot-wise because the culmination of everything is her getting to make her own choice regardless of what everybody else influencing her wants her to do. So on that front, it's nice, but if she wasn't the elemental master of water, then this plot wouldn't have been about her at all. The setups for these two focus seasons feel more about what they can do and less who they are. Don't get me wrong, I still think these are great seasons. I just think they kind of suck at being good focuses. Which, if it means anything, I'm happy to report this is the last one we'll be getting for this video. Yes, as of now, we have no more focus seasons to go over. Only team seasons from here on out. But we'll talk about those as we get to them. But for right now, though, I really liked season 14. I like the story, the return of their parents, how Nia's just kind of in limbo of being one with the sea. I would say Ninjago is finally back and on the up and up. It's what I would say. By the way, sorry I'm kind of having less and less to say about these seasons as we go along, but since I've pretty much talked about everything else with this show, all that really changes between seasons is the plot, of which I can only go on for so long about. But fortunately, that's all going to change with next season, because I have had nothing but warnings about this one. As I've been making this video and as I've been doing research, my YouTube recommendations have slowly been getting Ninjagified, and with it, I've been seeing several videos talking about the quality of season 15. I have been warned about this season from not only the internet at large, but by Ghost from the very start. I have heard that this is undebatably the worst season of the show. So bad it's where the original series ends. Yep. Now I did say there were 18 seasons at the time of writing, and I'll get into that in a minute, but let's do it. Let's watch Ninjago Crystallized. Well, if anything, I can say this is the first season of Ninjago to fully meet my expectations. Holy fuck, how do you mess up this bad? It's actually insane. I don't understand how it went from the highs of 13 and 14 to this. It's honestly baffling to me how we were able to steep this low in one season. I know I said this exact same thing, but just slightly different about March of the Oni, with it being an embodiment of everything I hated about the show. But now imagine that, but nearly 4 times the length. I mean it when I say they genuinely messed up every single aspect about this show. Not funny, the story is garbage, it has like 15 fake out deaths, it feels cheap as shit with the production value, the writing is lazy as hell. This might be one of the worst seasons, if not the worst season of a show I have ever watched. It's kind of hard to even give a plot setup because of how all over the place it is. And the worst part is, I actually like where this season could have gone from the first episode. It's been a year since the events of Seabound, and much like the last time one of their party members died, everybody's been taking it pretty hard. Kai has since become a teacher, training young warriors. Jay has secluded himself in his delusions on Dr. Julian's island. Zane has turned off his emotions in order to process. Master Wu and Misako have been tirelessly searching for a cure, and Cole got a new voice actor. Yep, he's back to doing basically nothing for the entire season except for being the ninja who is also there and helps. But wait a minute, why did he get a new voice actor? Well, this was addressed at the end of season 14, but the change is only put into effect now. Kirby Morrow, the voice actor for Cole during the production of season 14, unfortunately passed away due to a long-standing problem with alcohol. There is absolutely no way I can transition from this with a joke without it sounding disrespectful as shit, so we're moving on as quickly as I possibly can. I actually really like this setup. It's nearly identical to what they did with Tournament of Elements, but hey, if it works, it works. It especially had a great opportunity for Lloyd's character to grow. He has since become a window washer, not wanting to be responsible for anybody ever again. And considering what happened to him with his dad, and Harumi, and now Nia, it's fully understandable why he would go in this direction. Unlike season 4, where he was the one uniting everybody. Unfortunately, this really cool premise is immediately wasted. The first quarter of the season is dedicated to bringing Nia back, oh joy! They're doing this big memorial for her and casting lanterns with messages on them out into the ocean. And since she is the ocean and she's able to read these, she immediately gets all of her memories back. Which, if it wasn't clear, completely invalidates the entire climax of season 14. Her sacrifice is so weightless considering, from our perspective at least, it's immediately undone. Yes, for them it's been a year, but if we had seen more of that, I feel like this could have landed better. Maybe if this entire season was spent without her than a hypothetical season 16 brought her back, I would be more okay with it, but it happening this fast feels so cheap. Yes, they did the same thing with Zane, but him coming back was basically the main point of conflict for the whole season. And being technical, in the end he didn't come back. So for her to just decide to be a character again is so invalidating to the climax of Seabound. And what's worse is her contribution to this season is brought back down to her contribution during season 1. They do a whole bunch of bullshit with the Sphera and they bring her back, but she loses her powers. And she's now all pissed off and upset that she's powerless, so she goes back to being Samurai X again? And you might be thinking that Pixel would maybe have some kind of issue with this, considering that they had the whole fight about her becoming Samurai X. But no! She builds the fucking thing for her! And from then on, she doesn't have any contribution to anything going on. She's basically the ninja's boss at this point, because the only times she ever shows up is to get them out of whatever situation they're in. The other ninja barely even celebrate or freak out about this. Kai and Jay in the episodes leading up to her return are logically the most upset about it, and even have some interesting changes to their characters before she reappears. Jay is a lot more irritable and insane, while Kai is far more aggressive than he usually is. They even almost end up having a really dramatic fight about this right before Nia is brought back. But then when she's back, they kind of just stop having those feelings and can go back to how they were pre-death. It would have been really cool to see the repercussions this had on both of them. Maybe Kai is having a hard time with her back in his life, not having her for so long, just like her with her parents. Or maybe Jay now has an overly protective nature around her because he's scared he'll lose her again. But no, the second she's back, everything's normal again. She's barely even a character this season. She's more of a thing to progress the plot. Why did half of the characters give up being ninja? Nia. Why did they break a Sphera out of jail and become criminals again? Nia. How were they able to get out of most life-threatening situations and later call them Merlopians for backup? Nia. Her character has been boiled down to just a plot device to be used whenever she's needed. Because of how the season handled her character and the plot as a whole, she has effectively become the one thing the show wanted her to be least, defined by somebody else. And I think being brought into this plot is by far a worse fate than anything else they could have done for her character. And she's not even the half of it. I don't have the energy to yell right now. I honestly feel at this point in the show, it would have been better if Jay was just removed entirely. Far from the smart but annoying lovable dork, he's now just here to be annoying and, in heavy quotes, comedic relief. He's so obnoxious now. He's far from the eye patch wearing savior of Ninjago he used to be. Cole, as I've said, has literally done nothing this entire season except for getting a new voice actor, and I'm not a huge fan of the new one. It might just be that I'm so used to Kirby's, but Cole sounds like Shaggy now. Aside from that, nothing specific to him happens at all, so who cares? Same with Kai for the large part, except for just some very confusing interactions. Like, he talks with Nia literally once this entire season. And there's also the interactions with the returning Skylar.
So, I guess it's about time we made it official.
Fuck off. A lot of this season feels like it was made for shippers and shippers only. Let's have Kai and Skylar tease to finally get into a relationship. Ooh, and let's bring Nia back for Jay, and let's have Lloyd, and whoa, we're not ready to go there yet. Zane has a complete character assassination. As I said earlier, he turned off his emotions so he wouldn't have to go through the grieving process everybody else had to go through, so he could maintain his productivity. Which, for starters, he doesn't turn off after Nia comes back for whatever reason, but they also try to force this mini arc of him learning that emotions are valuable and that he shouldn't live without them, which would land a lot better if this literally wasn't the entire plot of season 3. It feels like they had no idea what to do with him this season, and they just cobbled this up out of nowhere and make him retread the same ground. Pixel doesn't even have anything to say about this. God, I'm so sorry, Pixel. They fucked you up, girl. It really did feel like for a while she was starting to become just the person they go to for new vehicles and garbage, but this season cements it entirely. She has nothing to say when Nia wants to reinstate her identity as Samurai X, effectively taking it from Pixel because she doesn't want to do anything of the sort this season. She doesn't have anything to say when the person she loves turns into an emotionless automaton for a year. She really only exists just to build shit for them now. It's pitiful. She always had the blueprints, pun intended, to be one of the coolest characters of the show. Unlike how Zane was built with freedom and the ability to do whatever he wants, she was built for service, only as an extension of Cyrus Borg, but eventually was granted limitless sentience and begun to define who she wanted to be. Samurai X, hero of Ninjago, ally to the ninja. And to see all of that get stripped away from her is almost disgusting. And none of this is even to mention the worst of all of this. Sensei Wu is so flanderized here, it's killing me. Okay, so the ninja break out a Sphera so she can take Nia's powers, no longer rendering her the master of water, ergo removing her of her wet form. And after they do this, the ninja get arrested because they broke out Villain of the Week who destroyed the city that one time. And Wu seems to have no problem with any of this. Not the part where they break her out, that he is strongly against. He's such a cocksucker for the law in this season, I don't understand why. He does nothing to defend them as they're getting wheeled off to Cryptarium because they broke the law. He almost makes it sound like he would have rather had Nia continue to be a mindless water spirit than the ninja jaywalk or some shit. He's had no problems with them breaking the law in the past. Might I remind you of when he helped them break Pythor out of prison to stop Chen? It feels entirely contradictory for him to now be so far up the law's ass. They even treat it as a huge moment later on when he agrees to steal their cool vehicles back. Dude, the law is routinely meaningless to you as long as you can do good. Why do you care so much now of all times? There is genuinely one character in this entire season that still feels like themselves, so we aren't ready to talk about them yet. First, I have to talk about all of the returning characters. Like March of Oni, this season is structured to be a complete mess of returning concepts for the sake of fan service. But shit, who can we pull from past villains to be a part of this Legion of Doom we're constructing? Garmadon is kind of in a good-bad limbo, so we can't include him. Pythor's alive though, he can join. Master Chen and Moro are dead, Nanakan would take up way too much presence to be one of the several villains. Crooks and Acronics are still lost in time, the Ice Emperor is one of the main characters, Unagami is a child now, Kalmar got munched, and pretty much everybody I didn't just say is back. Pythor, the Overlord, the Skull Sorcerer, Asphira, the Mechanic, who invited Bro. Bro thinks he's part of the team. Okay, I'm gonna go off script for a second. I just realized I literally never brought up the Mechanic. He was like partly an antagonist who was helping Unagami back in season 12. He's literally so forgettable that I forgot to include him in the 6-hour-long video. Other returning antagonists are the Sons of Garmadon, including a freshly rebuilt Mr. E, and of course, the one only an idiot would bring back, Harumi, aka the Quiet One. After a building fell on her, she was contacted in some kind of weird fuck dimension by the Overlord, telling her that he would grant her new life. So the Overlord is a gemstone now, I guess, and requires the golden weapons to be brought back to life. How is he now a crystal? How did Harumi survive this? Why does he need the golden weapons to be brought back to life when before he only needed them as a weapon? Why did you choose Harumi of all people? If you ask any of these questions, we're gonna kill you! Harumi being brought back is just... no. I'm sorry, out of all the villains to have returned, she is by far the worst you could have chosen. The end of her character was so beautifully done. Her saving a family in the same situation she was in, jeopardizing her own escape while overseeing the chaos she caused, was excellent. And it was great that she had supposedly died here because of how unredeemable her character was. A character like Harumi is almost impossible to make into a good guy considering what she had done. And predictably, this season doesn't do anything to actually handle her character. For starters, this bit of development she had right at the end of season 9 is now completely removed, and she's back to how she was previously, so I'm willing to consider this character assassination. Secondly, she's extremely detached from even how she was during her prime. Lloyd falling in love with her was never part of the plan, but it did help sew everything together even tighter. Harumi never had any feelings for Lloyd. Everything she displayed to him about how good of a person she was entirely superficial. The only bit of humanity she ever had only shined through in her final moments. But now she's acting like she did kind of have feelings for him, which is completely against the whole point of her fucking character! She blamed the ninja for letting her family die and idolized Garmadon for stopping the Devourer. Why would she ever have feelings for one of those said ninja? And furthermore, on that same topic, why the fuck is she okay with working with Pythor? You know, the guy who unleashed the snake that killed her parents? I genuinely don't understand how any writer on a surface level would think this would be okay. Even at a baseline, looking at her character, one would assume she would at least not like Pythor. Okay, I'm gonna do a fan thing real quick and come up with something I thought would have been cool, then use it as a complaint. Could you imagine if they use this as a Magneto and Red Skull moment? Like she sees him be a part of the villain group and she just fucking goes apeshit on him. That would have been really cool. Of course, that would require knowing who these characters are and how they would interact with each other within the context, but clearly the writers of the last couple seasons died off screen, so I guess this is what we got! Them trying to push the idea that she ever had feelings for him should fall on deaf ears for anybody who's seen the Oni trilogy. Him still having feelings for her at least kind of makes sense. I still don't like it, but I can at least kind of see how they would come to this idea for a story. Her being his first love and all, but her being forced to have these feelings out of nowhere, it's just terrible. We get this dreadful episode of the two of them bumming around this jungle again, while she does vaguely flirty things, and it almost feels uncomfortable to watch. I could stomach the flanderization of every other character in this show, but seeing it happen to the greatest villain Ninjago has ever seen is so disheartening. Also, I didn't write this down, but in season 9, Garmadon adopted Harumi as a child. So if both Harumi and Lloyd are both children of Garmadon now, wouldn't that mean them being in a relationship is? And one of the worst parts about this is that it ruins like 2 seasons of setup. Remember how King Vangelis, the king of Shintaro, was selling to some unknown buyer? And that's the whole reason he had all of the mountain people doing slave labor? Or how a bunch of low-level thugs were smuggling all of that Venge Stone? Yep, this is what they came up with for how to pay that off. She was making an army of stone warriors that pop like a balloon if they get blown on a little too hard. All of this was set up for basically nothing, end me. And trust me when I say, this isn't even the half of it. I'm skipping forward because I don't give a fuck about the plot. Later, when everybody is facing down with the Overlord, he has this dumbass line where he says it was him that wielded the Great Devourer into biting Garmadon, and that's the reason he's evil now. Which, for starters, is just one of the stupidest things you can throw into a show. Ah, yes, of course it was the current main antagonist who did something bad that happened by circumstance in the past. I'm looking at you, DuckTales 2017. And after she hears this, she then turns against the Overlord and helps with his defeat. I don't understand why she now has a problem with people who interact with the Great Devourer when Pythor has been here the whole fucking time, or whatever. But the payoff to this is fantastic. It's amazing even. Ninjago fans, stand up. It's time for your national anthem. It's the line you've all been waiting for.
It's okay. She's with us.
No, the fuck she is not! Okay, several problems. The fact nobody in this scene immediately guns for her throat is beyond me. Secondly, she didn't become good just because she fought the Overlord with you. She only changed targets. If he had never said this, then she would have never betrayed him. She's still evil as shit. Thirdly, this goes against the entire conventions of her character. She is an irredeemable monster. The fact we don't see her get thrown under the fucking jail at the end here is a disservice to everything season 8 and 9 had ever done. You know, screw it, I'll go even further. The fact they even brought her back is a disservice to this entire franchise. I can't think of a single way it wouldn't have improved if she had been omitted. Maybe if she wasn't here, we could have actually hired some of the voice talent back. This whole season genuinely feels so cheaply made. Like they bring back Kilo and Ultraviolet from season 8 and 9. This time fighting on the ninja side, but Kilo never has a single spoken line of dialogue. Or earlier in the season when they call up Cyrus Borg, but he doesn't say anything, and what he did say was then explained after a cutaway by Pixel. He does talk in some of the later episodes of Crystallized, so I'm not really sure what happened here, but it feels very cheap how many characters they have and how little of them actually have their voices. It's so unnatural to have some of these characters bumming around just completely mute. But I've been dancing around the events of this story a little too much. Let's actually talk about it. But first, I would like to quickly apologize to season 7 because this somehow has even worse pacing. So the season has 30 episodes, right? For the first 6 of them, they don't even introduce our antagonists yet, and are entirely about the ninja trying to get Nia back. Then after they do, we have a span of episodes with them all in jail until they break out and go on the run. Then at about the halfway point, it actually starts. And even by this point, it still feels like there's barely anything going on. So many episodes are just a waste of time and could have been cut down by half their length, I swear. And so much of it is completely meaningless and pointless. 2 whole episodes are spent running from the law and around the desert because Nia broke them out. Okay, cool. Why doesn't she fly them back with her big fucking robot? Better yet, why didn't they just break out their elemental powers? The entire time they're in jail, they aren't put in Venge Zone handcuffs for literally no reason. Despite the fact we've seen them do this exact same thing back in season 6. The ninja, from the guard's perspective, try and fail to break out like 3 times. And not once during any of those attempts do they have their elemental powers restricted. I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind here. It's boring. The writing is sloppy. The characters are here just for the sake of being here. It's not funny. And none of this is even to mention the stuff they get objectively wrong. They call the armor Sensei Wu is wearing in this shot the golden armor when, no, that's the dragon armor from season 9. When Garmadon is talking with this one random guy, he says he was brought back from the Curse Realm, which, no, he was brought back from the Departed Realm. When they're racing to the news tower to send a distress call to Shintaro, Cole corrects one of the characters who calls Vanya the queen and says she's the princess, when, no, you were there for her inauguration, she's the queen now. Harumi says that the Oni strength comes from anger, when, no, it comes from conflict, the fight is what fuels them and all. I could keep going. This season is rife with continuital errors, which you really think they would have gotten correct considering they propped up this season to be their endgame moment. Look, it even parodies the endgame poster. On another note, I think I want to die. Alright, full confession, I was playing Minecraft for a lot of this season and had this bitch on the second monitor because with all this malarkey going on, there was absolutely no way I was becoming invested in this. But there were several times I just stopped everything, put my hands behind my head, and my jaw dropped. So many of these plot points feel like I fucking made them up as a joke. Misako, doing her only contribution to the plot, discovers a prophecy about Ninjago's final battle and how the ninja can achieve this thing called dragon form. And to do so, they have to jump up, kick back, whip around, and spin. And they figure this out after they fold the piece of paper it's on, making the prophecy that saves everybody during the final battle the weekend whip by the fold. I nearly had my soul leave its body out of secondhand embarrassment. But do you want to know the crazy part about this season? Besides all the other crazy parts, I mean, is that there is actually something I liked in it. Something I really like in it. And it's the 3rd time returning champion of having enjoyable parts in seasons I don't like. Mother Motherfucking Garmadon, baby! Somehow, between every other character feeling dumb as hell, he stands on top as the only character who still feels entirely themselves. He actually foresaw the Overlord returning due to the amount of calamity going on in Ninjago. His method of warning everybody about this was cryptically sending Wu newspaper clippings with no return address. And then when Wu and Lloyd tell him nobody could understand what his messages were, he gets upset they didn't understand. Such a Garmadon move! There was this really funny moment back in season 10 when Garmadon asked this random reporter what was more important than survival, which did lead to a very good, albeit funny, scene, and he's been living with that guy for the last couple months trying to learn how to be good. They don't address the events of the Garmadon books at all, but I would like to imagine he came to him after everything that happened to him there, due to how snugly it would fit in with what we know. Ever since then, he's been trying to learn how to care for things and what compassion is. Being given a houseplant to care for by Vinny. That's the news guy, I don't think I ever said his name. Honestly, I think all of this stuff with Garmadon this season works very well. They use this fern he's been caring for as a euphemism about his neglect of Lloyd. Something I love is that he tells them he's taken to pacifism ever since this fern has entered his life. But seconds after he says this, his apartment gets destroyed, and with it, the pot his fern was in, causing him to go all apeshit on the Crystal Army. I actually really like this scene. From there on, through the development of Garmadon trying to care for his son again like the old Garmadon used to is really charming. Lloyd, having past Harumi memories bubbling up to the surface of his mind, is a lot less patient with his father than he was before, saying that he doesn't have the capacity to care for others when he doesn't really mean it. Seeing Garmadon actually get offended by these words was really well done. He'll never be a sensei again or even close to the man they used to know, but he can try. Pairing a Garmadon who is starting to redeem himself with a Lloyd who's starting to lose faith in others again is a really good and somewhat unexplored dynamic for the two of them. I just wish it was in a better season! I am confident in saying that Ninjago Season 15, also known as Crystallized, is the worst of the show. And I can say that without watching further, because this is where the show ends. Yep, Ninjago Masters of Spinjitzu only got 15 seasons. This is the finale to the show, and what a wet fart it is. But as obvious, judging by the number I gave at the start of this video and remaining runtime, the show isn't over, because it would continue later in 2023 with a new series called Ninjago Dragons Rising. That's right, baby, we're on Netflix now. Now this is the Ninjago I've been missing. This is the good shit. So this is technically a new series taking place after Masters of Spinjitzu, but as it's still just Ninjago, I'm going to be treating it like any other arc of the show. Various changes will come with this new series title though. For starters, we're back to 22-minute episodes. I was getting pretty used to the 11-minute length, but honestly, I still prefer 22. Secondly, as I already stated, we're on streaming now, so the previously on Ninjago thing has been completely abandoned. It was already getting kind of faded out with the 11-minute era, but it's completely gone now. So is the Weekend Whip, but that one's come and gone before, so its disappearance isn't really anything major. But as it is on streaming now, they can keep their long season lengths and have long episodes, leading to each season of Dragons Rising having 20 episodes with 22 minutes between all of them. Fucking Christ, these seasons are long now. Like, Crystallized was long, but it's only like 3/4 of this. Also, this pretty much goes for all of me talking about Dragons Rising, but sorry if I forget certain plot details during these reviews. It was pretty easy for the earlier parts of this video to just sit down, take notes as I watch through the season, sit for a little bit to gather my thoughts, and then start writing, but the seasons are now double the length, so it feels almost inevitable I'm gonna forget shit. Anyway, the rest of the show's separation has to do with its plot setup. Randomly, for pretty much no reason, this Fortnite event began happening called the Merge. For no explanation, all of the 16 realms merged into one massive realm, and now everything is bleeding into one another. Dragons are attacking the rock monsters of the Realm of Madness. Giant tentacle beasts are attacking the Cloud Kingdom, and all of the quirky characters from the last 15 seasons are now learning to live together in this place called the Crossroads. This big melting pot of Ninjago where everybody of every walk of life gathers. But this merge didn't just bring a bunch of shit together, it also tore a bunch apart. All of the ninja get separated from one another and could literally be anywhere across the new massive Ninjago. Not only that, but there are also new merge quakes occurring every so often, bringing all sorts of calamity. And only the force of elemental powers can close them. Honestly, I'm a huge fan of this idea. Honestly, I was scared at first this was going to serve as a vessel for them to shove gallons of fan service down our throats, but thankfully it's nothing like that. They pretty much take advantage of this in every way I would have wanted them to. This allows them to do more diverse terrain, more diverse characters walking around that aren't just a bunch of yellow plastic people, more visually distinct antagonists, New stories they can tell about people from realms they've never brought up before. Not only that, but allows them to ignore certain elements of the first 15 seasons in a much more organic way than the first couple of seasons handled ditching stuff. Never want to acknowledge Iron Baron or the rest of the scavengers from the first realm? Easy, just say they got wiped out during the merge. As a writer, are you not a fan of the Evil Island from season 2? Just delete it entirely. What this does for the show not only stakes it pretty cleanly in its own little bubble after everything from the first 15 seasons, but also enables them to do so much more. A great call all the way around. And this merge is pretty much the main focal point for every plot going on during this season. Yes, there are multiple plots and arcs going around, considering in total this season is 7.5 fucking hours, but most centered around our new 3 main characters. The highest amount of new protagonists introduced ever. Something I really like about all of these characters introduced is that all of their plots are related to the central event of the merge, and surprisingly varied ways between them. First off, we have Sora. She was born into the fascist empire of Imperium, a new realm introduced in this season. She comes from the city of Imperium in the realm of Imperium. Stupid ass name aside, as a child she was obsessed with technology being able to create things nobody else in her class could ever conceive. That was until she rebelled against the wishes of their head scientist and was an outcast in society from then on, for daring to go against the wishes of the people above her in power. Until the merge happened and she was separated from the rest of Imperium, being able to start her new life. And her best friend Aaron is a pretty similar case. Unlike either of the new protagonists, he actually started off in Ninjago. While the 0 Point Live event was going on, the ninja were doing their damnedest to not only stop it, but save as many people as possible. One of those being Child Aaron. And after it ended and Chapter 7 Season 1 began, he presumed his heroes were dead, taking Lloyd's hood as his own. Since that day, he's been obsessed with the ninja and seeks to continue their legacy. While along the way, searching for his parents he lost during the event. I did say there were 3 new main characters, but the third one's only here for like half the season, so these are the main characters. They both live together in the Crossroads, competing in mech races for their chance to snag some dash. And it's during one of these mech races that they find main character Point 5. It's a baby dragon called Ryu, very important to the plot, technically a character, basically their dog. They find it as it's escaping the claws of Imperium, a dragon catching ring harnessing dragon energy for the Empire of Imperium. During this run-in with them is when Ninja number 1 Lloyd finds the 2 of them. And after rescuing them, from there on he decides to train the 2 of them into becoming proper ninja. I really like how the show doesn't just have Lloyd rescue 2 random people and decide they're special for no reason, because they do actually have valid reasons for Lloyd seeing potential in them. Turns out Sora isn't just good with her hands, it is actually the master of new element technology. I'm honestly kind of shocked that 12 seasons of Cyrus Borg didn't introduce this technology element in any way, but whatever. She's got crazy tech manipulation powers that she can barely use yet. And Aaron is special because he managed to teach himself a shitty scuffed version of Spinjitzu. It's not as effective in combat, but it has some unique properties like being able to transfer it to an object and send it soaring. This does raise one question though. If this junkyard orphan with no elemental power can teach himself Spinjitzu, then how the fuck hasn't Pixel learned it this entire time? She's able to master like any fighting style. If this scrimbly guy can learn Spinjitzu without any training, then how hasn't she been able to with access to all of Sensei Wu's knowledge? Something sexism, I'm not getting detoured on this again. I'm a big fan of how the 2 of them are already kind of capable opposed to the base 4 ninja when they were starting out, and how they could barely even walk without Sensei Wu being there. I really like this setup. Not only does this make it feel like its own series separated from Masters of Spinjitzu, but it doesn't feel like it's held to the obligation to have all of the ninja here because they're the ones the audience cares about. It doesn't feel like they're keeping the audience in mind when it comes to what characters are here and not, and I like that. Especially since the new characters it does introduce are really damn solid. Like Aaron and Sora, I wouldn't mind seeing them become the new main characters. They bounce off each other very well. Boiling it down, it's just the stupid but courageous and smart but scared dynamic, but it's got a lot more depth to it than just that. Aaron isn't entirely an idiot, just really clumsy. Still extremely capable when the going gets tough though. And Sora is also very capable, but she doesn't really believe she is, having doubt in pretty much everything she does due to her Imperium childhood trauma. They don't cleanly fall into a lot of these stereotypical roles like a lot of the original ninja did, and I like that. Another character who's a good subversion of that is the new character Wildfire. I say she's less important than the other 2 because she's introduced basically at the midpoint of the season. I have no doubt she'll become more involved later though. So for some mysterious reason not explained in this season, she also has fire powers just like Kai does. And she's even more obnoxious than he is. But in a good way though. She was raised in the wilderness by dragons in whichever bumfuck dimension she's from, and clearly acts like it. Her solution to pretty much everything, regardless if it works, is just fighting people. She's like an uncooperative D&D partner, spoken as somebody who's played D&D once. She barely understands English, she's hyper aggressive, and she's literally me. Something I really love about her is her relationship with Kai. She's basically an even less polished version of how he acted in season Season 1. More impulsive, a bigger jerk, even hotter-headed. They do fight for a while, but I like how Kai is able to implement a lot of Wu's training to help her. Genuinely, all of the ninja act so much more mature here. And considering we now have 3 brand new immature characters to bounce off of, this was a good call. It's also nice just seeing them develop. They definitely still act like themselves, don't get me wrong. Like Kai and Wildfire share this one moment together where they burn down an armory and slowly walk away from the explosion. He's still definitely Kai and has all of his silly mannerisms, but just acting like a real adult now. It's very satisfying to see after all this time. Unfortunately, she's part of a much larger problem I have with this season, but I'll get to what that is in a moment. Honestly, this might be one of the best seasons when it comes to handling the characters. Due to being separated by the merge and a bunch of random shit happening during the events of the story, characters enter and exit pretty fluidly without it feeling too forced. Lloyd and Kai found each other pretty much immediately, but they later on find Nia helping the residents of the Realm of Madness fight off dragons who are stealing their life force. Or at the halfway mark, they find Zane, who's been shut down since the merge. We don't even get to know what Cole's up to until nearly the finale. And even then, he excuses himself right before the big showdown so he can go off chasing this Sensei Wu ghost they all keep seeing. Wu, Jay, and Pixel aren't even here for the most part. Of course, Wu is pretty much always going to haunt the narrative because of how impactful he was in the characters' lives, but I'm honestly convinced he's actually dead this time. Not only would his absence be a good way of furthering the ninja team's character progression, but it also gives Lloyd time to shine as their new master. Dude, I don't think you can understand how satisfying it was to see after all this time, Lloyd doing the same shit to these students Wu did to Kai in the pilot. He kind of lives on as this guiding spirit, almost like a force ghost, leading the ninja towards one another, but honestly, if he was gone for good, I think I'd be okay with that. Pixel's gone too, but I doubt she'll stay gone for too long. And I hope the show realizes I was making a joke earlier when I said I'd rather have Jay disappear, because he is genuinely only in one scene of the entire season. I really love how non-committal this is to dragging in the old characters. It lets us have really intriguing dynamics between these guys, giving the new faces time to shine, giving us more to look forward to in the future. I will say though, I don't understand why Zane is found offline inside a giant egg in an Imperium temple underground. I say I don't understand why, because they don't tell me! Okay, I just need to go off on a tangent for a second. So the 16 realms. As of Crystallized, we know about Ninjago, the Underworld, Realm of Madness, Cursed Realm, Cloud Kingdom, Legend of Chima, yes that's canon, I'm dead fucking serious, Ninjago, the Departed Realm, the Realm of Oni and Dragon, and the Never Realm. How the fuck did I get that in one take? Which puts us, as of now, at 10 realms we know of, and 6 that could be anything. And Dragon's Rising uses these unknown realms pretty effectively to introduce a lot of new concepts like the Imperium, and also introduce loads of other junk like a ton of new elements such as technology, fusion, whatever Wildfire has, introduce new concepts like this giant teleporter area that can transport people from far off areas to different ones, humongous dragons called Source Dragons that have world-bending amounts of power, but they don't really explain any of this? Why was Zane trapped in a big robo-cocoon underground deactivated? How does Wildfire have the same fire abilities? Why are there new elements all of a sudden? Is it because of the merge? I couldn't tell you! Why is Racer 7, a character I never brought up from Season 12, seemingly evil now? What are the consequences for the Departed Realm merging with the rest of Ninjago? Where does somebody now go if they die? If Sensei Wu is dead, then why does he get to be a Forest Ghost when Garmadon didn't? Were they both not Senseis? That doesn't feel fair. They find a survivor of Ninjago that was on a faraway journey in a different realm when it fell apart. And due to only having a grain of sand left from his home, he can only grant small-scale wishes. A problem Nanakon didn't seem to have at all despite being in the same situation. So why does this red guy get the short end of the wishing stick? Why does all of the show look so good, then suddenly this one vision of Sensei Wu Lloyd has looks like dog shit? That's not a lore question, I'm just curious how it looks that way. You just kind of have to have trust that the writers will eventually explain most of this in the coming seasons. But considering the track record this show has of explaining pieces of its story in-universe and how it functions, forgive me for being a little doubtful. My biggest complaint is I have to trust the writers. I love this show. But as I was saying a moment ago, the Empire of Imperium is to be our antagonist for the evening, and I think they're pretty good. A nice diverse cast of baddies with the goofy dragon hunter Rapton, this stupid-ass magician who always words things like he's in a play called Durama, excellent joke name, Dr. Leroux, who's not only responsible for most of Imperium's cool gadgets, but also manipulating Sora into making a doomsday weapon, and of course the head honcho, Queen Beatrix. She hates all people with elemental abilities due to being twin sisters with an elemental master who inherited her father's abilities 4 minutes before she was born. Her grudge leading her to overthrow her family with the help of Lord Raz. I hate how this guy's modeled after how the Legend of Chima characters looked, considering the wildness realm is literally just Chima. Honestly, some of the most depth any of these villains have gotten in a while. You see, at the midpoint of the season, the ninja pretty heavily humble the Empress, which of course enrages her because she hates elemental masters, which leads her to try and gather the 3 dragon orbs. Yes, fuck, I love more things Master Wu never bothered to mention, hell yeah. After the first Spinjitzu master, master did that cool thing and made all of Ninjago, he foresaw all of the realms merging together, and in order to try to counter them, got the Source Dragons to make him Dragon Cores. These Dragon Balls greatly amplify elemental abilities, and since elemental powers can already close merge quakes, these basically prevent the end of the world. Get the thing, stop the bad thing, prevent the bad guy from accelerating the thing so they can accelerate the bad thing. Welcome back, Rise of the Snakes. I know that's a gross oversimplification of this season, but in fairness, it is just another MacGuffin quest against somebody who's trying to cause the end of the world. Something new that this season does that surprisingly most of Ninjago hasn't done yet is have the subordinates under the main antagonists not actually want to destroy the world. Rapton starts helping the ninja because he just really wanted to hunt dragons, and none of this end of the world hunt the ninja crap. And Lord Roz follows suit. Honestly, he doesn't get super much to do this season, but that Lego set I've been building in the background I know comes way later in the series, and he's in it, so he'll probably get more development. I just like his aura, if I'm going to be honest with you. And I know that while I'm on this topic, I might as well just talk briefly about the finale. I like the set piece of Emperor Beatrix just going crazy and blasting everybody with this giant gun she made out of the dragon orbs. And visually, it looks great. But honestly, it feels weirdly rushed. Like, she's going crazy blasting everybody, then they get the gun from her, then they assemble all of the dragon cores, and in like a 1-minute sequence, Lloyd nearly dies doped off of them, stopping the merge quakes for good. And then it's over. It happens way too fast. And considering the length of this season, I am absolutely certain they could have cut some dead air somewhere else in order to make more time for this. But back on those visuals though, this show looks great. Nothing the rest of the Wild Brain animation hasn't already done, but the lighting and choreography looks very nice. It's not like drastically better, it's pretty much just a step up because of less technological restraints, but I still think it looks good. I'm just gonna start listing off more things I liked before I wrap up without any flow in and out of it. I'm shocked at how well they finished off Sora's arc. Her parents back at Imperium were pretty damn abusive, immediately ostracizing her after refusing to serve the Empress. And now that they've seen how capable she is and footage of the Empress being a bad person has been made public, they are still horrible to her. What's great is that there's no scene of, don't worry guys, my parents are with us. No, she learns to finally let go of the hold they've had in her life and manages to finally start using her powers by herself. And after that, they're gone. They've done nothing to earn a space in her life, and I love how respectful the show is of that. This is pretty basic for any other TV show, but I still haven't gotten over Crystallized, okay? Overall, I think Dragon's Rising Season 1 is great. Also, this is a good time to mention none of the seasons have unique names anymore, so it's just Dragon's Rising Season 1. Kind of lame for the title cards, but whatever. It looks pretty. I love how grown all of the original ninja feel. The new characters are great. This truly feels like a natural evolution of the franchise. And I know I've been burned literally every time I've said this, but I'm excited to see where they take things from here. Another canon book, goddammit. Actually, quite a few came out around this time, consisting of Boring, Barely Relevant, and another Garmadon book! Shatterspin is another 5-part book featuring my favorite little Lord of Darkness. This time, however, it's a prequel book set during the Serpentine War. You remember the Serpentine War, right? When Ninjago was at peace? Specifically, right after he stopped serving under Master Chen. This is at a point in time where they haven't found cool flutes that make the Serpentine stop working, so they're looking for a silver bullet to win this war. Okay, actually, on that note, I'm unsure if I ever mentioned the flutes that neutralize the Serpentine. I started scripting this video at the very beginning of September, and it's currently December 18th. Merry Christmas, everybody! I'm scripting this on Christmas, if that's any consolation. As Garmadon is unsure on how to proceed in this war, he follows a map Chen gave him, which leads to the Wildness, the Legend of Chima Realm I was talking about previously. It's cool finally seeing an actual glimpse of this world that isn't just a reference joke for the various references it's received throughout the show. It's a little underwhelming though, considering it's just a big-ass forest. Concept and plot-wise though, it's very similar to the last Garmadon comic. Garmadon is here trying to harness some cool new power, there's a bunch of people here he needs to circumstantially help in order to achieve that goal, and in the end becoming a better person now, wow. And if I'm gonna be honest, I think it does it slightly worse than the last comic. Don't get me wrong, I still liked it, if there was anybody watching this video who's even gonna contest my opinions at this point. But seeing a half-evil guy open up his heart to a bunch of randos opposed to a fully evil guy doesn't really just hit the same personally. I didn't find the plot as interesting either. There's this one old lady who is a guiding force for all these children, and when she's telling the backstory about how this old tribe that used to inhabit the wilderness died, the illustrations literally just show her being the villain. And then surprised if nobody later on, she turns out to be the villain. Whoa. Kind of ruin your own twist there. Garmadon learning to become a teacher to these children in order for them to defend themselves is still pretty interesting to watch and read, but it's literally the same lesson he's learned 1,000 times with Lloyd. It isn't anything spectacularly new. Not to say that Mogra from the last one was super interesting either, but better than this at least. I think in pretty much every way this comic is a downgrade compared to the last one, but don't take that as me saying it's bad. It's just less good. But because it treads a lot of the same ground as the last one, there's honestly not a lot for me to talk about here. I'd still recommend it if you're like a super fan of the the show. But if you aren't, I don't really see a lot of value here, especially considering what the next season is about. And before I properly talk about season 2, I want to add this little asterisk. I'm going to be talking about the first and second halves of season 2 separately. I'm still going to be evaluating the season as one whole, but the events between the first and second halves of the season are honestly disconnected enough for me to justify viewing it like this. It all still does feel like one season, but the events that are set up at the very start mostly conclude by episode 10. Not only that, but the season was actually released in parts, being the first and second halves of 2024. And not only that, there's also supplementary content to look at between episodes 10 and 11, plus the intro changes. They're pretty different, but they still do feel like they're part of the same arc. Two sides of the same coin kind of deal. Just imagine it like the structure of season 11 with the fire and ice chapters, but, you know, good. Whatever though, enough jibber jabber, season 2. It's been months since the fall of Imperium and the end of the Merge Quakes. The Ninja, excluding some key members of Pixel, J, and Cole, have been doing as they always do. I like how this intro shows the mechanic being the C-grade villain we all know him to be. But between all this villain of the week stuff, Lloyd is having repeated nightmares about this end of the world days scenario revolving these people with wolf masks and this giant gong. Yeah, so the Shatterspin comics were all pretty much just set up for this. All of Garmadon learning about these fighting techniques and training these kids all exists as a prequel setting up for season 2. And since almost everything from the comics is explained here, I'm inclined to say that they are mostly skippable. I do want to put emphasis on mostly though. They don't explain how any of these wolf soldier guys like work at all here. Roz, as well as character I keep forgetting to bring up, known as Jordana, kinda just stumble into the wilderness, go up to this temple with the same hammer that Garmadon also used, smacks it, and then boom, army. I'll excuse this though on the grounds that I'm no better than Ninjago because I also didn't explain how it works. I'm not going to, I don't care. You know, unrelated, but you really think these guys would start bringing up to each other when they start having visions like this? Like, I'm pretty sure this is the third time their nightmares have come true. Roz and Pinky are trying to unbanish these Forbidden 5 guys, also mentioned in the comic, sealed away for their burgers being too expensive. And the good guys want to stop them, you know this. A new member of the bad guy team, though, is the new Master of Smoke, which I think is a really cool addition. They never really had to go up against any of the other elemental masters before this, so it's a really nice mix-up. Every time previously they've gone up against another elemental master, they're usually the mastermind of their specific operation. Moro, Garmadon, the Ice Emperor, if you want to count that. It's nice to see one that's just a part of the team of villains instead of being the head honcho. He's part of the group not only because his smoke powers make him excellent at sneaking into places, but also because of the new Shatterspin technique. Written in a forbidden language forcibly transcribed by the Cloud Kingdom monks, it greatly enhances any elemental master able to harness his abilities. Pop on one of these cool wolf masks and hit this cool bell with a cool hammer, and you can move like Slayer from Guilty Gear. I'm a huge fan of how this is animated. That comparison isn't just a joke, it's a compliment. I've stopped giving unique comments on the animation as a whole since it's pretty much stagnated, but just here to reassure, it still looks really good. Like, especially the fight scenes this season. I'm not sure if it's just me having taken a 2-week-long break between Dragon's Rising Season 1 and 2, but a lot of these shots are really damn good looking. Like, I swear they're doing the red versus blue comparisons on purpose just to fuck with me now. Look at this shot of Wildfire punching somebody. It's bar for bar one of the shots from the Tex fight. Like, I love the several mech fights it has. A lot of their unique designs and animations honestly don't even make me mind the Force vehicle stuff anymore. On that note though, this is probably not only my favorite, but the most organic the LEGO set integration has been yet. They've all got these cool discs they're carrying around made by Sora that turn into mechs at a moment's notice. Not only that, Kai gets this climbing robot that genuinely looks awesome. Like hell, I want to buy this LEGO set, it's working! Like the way it's animated with all the different bits moving with different timings make it feel so much more robotic than any of the other machines they've controlled in the past. It's just a lot more appealing looking than anything else they've piloted. I can't think of a transition out of that. Holy shit, half this season feels padded. Luckily, the second half is a lot better paced, but this first half can really feel like it's dragged at parts. After getting their asses walloped by the Shatterspin, Lloyd is contacted by the 7 Source Dragons, giving him information about where to go next in order to stop the return of the Forbidden 5, which leads them to who knows where they go up a hole, confront nightmares, play basketball, and then train with these dragon people. Cole, Zane, and Lady I'll get to later have an entirely separate B-plot going on while all of this happens, but nearly this entire first half is just them training with these fuck-ass dragons. They're learning to use the Rising Dragon technique that is said to counter Shatterspin. So like half of these episodes, that's all the ninja do, is just stay here and train with these dragons who speak verbal English for some reason, unlike the telepathic communication the other dragons had. Nope, only these two specifically speak out loud, I don't know why. That's not to say nothing goes on during these events, a lot of character development happens, but genuinely all of it takes place in one area, it all just blends together. I don't see any way Dragon's Rising could ever reach the the boring levels of Season 7, but I have to say it becomes pretty disinteresting pretty quick when nearly everything is going on in the same spot. I will say though, I do like the character-related stuff going on here. Eren is still searching for his parents, but is now plagued with a new self-doubt about not only having a cruddy Spinjitzu, but also the only member of the team that doesn't have an elemental ability. It's kind of building off his insecurities from last season about not being able to do object Spinjitzu on command, so I'll probably go more in depth on it whenever it gets resolved or becomes more relevant. New developments though, is Lloyd is losing his fucking mind this season. After getting doped off that sweet dragon energy, he's repeatedly getting apocalypse visions. Not just the foreshadowing put the plot in motion kind of visions that the show is used to. No, like all the time and uncontrollable kind. He's constantly having mental breakdowns about events he can't properly transcribe or prevent, and honestly, I'm a big fan of this. Frankly, with how a lot of these scenes are portrayed, I'm honestly kind of surprised LEGO even let them do this. It's not like any of the many prophecies he's gotten where they just kind of progress the plot then screw off when they need to. Even in the middle of very big battles, he keeps stopping and getting flashes to it. It's a really interesting twist on this trope the show is no stranger to. Especially shout out to the voice acting by Sam Vincent for Lloyd here, because damn, he does a really good job selling these scenes. It also does a lot to add on to Lloyd struggling to fill Master Wu's shoes now that he's gone for real this time. Hey, personally, I would say getting a crazy ass prophecy, not telling anybody about it until it's too late, and then nearly getting half the team killed is very in character for Master Wu, so good job already. What helps this is how intimidating of an antagonist Roz has become. I mean, he's not like gutting people in the streets, this is a LEGO show on Netflix, but I say he pushes it just as far as he could for the show's tone. He has this unseen master who randomly has him float up into the sky and gives orders to, and I like the mystery going on with it. They give this pretty short and simple flashback to flesh out his character of him as a child getting stuck in a ravine, and this golden light saving him, teaching him that the only thing that matters is power. It's a very Garmadon-esque claim to make, but the way he does it is so cool I can't even be upset about how conceptually boring it is. He explains all of this while absolutely walloping Eren's ass, like look at this shit, man. If everybody wasn't plastic, my guy would be dead. He's like this show's battle beast, he's awesome. While Lloyd and Roz might be two of my favorite characters for this season, they aren't my favorite. That honor goes to new favorite character of the entire franchise, being Bonzel. Before I talk about the literally me skeleton properly, I want to talk about another development that's a lot more noticeable with this season. You see, there's this kind of stereotype about a lot of Netflix shows, and that's how a lot of them are gay as fuck. Now, I'm not agreeing with that stigma, not only because I feel it's pretty dumb, but most of the people saying that are bigots anyways. But that is to say Ninjago certainly isn't helping with the allegations. Now, queerness isn't actually something that started with Dragons Rising, but like, might as well have been. There was this one pink-haired lady back in Crystallized I already forgot the name of because I don't care about her, who was intended to be. You can tell because she has this non-specific, perfectly symmetrical pride flag on the back of her minivan that she stole from her parents. Just one sticker, one perfectly symmetrical and non-specific sticker. I feel very represented, Ninjago, thank you. Season 1 of Dragons Rising also technically have queer characters in them, but they aren't really felt until this season. And somehow, all of the queer-coded characters hail from Cole's little junkyard family. And somehow, the representation is actually pretty damn good. No joke, they don't ever use the word gay or trans anywhere in the series, but the coding these characters have is shockingly on point for LEGO Ninjago. For starters, there's Cole and his cool troll boyfriend. We're finally at the point, ladies and gentlemen, he's alive but gay! Something I was saving to talk about from Season 1 was the land of lost things introduced here. Basically where everything unwanted or lost ended up after the merge, with a few people also being lost and unable to leave because of this magic fog. And Cole managed to find his way into this dump and chose to stay there with them as a guardian figure. In Season 2 though, they're able to assemble one of those big portal gates and are able to leave through that. So go ahead and forget everything I just told you. Two of the people who were lost are children and don't get any development, so I'm fine to forget they exist just like the world did. But Geo and Bonzel are where it really shines. To start with the weaker of the two though, there's Geo, who is the master of fusion I mentioned in passing. He was born as some kind of fucked up fusion between a gecko and a munce, and due to him possessing physical attributes between each of the tribes, he was ostracized by the both of them, and after the merge ended up in the trash zone. I don't really have nearly as much to say about him as I do with Bonzel, but it's a cute little story about the found family trope if nothing else. Also, look at how him and Cole look at each other. I love my gay Legos. But Bonzel, dude, holy shit, she's good. I would be surprised if there wasn't a queer writer on the team while writing her because of how close to home she hits it. How they make her even slightly relevant to the plot is that back when the Forbidden Five were sealed away, it was done by a macho powerful spell cast by a great wizard. And after they were banished and all the good guys went home, the spell persisted. It was so powerful it was granted life and thought and sentience. But nobody knew of the spell's true nature, so it was left adrift aimlessly. Unable to talk to anybody, unable to have anybody understand what it was. That was until it just so happened to stumble across our commander-in-chief of weird magic bullshit. And it's through Master Wu's guidance that she's able to gain physical form, taking the visage of somebody who used to feel empty inside. Not only that, but a big part of this season is her, as well as Zane and Cole, going to meet her original creator so they can protect her from Roz. The whole evil plan is to reverse engineer the spell and open the gateway back up, so basically they need to kill her. And along their journey to go meet the wizard that cast her originally, she's scared she might get rejected based on how she is now compared to what she was when she was made. This one should be pretty obvious to anybody who's actually trans. The writing's all over the goddamn walls. It's a really sweet story about found family and the fear that comes with reconciling with loved ones who knew you pre-transition. And the metaphors they use as well as working this into an actual Ninjago level plot is insanely commendable. The fact this works as well as it does without feeling really ham-fisted is applaudable. It's probably just biased, but she's definitely my favorite character now. Not only is her story really good, but I like her personally a lot. She's a bitch, but like in a charming way that doesn't make her come off as a dick. I'm a big fan. I love how this franchise is able to nail trans and gay representation on its first try, but couldn't figure out how the fuck to handle Nia for over a decade. And to wrap up my thoughts on the first half of the season, I think it has a pretty good midpoint finale as well. The ninja mostly stopped the ceremony to bring back the Forbidden Five. Mostly. Similar to when Garmadon sacrificed himself to open up the gateway to the Curse Realm, you have to go band for band with whoever was sealed away in this place called the Never Space. Really just a more limbo version of the Cursed Realm. Their original plan was to sacrifice the Cloud Kingdom monks, which the ninja thwart, and after that goes sideways, Roz decides fuck it and just starts trying to hit all the ninja in like he's playing cricket. He's only able to get one of them though, 1.5 of them though, so the ninja go home mostly successful, leaving Kai and Bonzel temporarily trapped in the Upside Down. Overall, I really liked the first half of season 2. I thought the story was pretty neat, 2 character arcs I'm surprised they were able to pull off, but I'm very happy they did. The action scenes still look incredible. Overall, it's a great half of a season. Unfortunately, I would say I'm slightly more mixed on the second half, however. But before we get there, there's that previously mentioned extra material to look at. Don't worry, it's not much, I'll be brief. After Kai gets sucked away into the Never Realm, sorry, I meant Cursed Realm, sorry, I meant Never Space, Wildfire has been taking it pretty hard. There's a little animated short, a bunch of exclusive audio clips exclusive to this one app. It's enjoyable, if not pretty skippable. Really, all this did for me was remind me that this is a show for second graders that I have been talking about for nearly 5 hours. The best thing it does, though, is cement my evidence for the halves of the season being mostly their own things. And what of that second half? Well, I think it's pretty good. I don't think it's as good as the first half, but still pretty good. Aaron and Sora is still looking for his lost parents using the data logs from this place known as the Administration, which I'll touch more on later. And on their way back from doing so, this big-ass dragon known as an Arc Dragon that was mostly irrelevant from season 1, crashes down near them, badly injured and missing its horns. And after its death, they get a bit of a mystery to solve. Who could have killed the Monarch Dragon and stolen its horns? Okay, so it's like obviously Roz, right? I don't know what he's doing with them, but like obviously, come on. One of the Source Dragons, feeling threatened by somebody hunting the Arc Dragons, comes to the ninja and tells them they need to participate in this Tournament of Sources in order to figure out the culprit of the murder. What's the Tournament of Sources? It's this big tournament hosted in some faraway area, primarily revolving elemental masters battling it out. And when one of them lose the tournament, they lose their powers. Wait a minute. All of the things that go on within this tournament I do really like, but I think my biggest problem with this season is just the concept. Didn't we like already do this exact same thing during Masters of Spinjitzu Season 4? The ninja go to a tournament revolving elemental abilities they aren't invited to. A lot of the elements within the tournament are rigged against them. The only reason they're here is to solve some kind of mystery going on. And in the end, the big bad culprit guy uses everybody's elemental powers to let loose some kind of big catastrophe. This is very dumbed down, but a lot of these elements feel very similar to Season 4. And ignoring all the correlation, it's the exact same premise. Tournament of Elements, Tournament of Sources, same deal. Same game, different name. It's implied that Master Chen literally just stole this whole idea from the Tournament of Sources, but I don't care about your lore. Conceptually, this feels lazy. Did we really need another tournament arc? Let alone a tournament arc with the exact same structure? If you want to do something like this, you better be damn sure the characters can carry it, and thankfully, they do that exceptionally well. And you know what, before we talk about the things I like about this season, which is most of it to be clear, I might as well get my last couple of complaints out of the way. Remember how earlier I was saying that I didn't have any faith the show would satisfiably explain a lot of the mysteries they set up in season 1? Well, they at least explain this season how Wildfire has the same abilities Kai does. She isn't the master of fire, she's the master of heat. This is fucking stupid. Since we're doing Tournament of Elements again, it's only fit that they introduce a bunch of new ones as well as returning ones. We have the returning masters of Light, Poison, and Mind, and new ones like Shockwave and Size, but the majority of quote-unquote new elements they introduced this season feel like blatant ripoffs of older ones. Nah, this isn't the element of Earth, it's the new ability known as Quakes. Nah, this isn't the power of water, it's surface tension. This isn't speed, this is agility. This isn't nature, it's plants. The original Master of Nature doesn't even show up here. You could have just said he croaked and this is the new one. Come on! I know it's probably hard coming up with all of these powers for everybody, and the writers probably work really hard, so I don't want to say this is lazy. I'll think it though. It sucks because a lot of these new elements are actually really cool. Master of Figment can make mirages of himself as well as phase through people. Master of Balance is just as the name suggests. I know they can come up with some new ideas, but it's very easy to forget about these truly cool and unique ones when there's shit like fucking heat. Hey, I know we have an Elemental Master of Ice, but I still feel like there's room for an Elemental Master of Cold. It feels lazy and uninspired. I'm not dancing around it. I won't pretend like I can come up with anything better, but I'm not getting paid to also. Honestly, I would have preferred if they just had a bunch of returning masters from season 4 over this. There are 3 returning ones, and more would have had the same problem of being derivative, but it's a whole storyline about going to a tournament based off everybody's elemental abilities. Honey, it's already derivative. But enough about how this is copying the homework of something that came out a decade prior. What does it bring to the table? Well, it's mechanically different to that. Whenever somebody loses, not only is their power taken from them, but it's given to the winner until the end of the games. I actually think this is a very good idea for making these fights feel way more interesting. This time it's laid out more like a traditional tournament, consisting of only head-to-head matches. Yeah, Chen's whole thing did have a bunch of head-to-head matches, but there were also extra games that there could be multiple losers, such as the roller skating one or the Fortnite one. This time it is strictly 1v1s. And paired up with how the longer it goes on, the more elements each fighter possesses, I think this works really well. These fights later on become super interesting with the characters combining and splicing together the different elemental powers, like using shockwave and surface tension to effectively create an elemental bomb, or ice and agility to launch icicles out super fast. I do wish they went a little bit further with these combinations though. Like early on, Nia gets both water and lightning, which has the obvious combination of electrifying the water, so I started envisioning them doing something like her filling the entire arena with water then electrifying it, but no, they don't really do anything like that. Having the winner take the loser's power does make a lot of really cool fights in the latter half, like Lloyd versus Beatrix's surviving sister Zeatrix near the end, but I wish they combined them a little better. Wait a minute, back up. She gets water and what now? Yes, the second half of the second season finally marks the return of Jay. He's been hinted and foreshadowed at different times, like him being one of the administration officers sent to confiscate Zane. Or when Sora and Aaron broke into there at the beginning of the season, they talked about this missing Detective Walker person. But he's finally back for real this time, kind of-ish. You see, after the merge happened, he wound up in the administration within the realm of madness. The administration is a new location cooked up for Dragon's Rising I'm actually a huge fan of. It's essentially a bunch of bureaucrats constantly requiring people jump through massive amounts of red tape before they can do anything in this massive office building. It's a really unique take on the concept of madness. I love this idea. Then after he bumped into Bonzel in the first half of season 2, he went AWOL where Lord Raz found him, telling him that he used to be a great warrior of electricity within the wildness, and that he would help him get him back to his former glory. So yeah, Jay is kind of evil now. And fuck the left half of this image I keep referencing, this is awesome! Not only is him being really dark and edgy conceptually cool considering the character we know he is, but it's honestly the best thing they could have done for him considering where the show is now. Every role and character quirk he brought to the team has now kind of been filled by other characters. At the start, he was the techie, kind of annoying dweeb who was very proud of his creations. But the role of mechanic on the team has been taken over by 3 different characters, 4 if we're counting Pixel, who hasn't shown back up yet. The semi-annoying Klutz has been filled up by Aaron, and Kai was always full of himself, leaving Jay honestly without much of a role to fill considering the current cast. So making him this rogue man lost in the world taking the role of some great warrior that never existed is hype as shit! I hit the fucking Markiplier bite of 87 face when he showed up, dude. And it helps that this new Jay is just really cool, flat out. And forcing Nia to be the one who fights him in the tournament is so fucked up and so good. I also really appreciate how he doesn't overstay his welcome here. After he loses round 1 to Nia, Raz kicks him out of his little fan club and he's sent to go wander the world powerless. All of the Elemental Masters, of course, get their powers back at the end of the tournament, but still, I'm very excited to see how they expand upon this. Evil Jay does kind of bring up one problem I have with Dragon's Rising as a whole, though. So through a very convenient set of circumstances, Nia and Kai are able to communicate while he's trapped in limbo. She tells him about how they've not only found Jay, but he's completely evil now. And he, like, barely reacts to this? No, I'm not trying to sound like that one Hotel Mario meme where the guy is completely overreacting to a gag of Mario having toast. But it does feel a little odd how he underreacts to this information. Now, this scene in isolation isn't anything massive. I wouldn't even bring it up if I wasn't going anywhere with this. But it does kind of get me thinking, where the hell is everybody's families? Like, I know they've been distracted with the end of the world every other episode, but you don't think during the off-season Zane would have maybe been looking for Pixel, or Cole for his dad, or both Kai and Nia for their parents, or Lloyd for Misako? I don't even think they've uttered her name since the start of the sequel series. I know their main priority is building upon the new characters, as well as slowly getting the main 6 back together, but it feels extremely strange these characters haven't at least been mentioned. Cole brought up his dad and late mother within this very season, but we still have no clue about their whereabouts. Well, except his mom, we know exactly where she is. But back to Aura farming Jay. Him leaving really helps not only stay focused on the other plot lines going on, but it really helps the drama the team starts to go through in this part. Remember how Aaron's whole goal has been to find his family? Yeah, the total lack of them doing that really comes to a head with not only this season, but especially the Tournament of Sources. Something I feel this arc does greatly is make you reconsider the motives and true intentions of each of the characters. Mainly Roz. Remember that master he's been talking to at random points throughout the whole show? Well, we still don't know who that is, but we do learn what his goal is. Re-separate the merged lands. Putting everything back in their own realms to not only fix the conflicts caused by the merge, but also fix the calamity that happened during it. One of which being the loss of Aaron's parents. Everything he's done from helping Beatrix overthrow her sister and father, to attempting to free the Forbidden Five, to giving all of his followers wolf masks that allegedly shatter their goodness, whatever the hell that means, has all been in service of this one goal. So it makes you question, does his ends of stopping several wars and reverting the realms justify the means of all the evil shit he's been doing? This line of thought is especially considered by this show's favorite dead parent haver. No, not you either. Jesus Christ, how many orphans has this show got? Aaron has definitely got to take up my slot for favorite character of this arc. Unlike what literally everybody else has been doing, his one goal throughout pretty much the whole series so far has just been find his parents. And since they were apparently sent who knows where by the administration, the only person who could have had that information was Jay, who got kicked out after his loss. And the only other person who could have that information was Jay's boss, Roz. So a lot of this season is him getting pretty buddy-buddy with the furry. Aaron and Ryu, who got bigger between seasons, I forgot to note upon, get a chance to sneak through Roz's thing so everybody's distracted with the tournament. Unfortunately, Roz catches them snooping as usual, and instead of attacking, decides to start lore dumping. Now, we've already heard about Lord Roz's master and all the crazy shit they can do, whoever they are, but we really don't know their motive as of yet. Well, two bombshells get dropped in this very scene. One explaining that his goal is actually pretty noble and not all evil like you would expect at this point. Not only that, but he also tells him that it was Master Wu who caused the merge. And after speaking to one of the ghost versions of him that's been floating around, it's confirmed. This is completely out of character for him. Do you really think one of the wisest people in Ninjago would know about some kind of calamity going on, accidentally assist in furthering it, tell nobody and try to stop it himself, and then die? I just realized how that sounded after I said it. Pretty much every element going on throughout this season assists in Aaron's massive character shift that's about to happen. He's been wanting to find his parents for months, but due to the ninjaing duties, he hasn't had a chance. Lord Roz allegedly knows where his parents are and are offering to show him. Earlier in the season, when Aaron thought he had successfully transferred Spinjitzu to an object and hit Roz, it was actually Sora using her tech powers to make it spin so he wouldn't get upset. Both Sora lying to him to make him feel better and Master Wu causing the merge are two things that Roz tells him that later on turn out to be true. So what else was he right about then? This half of the season also introduces new character Frack, Aaron's childhood best friend who later became the elemental master of not fucking Earth. He's been training under Lord Roz and claims he's actually just fine. Using his teachings, he even manages to overcome his issues and does a full Spinjitzu tornado for the first time. Something that Lloyd has never been able to provide him in the season and a half they've known each other. His turn to being favorable to Roz by the end of the season is honestly a pretty natural development for the character. They still make it very clear he doesn't like him, he's whooped his ass enough times to make that certain, but more that he needs him for not only progressing his training, but finding his parents. And also considering the group he's been with hasn't made any substantial progress in locating either of them, has yet to successfully teach him proper Spinjitzu, their previous master caused the whole thing that made him lose them to begin with, and his best friend just lied to him about his own abilities. So yeah, it hasn't exactly been a great streak for Aaron. I also really like the finale to this season, specifically for the Aaron stuff. It turns out the person who stole the horns of the Arc Dragon was Noct, that member of the Forbidden Five that was freed and put under the control of Roz. After the portal was sealed, the soul of another member of the Forbidden Five possessed that redhead nobody knows the name of, and the two of them stole together without Roz's knowledge, betraying Lord Roz and giving Aaron even more reasons to side with him. Through his eyes at least, now they've both been betrayed by their own teams. And using all of their elements combined, he uses the Monarch Horns to open a gateway, freeing the rest of the five. And through some magic hoodoo, Nia is able to do the same thing, freeing Kai and Mrs. Netflix. He isn't really able to do much here, but I really like this fight scene between him and Noct. They lose pretty bad, the tournament owner shows up in the nick of time to sap the elemental powers out of him and give the rest of them back to the rightful owners. They grab the rest of the five as well as unconscious Roz and hop through the teleporter thingamajig, and wielding his dropped hammer, Aaron follows them through the gateway. And due to the damage it sustained through the fight, it explodes, displacing everybody who went through, leaving Roz and Aaron alone to lead into the next season. A bunch of other finale stuff happens here too, like Lloyd getting Chekhov's cool dragon sword, but it's pretty much over. Overall, I think the season is pretty good, teetering on great for the series. I do have my problems with both both halves of them, like the first 10 episodes feeling pretty padded and the second half just treading on territory we've already been before. But the characters that make up these two arcs, I think more than make up for it. Bonzo being a shockingly good trans rep for Lego Ninjago, Lloyd spazzing out and seeing visions constantly making him question his own service to the team as a leader, Aaron's steady unease towards the rest of the team and favoring towards Roz so he can achieve his goals, Evil Jay, that's not really an arc he had or anything, I just think it's cool. I'm excited to see where this goes with Dragons Rising Season 3, the 18th season of the show. Wait a minute, the 18th season? Holy shit, does that mean? Oh my god, that was the number I gave at the start of this video! Oh my god, I think it means we're almost done! Fuck yeah, let's go, start the season! Alright, this season is the same structure as the last one. Both halves of it were released separately, both halves of it have slightly altered intros, both halves of it do follow one overall arc, but do feel different enough to make this distinction. This season starts by telling us the story about this big ancient dragon guy called Thunderfang. Some kind of dragon of chaos or some shit that resided in the first realm attacking the city of temples before the merge. Basically just wants to kill the source dragons and cause calamity because it's evil. C-tier antagonist. And the newly freed and given villain status, Forbidden 5 want to free him because evil. I will say though, I like a lot of their cool villain powers. Blue One and Girl don't really have anything special they do, but the others are neat. This guy causes people to decompose on touch, this guy turns into bugs, and I think my favorite guy is the guy who has a bell on his head whose power is literally just bad luck. Like, he hits people with his abilities and bad things just start to happen circumstantially. It's pretty creative. I wish they had this creativity with the elements of last season, but I digress. The only way to free Thunderfang is to get these 5 prismatic blades and cut its chains. Honestly, this season feels very reminiscent of classic Ninjago. Generic evil bad guys need a sword or group of swords in order to bring about some kind of end of the world calamity. The ninja do their darndest, but they're able to do it anyways. There's an evil give in to your anger sort of teacher helping one of them become more powerful, and Jay's actually cool. Couldn't have done that last part in the 11-minute era, that's for sure. Unfortunately, with a lot of its choices emulating earlier seasons, I also have to confess that the Forbidden 5 are pretty fucking lame. Dragons Rising Season 1 had Empress Beatrix, who wasn't one of the best villains, but was still pretty good for the role she needed to fill, being an evil ruler with a backstory heavily tied to one of the main cast. Plus, the season was also explaining and exploring the merge as a concept, and the natural phenomenon of the merge quakes was just as impending, so her not being anything too special was honestly for the better. Then we have Season 2 with Roz, and he's been great every time he's appeared. An evil character with good motives is a very nice change of pace for the show. It makes a very interesting character. The Forbidden 5 are here to be evil and do evil and nothing more. They can also, like, fly for some reason. It looks jank as hell. They're just floating around. I don't know why they can do this all of a sudden. I think a lot of them have cool concepts, but are overall pretty forgettable, and in typical Ninjago villain fashion, they die pretty much right after they unchained the big bad. So at least they're gone now. Probably. Also sticking with classic Ninjago, this season has a lot of inconsistencies. So one of the blades they need to use is the same blade Lloyd got knocked in the head with last season, but it looks completely different than all of the other ones for some reason, and after it's fixed with the genie magic, it kind of just looks like the rest of them again. Furthermore, one of them has the property of always returning to the person who threw it, but none of the others are said to have the same property, so I make the distinction for just one. And also, why are the blades in the locations that they are? One of them is jammed into Dorama's big puppet for some reason, another one is just in a rock underwater. How did they even get here? It's also powering the big puppet, which means they have some kind of energy around them, but they never really expand upon that. The red genie guy from Season 1 is back, and when he tricks one of the Forbidden 5 into wishing the ninja were there, only 2 of them show up and Ryu? Why only Mia and Sora? If I had to guess, it's because those are the ones he interacted with before and the writers didn't want to introduce him to a bunch of other characters. But that's not how genie magic works, and that's literally not what the wish was. Thankfully, none of the stuff I noticed was that major, but this combined with a pretty subpar antagonist and another mindless evil villain group does kind of make me asking the question why more than I probably should. But if last season taught me anything, Dragons Rising is less overall about the ninja plot and more about the characters. And oh boy does it impress with the characters. Continuing off of last season, Aaron has been training under Lord Roz, and they do a really good job of making his turn feel believable. I mean, like a really good job. From beginning to end, he's still the dorky goofball who makes pies for his besties and tries to be friends with everybody, but he also takes Lord Roz's training to heart in a lot of aspects. He's been constantly failing to do proper Spinjitzu under the ninja, but with Roz teaching him to channel his anger and hate towards Master Wu for separating him from his parents, he's able to do one in no time flat. He's less concerned with the method and more with the end result. Under Lloyd, he can only frisbee objects on 2 separate occasions without really knowing how he did it, but under Roz, he gets that shit done like immediately. He doesn't go on this super edgy streak of giving into his hatred and going against all of his friends either. The way he talks about giving into his anger and rage giving him powers is done in the same way a character like Lloyd would talk about how peace and tranquility ability helps him reach his true potential. He doesn't talk about it in a super sinister and evil way. He talks about it as if it's a plain and normal concept for him. And there are plenty of other elements and characters in here that supplement this very well. One of them is the new ninja team member, Frack. He was the Serpentine Master of Quakes from last season. Honestly, I love this character. He's such a dick, but like in an unaware, naive way. He keeps accidentally mansplaining everything, and is an avid viewer of what I can only imagine is a Matt Walsh parody called Intelligent George.
Don't believe anything he says. Intelligent George claims gravity is made up.
Can you prove it's not?
Honestly, this archetype of character is pretty unseen by the show and is a welcome addition. Things will happen like them going through some caves, and this jackass will pipe up and say some shit like, you know, as a Serpentine, I should be able to guide you all through the caves because how good Serpentine are at navigating tight spaces. He's almost like an analog for toxic masculinity, but the second he says something that's incorrect, he doesn't get super defensive about it or anything. He just backs off and apologizes. He's like a 16-year-old Reddit kid who thinks they're tough shit until the first thing happens to disapprove them and they just start acting normal. It also does a decent job at separating Quake from Earth function-wise. I still don't think it should exist, but the way the show uses them is at least distinct. All he can do is make the ground below them shake and not really much else, meaning like 80% of the fights they're in, he's pretty much useless. So I guess the special distinction is just being worse. He does relate back to Eren in the way that he also trained under Roz and perceived him as a strong teacher, but I do wish they went a little bit further with this concept. Frack, frankly, does not have that much to do this season considering the show just introduced him as a new member to the ninja team. Hopefully he'll get more development in the second half though. Another character who very much helps parallel Eren in the first half is the returning Jay. They try to hide his identity until the end of episode 10, but like, he's voiced by the same dude, he has a blue color scheme, who the fuck else could it be? He's now a bounty hunter taking various gigs for different people. Kind of a side note, but I think at this point in the show, I would be okay if Ronan didn't come back. They've seemed unsure of what actually to do with him over the last couple seasons he was in, so with Jay kind of filling the same role, him staying absent, I think I would be okay with. Big fan of this design too. A hat reminiscent of our former mercenary friend, goggles that I can only imagine do something cool, but I don't know what it is, and all sorts of neat tech gadgets like this Gundam-ass bird outfit. Huge fan of his wingsuit calling back to his introduction with Master Wu from the pilot. I continue with saying this is the best thing to happen to Jay since Skybound. He even gets to use his robotics again, whoa! The way he relates to Eren is being a good image of what listening to Ra's teachings and advice can actually do unchecked. A potential route Eren could go down if he continues on this path. And finally, Sora. She honestly doesn't have that much to do in this half of the season that's unrelated to Eren, so luckily all of the stuff related to Eren she does is very well done. More on her in a second though. I am very happy with how the relationship between Roz and Eren is handled. Despite what literally everybody could have predicted, instead of betraying him, he actually makes good on his word and takes him to his parents. And when I say take him to his parents, I mean a graveyard on a random island. So yeah, despite my jokes, they are actually dead. At least up to what my current knowledge of the show can tell me. But there is still hope for him to get them back though. Roz tells him that if they can undo the merge, they can undo all that was caused by it. So now Eren isn't just with Roz to get stronger and find his parents, he now shares his goal of undoing that calamity. Back to Sora though, a lot of this season puts spotlight on their history together as well as the bond they share. Having flashbacks to them as kids trying to survive in the crossroads, trying to bring him back into realizing Roz is actually pretty fucking bad. I'm a particular fan of the scene where she saves him with his own grappling hook and they share a hug while dangling. They're still clearly friends, but after everything is said and done and the day is saved, he goes back to Roz. Because he has something that none of them can offer him now. Complete leverage over him getting his parents back. That big hammer that's been his weapon of choice this whole time is what's known as a Source Dragon icon, housing the ability to summon a Source Dragon once. That's how he was able to capture a Source Dragon to power all of Imperium a while back. And if he can get all 7 of them, then he can shatter the barrier, freeing everybody from the underground, and he can use the Source Dragon's energy to reverse the merge. Eren is still very much on the side of good, but at least for now, he's sticking with the big wolf man. At least after the finale, Sora goes along with him just to make sure he's safe. Also, it's revealed by Jay that his parents are definitely still alive, so whoops. Everything going on with Eren alone makes this half of the season so enjoyable for me. I just wish everything else about it was as enjoyable. Like, it has so much shit going on that I just don't care about or feel it should have been cut entirely. Half of episode 1 is Nia, Kaya, and Wildfire on trial by these little rock dudes known as the Lightning Tides for disturbing their ceremony accidentally. The reason they stumbled into them was because they were on the search for Jay. But in like episode 4, after they learn the Forbidden 5 is up to no good, they kind of just give up on finding him for the rest of the season until they find him coincidentally. Literally, all of the scenes of them looking for Jay during the first couple of episodes could have been removed and nothing would have changed. There's not any particularly special developments between the characters, they don't make any headway in finding him. Why is this here? There's that, and there's also the side plot with Wildfire trying to heal Roby after he got stuck with the decomposing shit. Roby was that tournament organizer guy from season 2. I'm mostly neutral on him, but I think he's fun. And like, man, I don't care. All the other stuff going on is way more engaging than this. At least they actually have the balls all as to say die and death this time. Makes them constantly saying Master Wu is departed look very silly though. There's more that goes on this season that's worth being talked about, but it's better if I save it for the second half of this season's discussion. Ignoring those parts though, I like the first half of season 3. I have to admit though, it's definitely held up almost solely by the Eren stuff. And those elements are admittedly super strong, like it's crazy good. But it's really some of the only parts I liked of this half. Moro was here though! This is important for the next half, so I'll go over it now. I think I'm starting to understand the structure they're going for with Dragon's Rising going forward. The first half of the season is completely original, with of course elements of the earlier seasons baked into them, and the second halves are remixes on previous ones. Like the first half of the last one had all that stuff with the wildness and the introduction to the Forbidden Five and the Wolf Mask people, with the second half being a remix of Tournament of Elements, introducing a lot of new elements to differentiate it. And it seems Dragon's Rising Season 3, as well as going forward, is to follow a similar structure. The second half of the season being Possession, foreshadowed by the return of Moro to the series, or at least a brief return. They finally somewhat address what happens to people when they die now. After the merge, the Cursed and Departed realms got fused into one and turned into what is now known as the Spectral Lands. They say they low-key don't know what happens after death now, which is an answer I'm willing to accept for now at least. They also let us know that Master Wu isn't dead, just not alive, I guess. I really hope they don't bring him back as one of the main characters, personally. I think everybody has progressed past the point of needing him. But I do like how we get to see our old friend Moro again. Ever since the merge, when people die, they now show up here. And during the process of being in the Spectral Lands, they have the ability to pass on to the afterlife. He's basically functioning as the Grim Reaper, which is a very clean development for the character. He's not here long, he's killed right as episode 10 finishes, but it's still nice to see him again. But he's really just here to set up for the second half. But before we get to all the spooky ghoul stuff, I want to talk about something else with season 3 I specifically waited for the second half to even mention. The first half of the season finally marks the return of the last big member of the cast. Pixel is finally back to the show after all this time. I really love the moments she has during the first 10 episodes here. Seeing her and Zane Seeing her and Zane interact after all this time he's missed her is so adorable to watch. She doesn't get to do too much, indicated by me being able to completely skip over her in my recap and review, but it's just nice to see her back. I'm also a big fan of her new design. She looks a lot more expressive now. But why did I wait to bring her up? You see, all throughout their interactions, they expressed wanting to go on an adventure and see the world together. And at the start of episode 11, we see them set off on that voyage. And they don't return for the entire season. You are not telling me, after all this time of Pixel being gone, Zane constantly bringing her up and putting her face on the mops and shit just to imagine she's there, she's finally back just to be written off immediately? I can really feel the I fucking hate Pixel heart of Ninjago still beating. I've talked a lot today. Probably more than just today, actually, if you're consuming this video regularly and breaking it up into parts. Plenty I've liked, plenty I've hated, but the one thing this show seems to never get right, no matter when or where it is Pixel. And you know what? I've given every other character an in-depth section in this video. It's finally Pixel's turn. Let's finally talk about her. I genuinely don't understand why the writers have such a consistently hard time ever trying to write for her. It almost feels like every other character acts like she doesn't exist. Both Zane and Pixel get kidnapped between seasons 3 and 4. I get the ninja weren't that close to her back then and probably didn't even remember her, so the whole reason they went to the Tournament of Elements being for Zane's sake makes sense. Then after they finally rescue them, she's just an AI in his head for a while. Did nobody come up with the idea or have the inclination to maybe get her own body? Or even ask if she likes it in there? Then when she finally forces herself one, she feels the need to hide her identity from everybody. She had to forcibly give herself a new body because nobody, even Zane, seemed concerned enough to get her one. She then had a pretty hot streak of representation and actual shit to do during the Oni trilogy, but I'll just chalk that up to good writing across the board for those seasons. And then the 11-minute era, oh joy. She's almost demoted plot-wise to the gang's personal servant, giving them new cars and mechs, or zapping them away to Purgatory, being the bus driver when they want to go to fucking Atlantis. Nia takes her mantle back as Samurai X, and she has nothing to say about it. She builds everybody new cars, and she has nothing to say about it. She is constantly sidelined and treated like shit, and that's just the way it is. Why has she never been taught Spinjitzu? She's been on the team longer than both Eren and Sora. I get she now just came back into the plot, but before all that, Sensei Wu and Pixel were alone with each other for quite some time during season 11. He couldn't have trained her then? She seriously never gets the same spotlight anybody on this entire team does, and I don't understand it. Do the writers just not like her or understand how to use her? I can't claim misogyny anymore because all the female characters this show has had since the start of Dragon's Rising have been really damn good, so what the fuck is the problem then? Here's my idea, okay? If I'm correct and these seasons are following a pattern of remixing a classic season with new elements, then I say next season they redo Rebooted. You either put focus on Pixel or you kill her off and put focus on Zane. The last time we got a Zane season was debatably season 11, but more aptly 3. I think we're due due for some more Zane-focused content. In my eyes, it's either they start shining a light on her or remove her entirely. There's no reason to have a character that's supposed to be this integral to the cast and has been around as long as she has to get sidelined so hard. And unfortunately, these are far from my only problems with this half of the season. I think this half, if not Dragon's Rising Season 3 as a whole, is the worst Ninjago has been in a while. Like 2 seasons, I mean. Yeah, I don't think anything's getting as bad as Crystallized, come on. So first off, inconsistencies. Oh boy, there's more, my favorite. So Thunderfang is now a ghost and is trying to power up this cool well from the Spectral Lands from part 1. If the well gets filled a certain amount, then he can get loads more power, and to fill the well, they need souls. So the ghost versions of the Forbidden Five are all going around soul-sucking people. A really cool idea in concept, but none of this really makes any sense in execution. Why does the well have this ability? Why does it need souls in order to rise its level? Isn't the well's whole purpose to make souls pass on to the other side? Where did they get all of these ghost dragon warrior people? They had these same guys at the end of the last part, but all of them are freed, so they're just kind of inexplicably here now. Why does this random well give an express route to killing God? I don't understand. Furthermore, these ghosts don't work like the ones in possession, like at all. They now have the power of ripping souls directly out of people, not explained. This flute all of them have has the power of containing those souls, acquisition not explained. Water doesn't work on these spirits, only modified prismatic blades, not explained. Are you getting the pattern here? For a lot of this show, you're kind of just expected to extend your disbelief far enough for it to work. Like, how come Ghost Cole standing right next to this giant water cyclone in season 5 didn't die? Why is Jay being rich never brought up after season 6? Don't even get me started on all of the stuff that happens in seasons 1 through 3 that are written off the next season. But this part was released in 2025, almost current year. Not explaining and not giving context, I feel is starting to become inexcusable. If you want to do ghosts again, then do ghosts again. But you have to make sure if you're retreading on established territory that it at least makes sense within that previous context. They say Master Chen basically ripped off the Tournament of Sources and that it was first, going off your previous context of how the show worked to explain something now. But they don't do this with how ghosts work here at all. But trust me, this isn't the worst it does it not making sense within established rules of this universe. This has technically been a thing for a while, but it really comes to a point here. And that's the previously mentioned Red Genie guy, Ericor. I've been hesitant to talk about him in Dragon's Rising in actual depth because holy shit he breaks this show. So to quickly recap, his whole gimmick is that when Ninjago was destroyed, he was on a long quest in a different realm. And when he returned, all he found was a single grain of sand. Which grain of sand he's now been using to slowly remake his home realm. Let's quickly refresh ourselves on the rules of the Jinn as established in Skybound. No wishing for love, death, or more wishes, obviously. Everybody gets 3 wishes, and no matter what the wish is, not a Khan has to grant it in some form. The interesting part about all of this was getting around those restrictions, such as wishing for something that would put somebody in the position to be killed, or wishing for something that would make somebody love you. And the loopholes go the other way, such as Zane wishing for anything that was done unto him would also affect the Jinn, which should effectively make it to where he can't be harmed, but Nanakan worked around it by erasing Pixel from his head. Very simple, it's not rocket science. Everything that Ericor does over the course of the entirety of Dragon's Rising completely goes against the pre-established rules set up by the show. For starters, the rules basically aren't existent anymore. Ericor bluntly says that he can refuse a wish for any reason. If he doesn't want to grant it, if he doesn't think it's a good idea, anything. If that was the case back in season 6, couldn't Nanakan just refuse to grant Jay's final wish? He would have been literally unstoppable. Secondly, there's no longer a 3-wish limit, so anybody can basically wish as much as they want. The ninja basically hurl out wishes left and right with nothing to stop them. If Nanakan had the ability to grant infinite wishes, why didn't his crew continue to wish for whatever they wanted as long as it benefited him? Part of the reason Clancy was even kept a part of their crew in Skybound is because he didn't use any of his wishes. These literally couldn't have been the rules from the start. It would make no sense. Now, there actually is a reason to not just wish to kill everybody you don't like in Dragon's Rising. Ericor's wish magic is tied directly to Ninjago, meaning in its current small state, he'll get tired out from larger scale wishes very easily. If you've been paying attention throughout this video, I don't think I have to say why this is entirely wrong. At the very beginning of season 6, it's shown that Ninjago fell to ruin after the destruction of the Cursed Realm. Nanakan's biggest villain motivation was getting revenge on those who destroyed his home and creating a new one. Also bringing back his dead wife, but that's not as relevant. Yet! I find the idea that every wish he grants slowly restores his home realm to be really cool and fun. It's a really interesting gimmick for our character, but it doesn't make a lick of sense considering what's established. Wishing for more wishes is pointless because you already have infinite, and he breaks the death one as well. They need to resurrect like half a dragon at one point, but its resting place is originally in Ninjago. Luckily, this red bastard can just cast it back to life. He uses his magic to resurrect something. This is insane. He was only able to bring something back to life in season 6 after he had already achieved infinite infinite power. This stupid fucking red guy can just do it. Does that even mean there's any stakes in this show anymore? Oh no, Jay might not get his memories back. Just wish it. Oh no, Aaron's parents are dead. Just wish them back. How will he ever defeat Thunderfang now that he's a big ghost guy? Wish him dead. It's very simple. It takes a lot of his stamina to do bigger scale wishes like this, but he's able to revive like half a damn source dragon. Who knows what's possible? This guy is nothing like Pixel. There's absolutely no way you could salvage this. Just have him die next season and move on. Elsewise, there is absolutely no point in ever raising the stakes again. No matter how bad the villain or dire the circumstances, you can always just wish it all away. This time for real! And you know what else I don't like about this half of the season? Fucking Aaron, man. My goat is washed. Now, Roz is just as good as ever, if not even better at points. It's just like, why does he even bother bringing Sora with him? They're heading to the underworld so they can get this Casket of Bones deal to form another Source Dragon icon. The Casket of Bones requires a sacrifice. Someone has to go into it and not come back out. When this happens in the show, he tries to get Aaron to put Sora in it, which is actually a damn good scene testing his devotion to the cause of reviving his parents. He obviously does it because he's not about to kill his best friend for this shit, and they're able to fight him off and escape. But then afterwards, it's implied he just grabs somebody else at random and shoves them in there. So it raises the question, why even bring Sora with them? I understand he's effectively trying to turn Aaron over to the dark side, and him killing one of his best friends to get his parents back would pretty much cement that. But the two of them are at least decently trained ninja, and after they refuse, they're able to fight him off decently well. So if you could have just shoved anybody in there from the jump, why even bring her? It kind of feels like a half-baked conclusion to the arc of Aaron following Roz. He doesn't end up committing in the end, instead lets his parents go, deeming the path to saving them too dangerous. That's not really the end of it though, unfortunately. Due to something I'll probably talk about at the end of this segment, his parents are revealed to not actually be dead, and he finally gets to recuperate with them again. But then after this, right when they're about to go fight the big baddie, he tells Lloyd he doesn't want to be a ninja anymore because of his parents being back, which is just so out of character for no reason. His dream from the very start was to become a ninja. He fucking taught himself Spinjitzu. Yes, finding his parents was the beneficiary of that, but he always did it out of passion for saving and helping other people. Now that he has his parents, why does he want to give up on that? It doesn't make any sense. And something else that's been bothering me this season is how much every character has been glazing Aaron. That dragon from last season ago, right before he goes off and dies, says that Aaron has the potential to be the best ninja out of all of them. And Lloyd echoes this sentiment as well. Weren't these teachings the exact thing that led Moro to have his fall from grace? The promise that he could be the green ninja and the refusal that he wasn't? Way to follow your master's footsteps, Greenie. I don't fuck with the finale either. They wake up both halves of that one dragon that initially imprisoned Thunderfang, giving us a big kaiju fight as the finale. Lloyd and Aaron are somehow able to control it long distance while the other ninja basically do nothing. They have to defend these crystals that the Forbidden Five are trying to break, which is fine, but what the crystals actually do is not explained, so I don't really know the severity of what they're doing. Furthermore, Lloyd and Aaron are basically just playing Connect in the basement while this massive dragon does all the work. I found the finale of the midway point where all of them are physically contributing to be much more engaging. I feel like I'm starting to sound like a Nathaniel Bandy triggered video. There's so much I dislike going on here. If this was just it, if this was everything with part 2 of season 3, I would honestly be willing to say that I strongly dislike it. I don't want to say hate because it's not that bad, but I would say strongly dislike. But it's not actually. In fact, this season has what might be one of my favorite parts of the whole series. It's the only part I like, but damn it, it's a big part and I really like it. Early on, before they realize Thunderfang is still alive as a ghost terrorizing the Spectral Lands, all of the remaining ninjas set out to go find Aaron's parents and bring Aaron home. They only choose to do this after Deathbed Dragon tells them to do it, even though the end of the last arc was Lloyd saying that he's free to make his own choices, but whatever. Since Jay claims they're alive, despite what they've been told, they hire him to show them the way. Apparently, they were reassigned by the administration to this place known as the Realm of Lee. They can't just fly there, it's necessary that they are reassigned via the administration. Stationed on the same island Roz took Aaron to show him his dead parents, the Realm of Lee is this massive underground facility emulating the friendly suburban neighborhood. Your first thought upon seeing this is probably the Truman Show or the game American Arcadia, but it's different in a lot of slight ways that make it very unique. All of it's run by this guy named Lee, not an elemental master, but somebody who has the ability to clone himself and function as a hive mind. When people get reassigned to his location, he fills their heads with the idea that after the merge, the entirety of the outside world was destroyed, only leaving Lee's world remaining. Everybody who is forcibly sent to his island gets indoctrinated into this accidental cult. He's essentially created a utopia underground exclusively run by one guy with the sole function of trapping through deception. But everyone down here is pretty much thriving. Jay confirms that the administration did some research into the area, no mind control is being used in any way, at least not on a wide scale. only brainwashing those who start to realize his story isn't adding up. The reason he's doing this isn't even based on anything nefarious. One of the 16 realms before the merge, simply titled the Realm of Lee, is where he hails from. A realm consisting of one desolate island with one guy on it. One guy named Lee in the Realm of Lee. It's like the first Spinjitzu master was playing The Sims with these realms and decided to fuck around and make one guy live in complete isolation forever. Centuries this man was stuck here, until the merge happened and someone finally showed up at his island. After this, constructing his massive underground world, putting gravestones on the surface to trick people looking for their lost loved ones into believing that they're dead, and running this whole scheme just to have friends and people who aren't himself. It's like the Truman Show, but the person running the whole operation is just as much of a victim. Not only is this a really cool idea, but it's a very unique set piece for the show. Like, as soon as they reach the land of Lee, the show completely loses the plot, forgets about the whole thing with Thunderfang for a while, and just does this. It's not only extremely entertaining, but insanely creative. I do not like Season 3 Part 2 of Dragon's Rising, but damn do I like this. Overall, Season 3 was just okay. It had a lot going for it, but failed pretty badly in the execution. I loved a lot about it, like Eren training under Roz, the Realm of Lee, Roz later attacking the monastery, and this really damn cool scene. Jay's new role in the story and universe. Anything I forgot to bring up revolving Roz, I really like Roz. I may not like this season nearly as much as the rest of Dragon's Rising, but trust me, it's still leagues above like half of the 11-minute era. And that's it. That's all of Ninjago as of writing in January of 2026. Fuck, the next season already started. Shit. That's right, everybody. My edit has finally caught up to current year, and I'm now scripting this part in June. Happy Pride Month, everybody. It's Pride Month as I'm writing this, if it's any— oh wait, no, that's still going to be after this is uploaded. Never mind. And in the time between now and then, thankfully only one new piece of Ninjago content has come out. That being the previously mentioned new season. So hopefully I can wrap this up pretty quick and don't have to add a whole bunch more on top of this already massive project. I'm not gonna look, I know it's there. Strike of the Serpentine came out in February of this year and serves to patch up a lot of the shaky lore revolving the Serpentine War, a concept I'm a huge fan of. What actually took place during that period of Ninjago has kind of been all over the place throughout the show's run. They said in Season 3 that it was the Serpentine warning the humans about the Golden Master, or the Overlord of the Golden Weapons that got them in the midst of the war. But in Season 4, they said it was Master Chen's meddling that started the war. But in Season 7, they said that during the Serpentine War, and that's not even to mention all the stuff we know that happens during those events, like Mogra betraying the Elemental Masters, or Garmadon attempting to learn Shatterspin. This ties everything up in a neat little bow, and I quite like it. It doesn't really bring a whole lot of its own that we don't already know about to the table, but in all honesty, I'm kind of glad it doesn't. It's like Zelda Age of Calamity, where it serves to answer what happened before Breath of the Wild, but it actually does what it said it was going to do and not fucking lie. It follows the new Anachondrite character known as Strike. Her and a bunch of other Serpentine were trying to warn the humans about the Golden Master prophecy detailed in Season 3. When none of them listen, Chen steps in and tells her about how humans have loads of Serpentine artifacts they're hoarding for themselves, and if they can get them back, they might be able to learn more about when that fateful day might come. Unfortunately, the other Anachondri used this as a go-ahead to start an all-out war on humanity, and the rest of it from there is just about as we know it. Seeing all the events we already know about that span across a good 15 years of television, plainly and cohesively told to us, is honestly really enjoyable to see. I also really like this new Strike character. She's adorable. Unfortunately, this kind of does mean it's inherently skippable since we know most of everything that happened here, but as a fan of this franchise, it's super cool to get a full picture of those events. And we get more Pythor content! I want him to shove his tongue down my throat. You're 6 hours into this video, you don't fucking care what I say anymore. Good read, but most of it was already information we already knew, so not a ton for me to really say aside from it is good. And outside of Strike of the Serpentine, that's just about all there is to talk about revolving Ninjago. Of course, that's only considering it's canon material. To safeguard everybody bringing up in the comments, yes, I'm aware there's a much better Ninjago video game out there based off the movie. Unfortunately, I've primarily consumed content relating to LEGO Ninjas over the last 9 months, so I figure I might pass just this once. I could talk about Season 4 of Dragon's Rising, but that's still actively coming out as we speak, so I'd rather wait until we have a full picture of what that looks like. So yeah, that's Ninjago. What a ride, huh? I don't think actually, no, give me that thing. I don't know how to quantify my thoughts on Ninjago as a whole. Did I enjoy myself? At times, for sure. Tournament of Elements, Possession, Skybound, Sons of Garmadon, Hunted, Masters of the Mountains, Seabound, and pretty much all of Dragon's Rising are seasons I greatly enjoyed. But then there's also stuff like Rebooted, Hands of Time, Prime Empire, the Fire and Ice chapters, Crystallized. Absolute travesties I'm shocked made it to air. This isn't something that was made out of passion. It didn't have some kind of grand idea behind it. It was made out of obligation. It's messy. It's inconsistent at times. You can really feel it had nothing to say or aspire for. It forgets stuff all the time. It would have definitely benefited from more people steering the ship, but I'm not talking about Ninjago. I'm talking about this video. You see, back in 2024, I had this idea. I wanted to see if I could make a 2-hour-long video about some random-ass game, just whatever came to mind first. Really just to test my own writing abilities, and if I failed, I would have to let one of the viewers choose my next video. I really wanted to challenge myself in my writing with this. In this line of work, there's going to be undoubtedly times where I'm gonna have to write about something I just don't give a shit about. So seeing if I could stretch a video about some random-ass topic to 2 hours, like, say, every Cool Spot game, felt like something that could help with that. And that's also what inspired the tournament that followed up. I could almost guarantee whatever would be chosen by the voting system would be something I didn't give a shit about. And after it was over, I was right. I hadn't seen Ninjago since I was a kid. My only exposure to it as an adult has been random ass memes like that one image I keep referencing for some reason. I mean it when I tell you, there wasn't a drop of passion going into the creation of this video. But the longer it went on, I started to kind of enjoy myself. Just a little bit. I started to find the jokes kind of funny, the story kind of compelling, the characters kind of interesting. I was genuinely starting to enjoy Ninjago. Of course, this fluctuated over the course of the series, where seasons would be good, bad, or just okay. But in a way, I kind of failed my own writing challenge by simply enjoying it. I could say a lot about this show and its problems, but I feel like all of them are kind of reflected back onto this. I think Ninjago is commendable in a way. They took what is by far the most asinine concept for a show and made something kind of special out of it. And no matter what its quality looks like going forward, I will always commend that. Because all things considered, this show should not be as enjoyable as it is. Chima, Nexo Knights, Lego Kitty, Galador. Lego has tried and failed before and since Ninjago to try to break into television, but nothing has quite been able to replicate the success that Ninjago had. And I could chalk it up to the marketing, or the characters, or the story, or I could really go really artsy with it and say that it had something special none of these other ones had. But even after all this time, I still don't know why the show has the appeal it does. Maybe it's that I'm just not qualified enough to answer that. Person who's been slightly off to the left this entire time, would you like to speak up?
Hello everybody, I'm the reason Gaz had to make this video, so you're welcome. I have to say, I never really thought of what makes Ninjago so special before Gaz asked me to for this section of the video. I mean, I always knew it was special. It's by far Lego's most successful original theme. A good chunk of people know what Ninjago is, even if they don't know a lot about it. You can't say the same for other Lego themes like Dreams and Legends of Chima. Ninjago has been around for 15 years now and has 18 seasons plus countless material outside of the main show, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. So what does make Ninjago so special? I think it's that Ninjago feels like it's worth getting invested in. And I know that sounds kind of stupid because at the end of the day, this is a silly Lego show for kids. But Ninjago is fun. That's basic, but it's true. There's a reason that even adults are into Ninjago. The world building is cool, all the main characters are likable, there's a ton of cool villains, and there's some genuinely good writing in there. Even if it is a glorified toy commercial, that doesn't mean it can't be good. Ninjago is far from flawless. Crystallized exists, for God's sake. But despite the series' faults, I think it has always seemed to bounce back. Dragon's Rising, despite its issues, has been a massive breath of fresh air for the franchise. I guess in simpler terms, Ninjago has that franchise power, like Avatar: The Last Airbender and Star Wars. Obviously not to the same extent as those at all, but I think it has it to some extent. That's all I have to say, and I hope I didn't embarrass myself too much with this answer. If I did, you guys can put Gaz in the jar. Have fun.
Wow, that cleared up absolutely nothing, thank you. I've been looking at pretty much all the canon material for this video, skipping some odds and ends that weren't very interesting. But this one from way earlier I ignored, saving for now to talk about. Monstrosity is a 3-part series of shorts following what happened to Kai right after the merge, but before he regrouped with Lloyd. Apparently he woke up in this realm of monsters where everything is trying to kill you all the time. And these are shockingly good. Like higher quality than most of the show itself. The animation is amazing, the art style is striking, the writing is great. For a series of shorts, these are really good. For a series of shorts based on a show that's primary mission is to sell toys to children, this is damn confusing. If I was a toy manufacturer trying to make money on impressionable children, which let's be real here, LEGO is, then why would I go through all of the effort to making a series of shorts that primarily exist for character and world building? Yeah, we did get a LEGO set out of this really cool robot that shows up, but even then, this set is marked as 14 plus, a little bit past the age I think someone falling for LEGO's little money-making scheme here would be vulnerable to. Not only that, but it's primarily designed to be a statue. Wouldn't you want some more play features for your children's toy? And even then, why would you waste so many resources modeling an entire set off of one series of shorts that already wasn't going to appeal to children? And now double everything I just said because they actually made two based off these shorts. And that's not the only one either. Going off of LEGO's official website, there are several sets you can buy right now that are marked as 14 plus in the Ninjago category. Hell, even more have come out since I began writing. The very day I'm scripting this part of the video, LEGO have just revealed a new spin-off they're making based on Ninjago that's fully 2D animated, exploring the long descendants of the ninja in the future, giving us even more display sets like this big snake head and a weirdly fuckable Ultra Dragon, like they gave it abs, a series of shorts, a spin-off, a bunch of model building kits. None of this really affects the main show though, right? Well, surprise, surprise, that argument kind of held until this very year. You wanna know why? Well, here's how. Now, I don't want to do a full review of Dragon's Rising Season 4 Part 1, as I don't have a full scope of what the season is going to end up looking like, and I don't want to cast a premature judgment, but everything it does that would only ever appeal to older fans of the show is a shocking amount. We get name drops of Shintaro, Prime Empire, the Neverrealm, flashbacks to a bunch of different seasons, and one of its main plot lines. I've been making occasional jokes throughout this video, but it's seriously never been answered what the Green Ninja's power is. It's been called power, energy, green energy, and finally, 19 seasons later, it's finally given a name. We not only get told about how he's apparently the elemental master of life, but also about why the Green Ninja is even significant. Apparently, they are chosen ones made to maintain the Whispering Woods, the final of the 16 realms. Every Green Ninja apparently hears the call of this realm when they come of age, but as we know, Lloyd never did come of age. In fact, he skipped it entirely. There's a solid like 4 plot lines going on this season, but one of them between the 4 is Lloyd interacting with that age he skipped and learning how the Green Ninja is even significant. They even got the old voice actor back so he can talk to a younger version of himself that never existed. This is genuinely so damn cool. At this point, if they were still trying to only appeal to children, then why would they continue a plot line that was started 14 years ago? This show appeals to adults. Every Ninjago fan I've spoken to is proof of that. And it's clear that they know their show appeals to adults because why else would they do all of this? But even after everything I've talked about, I still can't figure out why. You, watching this video, I'm pretty comfortable making the guess that if you've watched this far, you're over the age of 14. Why the hell do you care? This show isn't the usual thing that appeals to me. Usually the thing that tugs at me in media is something that really feels like only the person who made it could have made. Jet Set Radio, Space Ghost Coast to Coast, Red vs. Blue, even things you might not know me for like Guilty Gear and Deltarune. Ninjago doesn't fit any of that. Hell, this isn't even the first show that spawned out of the concept of 4 color-coded ninjas training under their very old master with their different but very capable female friend. That's just fucking TMNT! And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles only spawned to sell toys. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to do any more research for this video. I'm kind of tired. And guess what? People love those guys too, even more than Ninjago. Maybe Ninjago wasn't born out of passion. It wasn't brought into this world because it had some story that needed to be told in this medium. Maybe it did only exist for a purpose, and it took a while for the show to really mean anything. And even then, it slipped again and again and again, but I think we're all a little like Ninjago in that regard, aren't we? I had the idea of ranking all the seasons here at the end, but honestly, it's been nearly 4 months since I've started writing this video, and a solid 9 months since I've started watching. So any solid takes I can have on like season 2 or some shit are probably pretty inaccurate now. I didn't make a tier list though you can look at if you want. A lot of the placements are probably exactly as you would expect them to be, but I guess that's it. I have now fully talked about Ninjago, inside and out. Dragon's Rising Season 4 Part 2 should probably be coming out a few months after I'm done making this video, so I hope it's as good as the first half. And there will probably be no point to me watching the second part, but I think I will anyways. Or maybe I'll leave it for some other time. I've burned out like 3 different times writing this Leviathan. I hope you enjoyed it if that's anything. Thank you to all my Ko-Fi supporters whose names are now on screen. Making videos like this would be impossible if it wasn't for my parents for letting me live in their house for free. What you guys do is very inconsequential in comparison. I think I did learn something from all of this though. For a while at the start of making this video, I was a little embarrassed to say I enjoyed this show. And I think parts of that reflect on certain aspects of how the final video came out. And honestly, I think that's pretty pretty cringe. Don't let other people's perceptions of what something your age should or shouldn't like affect your enjoyment of that thing. No matter who you are, someone will find a reason to not like you. And you want to know the best way to get back at these people? Just enjoy things. Don't let your preconceived notions of what others might think stop you from liking what you like. Everybody's into something other people might find strange. We're human. And on top of that, I think I learned another very valuable lesson, which is never make a dumbass tournament like this ever again. Oh my god. Never do a writing challenge either. Always stay in your comfort zone. Anybody who makes you do otherwise is an informant from the Central Intelligence Agency trying to sell you on the idea of free thought. Alright, bye now. I'm gonna go destroy that flimsy ass Lego version of the set.
It's just beautiful.